And we are live. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, where I am joined with two starter panelists. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast. Again, where I'm joined with two starter panelists. All right, so quick announcements before we get into the show. If you are new to the channel and the live stream, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to get in on the live action, go ahead and click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and introduce the panelists. We're going to chop it up for a little bit. Got an icebreaker question, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the show. So without further ado, Mr. Mark, you're up, brother. Tell the people who you are.
Yo, so my name is Mark Fowler. I'm a resident panelist of the Oxide Station podcast. Been here from day one. Here to throw in my 2 pennies worth of conversation, here to learn, here to throw in a bit of nuance. I'm just an Englishman here to represent. Let's go.
All right. Okay. Miss Gabby, you ain't been here in a while. So go ahead and introduce yourself to the people and let them know who you are.
Okay. Hi, I'm Gabby. I don't know. I am currently going to Texas A&M University down here in Texas, San Antonio area, and then studying psychology, minor in business administration. I don't know. I like to be creative. I like dyeing my hair a bunch of colors all the time. But yeah, I'm just excited to be here. I don't know. It's a good day. It's pretty. It's nice. There's been a lot of time.
All right. Okay. So now that we got the formalities out the way, we're gonna chop it up for a little bit. So how's y'all's week been?
Kind of hard. Honestly, it's been kind of difficult, but
Okay.
I got removed from my student housing, so now I'm in new housing. It was a whole process that I had to go through. So we did get an apartment. I was able to figure everything out, so everything lined up the way it needs to. So I have an apartment now, but I'm excited for the next week to start a new routine and structure it again. Because this past 2 weeks has just been hectic and crazy, and it's thrown my routine all out of whack. And it's been stressing me out, so I'm really excited to start a new one so I can actually set things up the way I need to. Because I'm when my routine's all out of whack, I don't feel okay. I'm all the time.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay, cool. Hey man, shout out to you. Oh, so you're not staying over there all the way down. You're not staying on campus anymore?
No, not anymore. After you came and saw me, kind of since things happened or whatever, it's no longer the best situation. So I found another place, and that's where I'm at now. It's not too far from school though. It's like a 10-minute drive with that.
Okay. Is it still kind of over on the?
It's like I-35.
Is it still kind of on the southeast side?
Yeah, it's on the southeast side. It's down by I-35 35 and fuck, what is that street? So it's past
Southeast.
you know where West Hutchins is?
Where? What?
West Hutchins, you know where that street is?
That sounds familiar.
Alright, it's down there by I-35.
Like past like going down past 37.
I think so, yeah. So it's like, why did I do this fucking cross?
Because if you keep going down 35, eventually you'll come up to the split. You'll come up to the split where if you go one way it's 37, and if you go the opposite way it's 281.
Yeah, so it's past,
And then you'll pass by
so
10
it's
too.
past
You'll pass
35
by
and stuff.
I-10 two ways.
Yeah, so it's by that area, kind of by the. Should I say the cross street? So I think that's I-35. What is it? It's past Southwest Military Area. Like it's down further to the left.
Oh, that's going towards Zarzamora.
Yeah, that way. There you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's going farther down to where you can hit 410 on the opposite side.
There you go. I was like, it doesn't sound
Oh,
like it's
okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then that way, so that means if you go down 35 and then you hit 410 going the opposite way, you can get to the campus.
Yeah, so literally
Going towards the
I'm
left.
not that far. Like I'm not that far.
Okay. I got you. Because if you
I
take
figured everything out in a day. Literally,
No, that's
I got
good.
everything figured out.
no, that's good because if you go down 35 and then you hit 410 going to the right, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
then that'll take you towards OPR where you can get to 1604.
Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, so I'll go to 1604 is the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because 410 is inside of 1604.
Gotcha. I
Oh,
never knew how you guys' little loops were, but there we go.
okay, there you go.
Thank you.
Now it look like you got a perfect angle.
I know. I'm trying. Wait, I have a whole like setup thing that I'm supposed to utilize, and I haven't utilized it. It's
Okay.
like a camera thing. I'm gonna be quiet and figure it out.
Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Mark, how's the week been treating you, man?
Yeah, man, it's been good. Thank you. Oh, hi, Gabby. By the way, nice to see you again. Yeah, no, it's been good. Thanks. It's been good. Pretty chill. I've been working, just doing my thing. You know, had a problem. I'm wearing my coat right now. You see, my gas meter had a problem this morning. I was like, really? So I've got no hot water at the moment. So I'm gonna have to go the weekend without hot water. It's not a problem. You know what I mean? I can always wash, but it's a simple fix. But once again, you know, when something small just puts you off, you know, it puts you off your routine, all that kind of stuff. It's like, really? You know, whatever. But other than that, I can't really complain.
So you gonna take some cold showers to make it through the weekend?
Yeah,
Take some cold showers, bro.
I'll be boiling a kettle. Yeah, we got these like inventions here in the UK. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They're called kettles. Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. I'm being silly there.
I knew right away when you said that you were being silly.
Yeah, I was being silly. Yeah. Because now I'll boil the kettle, bro. I'll just have to boil the kettle. Just underarm washes, you know, Do my nether regions. I'll be all right. You know, I'm not a stinky bloke. I'll be fine. It's only 2 days.
Stop the cap.
Yeah. Now you'll be all right. No, but my week has been kind of hectic. You know, the usual. Getting up, hitting the gym, working, knocking out the day. I forget what day it was. I want to say it was either Wednesday or I think it was Wednesday. Wednesday, for some odd reason, it was like it was way hotter than it normally was. And so, because I work outside and I'm on a roof all day. And so for some odd reason, when it got towards maybe between 2:30 and almost 4, for some reason, it felt like the heat was cranked up to where it was making my head hurt.
I was thinking about this not so long ago. Like, obviously, I can't really envisage Texas, right? But I got a stereotype of what Texas looks like. Yeah. And I always thought it was quite open plains, you know, maybe like deserty kind of. But I think I've got it completely wrong. from what I understand, you get pretty extreme seasons, don't you?
Yep.
Like proper actual seasons. Like you get snow.
No, that's North Texas, Northern Texas. Because me and Gabby, we're Central Texas. We're kind of in the middle.
Okay, it's because Athena got snow.
Yeah, because she's in North Texas. That's why she's in Dallas.
Wow, so it's that vast that in North Texas you get snow, in South Texas you don't.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because where me and Gabby are, we're both in San Antonio. So I can drive maybe 10, 15 minutes to get to where she is right now if I want to. Right? Because we're in the same city. But from here to Dallas, where Athena is 5 hours.
Right. Okay.
I'm surprised that's how big Texas is, bro. So if you go out west, that's where you start to see the deserts and the mountains and stuff and the cactus and the tumbleweeds and everything.
Right. That's the part of Texas that, because, you know, in a typical, I think the way that people here view Texas is like cowboy hats, you know, like desert sands, like old school, you know, on the borderline, where there's lots of just empty space and that kind of thing. So look, mate, I need to do my research. Okay, I need to do my
surprisingly, what you'll find is that a lot of that stereotype is true. A lot of the stereotypes of what you've seen and heard are true. Because Gabby can tell you, we're in a major city and people will ride around on horses still.
Yeah, but I've seen that like a couple of times. I'm like, this is Texas. This is weird, but this is Texas.
Yeah.
Literally.
So we think of Texas also over here. We would think of that as being the most gun-yielding part of America. You know, the most gun yielding.
Yeah, it is. Texas, Texas has a lot. We got a lot of guns over here, bro. We have a lot.
Yeah. But that's cool.
Declaration of Independence or Constitution?
I saw it.
Yeah,
you broke up for it.
Yeah, it's in my right.
Yeah, but your audio is kind of going in and out.
Hold on,
Gabby.
How's this sound? Is that better?
Yeah, you don't have a phone holder or something where you can just prop it up?
I tried and it's not staying in it, so I'm just holding my phone.
Oh, okay,
no,
it's
fine. It's fine.
Nah, but yeah, what a lot of the stereotypes of what you've seen and heard about Texas, it is true.
Yeah, from cowboy movies to like Red Dead Redemption, all that kind of stuff. Like when I play Red Dead Redemption, it feels like American, but I think like it's all Texan like style in a way. And also like, did you ever watch Super Ted? There was the villain from called Texas Peters.
No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, you need to watch it. You need to watch Super Ted.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway, right. Let's not digress too much, right?
All right. So now that we got all that out the way, so I got a bit of an icebreaker question because you know we're on the topic of the show is the psychology of cheating. So I got an icebreaker question for you guys. So when it comes to a relationship between a man and a woman, a heterosexual relationship, what do you guys think the dynamic needs to be in order for it to work?
So the dynamic needs to be?
Yeah, the dynamic.
Honestly, for it to work at all, I think that both partners have to be able to put in an even amount, right? Not every single day, but overall, right? Everyone needs to be able to carry their own. Everyone needs to be able to communicate, be able to have enough safety within each other to communicate, but also not get intimidated or, you know, overshadowed by one another, right? Everyone has their strengths, everyone has their weaknesses. So I think that the dynamics need to be able to be kind of like versatile, right? Because I don't want someone who's only good at one thing or only good at that only wants to only focus on one thing forever. Like I want someone that can be able to kind of look at things in the future, look at things on the outside perspective, come up with new ideas. But the way that I think, I'm a very, I would say I'm a type A. Like I don't think I'm very I might be. Would you think type A? Maybe.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No,
I
you're
don't
not.
think
Well, are
so,
you?
but
Is she? What was
I
that
don't
question?
think so,
Are you a
but
what?
okay, good. I was like, I don't think so.
No, because she
A
was
type
saying
A
that
personality, I think
she
I'm
might
more
have
like
a
a
type A
B,
personality.
honestly.
No, you don't have a type A personality, Gabby. I can tell you right now.
I don't know. Right. So can we break that down,
Yeah.
like for my understanding and anyone else who's watching, because I don't know what that means.
So basically, what
So
a
a
type
type
what
A
what?
personality.
Now go ahead. Go ahead.
Go for it. Go for it.
Okay, so basically, what having a type A personality means is you possess very strong and dominant traits
Okay.
in a general sense.
Okay. Assertive, like an assertive
Right.
type. Yeah. Okay. Well, hang on. So because we've got like what we would call somebody who is assertive and somebody who is what's the opposite? But there are people that fake it through life. You know, they put on a positive demeanor, but driven by anxiety. So maybe they are introverted. So we've got the introverted type,
Okay.
but you can be an extroverted introvert at the same time. So you can be introverted by nature to the point where you want to spend time by yourself and enjoy your own quality time. And you don't really want to be the center of attention. But at the same time, when you're out there and you get out there, like some people are driven by nervous type of energy, which makes them seem to be very assertive. Anyway, sorry, but that's just something I've been looking at recently. But without intervening, I want to hear what Gabby was trying to get to.
Yeah, go ahead, Gabby.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything, but can you repeat that?
Wait, what?
I didn't hear anything. I was asking if you could repeat what he said.
Yeah, she wants you to repeat what you said, Mark.
I mean, could you hear me okay, Charles, yourself?
Yeah,
Is my
I can hear
sound
you just
quality?
fine. Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, so I was just talking about different personality types, and you know, some people can be very assertive by nature. Some people are more introvert, and I'm just saying that some people can be driven by nerves and nervous energy. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter so long as you turn up and you do your thing. That's, I think, what matters more than anything. I was trying to give a positive message, but I didn't want to interrupt what you were trying to say.
No, you're good. No, I was just trying to say, like, in the sense of how I'm working, the way I maneuver, I have very assertive traits, but I'm not an overall assertive person, right? So I have a different dynamic of things. But when I go and I do my own thing, and I'm able to kind of plan things in my own way. There's certain things I like the way I like things done, and there's a certain manner I like things done because I've figured out what works for me. So when I get into a partnership or relationship, I don't expect this person to all of a sudden know what these patterns, what this process is, but I do expect them to at least try to learn from it, right? Try to engage with me, try to see where they can help, and vice versa, right? I want to learn their patterns, learn their behaviors, learn how we work together, because it's like when you go from zero to, like, meeting somebody and getting to talking and deciding that relationship, that's a big step, right? It's a big step. But also then you integrate lives, and at that point I feel like it's very important to have that communication with one another and being able to, like, safely talk to one another, not just talk, not just like say like random things, but actually safely communicate with somebody and have them communicate back. I think it's a really big part of the dynamic. And also being able to support one another even when, like, things are rough, right? Like, it's hard to, like, want to, like, always, like, be happy all the time when you guys are in a fight or whatever. But I think one of my biggest things I've learned over time is I want my partner and I, we should be a unified front in front of people. Discussions and disagreements will happen behind closed doors, in the sense of when we're together, we're a unified front. I'm not gonna let you disrespect me, and I'm not gonna be disrespectful, but also we're a unified front, right? So then when we go behind doors, if I don't like something you said, or don't like something you did, we'll talk about it, vice versa. So that's kind of how I like my dynamics, is being able to communicate and being able to kind of help each other, right? Be able to get forward with one another. It's like the grow together, grow apart type of thing, right? So it's like either we're gonna get there together or we're not, and I would rather get there with you than not. So that's kind of how I see it, and it's just like, I don't know. That's the type of dynamic I want now. Maybe when I was younger, it might be a different type of dynamic, but that's kind of where I'm at now with things. Is like how I see them working, in the sense of, like, has to be a give and take, has to be equal, has to be understanding, and it has to be communication. That's my viewpoint of it.
Okay, so when it comes to when it comes to the type of guy that you're looking for, do you think that he's looking for a woman that's equal to him or a woman that's gonna follow him?
I would hope equal. I mean, my boyfriend right now, he seems to like equal to equal. He says yes. He likes equal. So
Hey, look, tell him not to lie on this internet because you're in front of him.
He said not to lie. He said he doesn't lie. We'll see.
Oh, okay.
No. It's been a different dynamic for now at the beginning of things, but it's like that's why I was saying, kind of in the future of an equal give and take, right? In the sense of I may not have it 100% every day, but you may. You may not have 100%, but I may. You know what I mean? Like in the sense of what you don't have is what actually word it. What's yours is mine, and mine is mine, but I share it with you, right? You know what I mean? In the sense of like, and vice versa, right? And I'm like, well, mine is mine. I'm not sharing my shit with you unless you know what I mean. But we joke and we have fun, and so it's been different though compared to my last dynamic where I wasn't seen as equal at all. You know what I mean? I was seen as either better than him. He didn't want me to see him as better than him, or he'd bring me back down to where I'm nothing. I'm not worth anything. So it was like kind of never equal playing ground. It was always like a competition with him, and I didn't like that. I don't like that, and like I don't want to just follow someone blindly either. So it's like I don't know. I'm kind of like in that mid part where like I don't want to follow, but I'm also I understand we're equal, but some days I'm gonna be and some days you're gonna be So I'm like, for me, I'm like it's equal give and take.
That's interesting. Interesting. That last part you said was very interesting because this is what I got from that. I was in agreement with everything, right? Everything. I was like, look, I believe in communication. Communication, I think, is key to a relationship. I think like camaraderie, working together, working as a partnership, working as a team, and actually like utilizing each other's strengths and weaknesses and understanding each other, right? It's that bit where you got to the power struggle at the end that then I started realizing, hang on a sec, because when it becomes like a state of people are trying to fight a power dynamic, I think that's when, look, I'm not an expert, by the way, disclaimer, okay? I'm just saying, these are my own thoughts. I believe in the concept of communication, camaraderie, partnership, and all of that kind of stuff. But I don't like it when a relationship falls into a power struggle type dynamic, where... Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I agree with you completely. That's why I was like, that's kind of why I think it's important to see each other as equal and not as like a competition, right? And I think that it's important to kind of lean on that communication if there is a feel of tension and feel of like a competition or a power struggle. Because like you said, it's a unified front, right? We're a team. We're teamwork. We're not supposed to be competing against one another. We're supposed to be competing together. You know what I mean? So it's like I can completely agree with you. I don't think it should be a power struggle. Unfortunately, there are situations I found where I've had to fight for a power struggle within a relationship dynamic that I don't want that, right? So it's like I think a healthy relationship dynamic, it's not a power struggle. It's just more of like you take the lead when you feel you need to, and I'll follow as long as like he's right, and vice versa. But it's a lot of trust building. It's a lot of kind of really. And I think
she's got that cute giggle. I forgot about that. Go on. Sorry.
Okay, so Gabby, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
So you said that you're okay with the man taking the lead when he needs to, right?
Yes.
And but
appropriate.
Well, when wouldn't it be appropriate for a man to take the lead?
Well, let's say it's like a situation that doesn't need that, right? Where it's like we're just in a cool situation or whatever. But if he feels like he needs to take the lead. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna argue with you about it. I might question about you later, but like I'm not gonna argue with you when you're doing it in front of people. You get what I mean? Where I'll pull you to the side later and be like, what the fuck was that? Or like, what are we doing? But at the end of the day, it's like you're taking the lead for some reason that you feel is needed. So okay, I'm gonna follow you. But also like explain it to me later or tell me like what's going on, so I'm not wondering like what the hell is happening. And
I get that part, but you said it's okay for him to take the lead when it's appropriate. So I'm asking.
I can give an example.
When would there be a situation where it's not appropriate for a man to take the lead? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Maybe like when a woman is like handling her own business or is able to stand up for herself or doesn't need that help right then or isn't expressively or told him just wait. you know what I mean? Just let me handle it real quick. In the sense of where like it's bluntly clear that like she's got it, she's good, or she knows what to do. However, I'm not saying that's true in all cases, right? So I don't know. It kind of is situational, I guess. I would say.
That's kind of interesting because you also said vice versa, right? So then what would be a situation where you would leave your boyfriend?
Well, in the example of like kind of this past week, dude, I've been the one that's found the apartment. I've been the one that's paid for everything. I've set up plans. I've laid everything out. I've said this is what we're gonna do. I've laid the ground for everything. So for me, that was me taking the lead, but also allowing him to like, hey, this is what I need your help with. This is how I need you to do this, and you know this, and this. So I laid out a plan. I laid out a maneuver. I laid out a foundation. For me, that's me taking the lead, but also showing them like, hey, I need help with this, so you can do this, right? So it's like, for me, that was taking the lead in situations. Now, is it always appropriate for me to? Probably not. I don't need to. But also, it's like, I don't really feel like, I feel like for our dynamic, at least, it's been so far so good of like, if he feels the need to do something, he'll do it, and then, you know, talk about it, or just not talk about it. You know what I mean? If we don't have to talk about it. But if in a situation where so far it's been to where he'll do something or I'll do something, I'll let him know beforehand, or like, hey, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, just go with it, or this is why. And I don't know, but I think that's what the communication part is for me, because like, if I didn't tell him anything, he didn't tell me anything, and we just kind of did this, there would be no way this is going to work. No way. So for me, yes, taking the lead on certain situations, yes, but do I want to do that all the time? No. Do I want him to have to do everything all the time? No. And so it's like, for me, it's just an equal give and take. And I know a lot of people don't see my perspective of things when I say that, but for me, I'm like,
I like it. I like it. Right. So
like I should have to rely on you for anything, right? I feel like I should be able to maintain my own independence while being with you, but also be able to help you, and vice versa. He can help me. Well, I help him grow. But also, it's like, I don't know. It's just learning things and learning each other. It's different, but in a healthy way. It's nice. So it's kind of been weird too, because I'm like, you know my history, you know, kind of the background of things. I'm like, you want to healthily talk to me and actually listen to me? What is this? I'm like, it's kind of scary, but it's nice to have somebody actually validate that and actually like validate, my thought process, and like, it's not just me alone this time. So it kind of feels nice to have somebody who's like, oh, that, like, that is a good idea, or no, we shouldn't do that. Kind of be able to be that voice of reason. And I'm like, that's kind of been my hard part of balance, figuring out, I'm a very impulsive but very quick thinker, and sometimes I do think things through very quickly, but sometimes I don't always land on the best option, right? And so it's like I've had to back for a minute and be like, you're right, that's not the best idea. Okay, let's do it this way, and then we'll go from there. But there's the different areas where he takes charge of different things. Okay, we're gonna do this, or we're gonna go here. Okay, cool. Let's just happen. So things like that. I don't know. That's why I'm like, it's such an importance to me personally to have an equal give and take, because I don't want him to feel less than me, and I don't want to feel less than him. So I'm like, there's no need for that.
Yeah, but how do you think that's gonna hold up long term though?
Hopefully, I think, I don't know. We're going to see. I know there's going to be days where I'm not 100%.
Hang on. Charles.
Oh, one minute. I know there's days like where he's going to, we're going to get arguments. We're going to get fights. We're going to, kind of get into disagreements over things. And this is going to sound weird, but I kind of look forward to that just so we can see how we can handle it, right? In the sense of we can see how to get through it. We can see how to, like, maneuver through that, because we had little disagreements, but nothing big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because it happens to everybody.
Right, it does, and it's like that's kind of those points where you learn in your relationship where y'all stand. You know what I mean? How to maneuver. Are you guys willing to go through things? And it's like, it's not that I wish ill upon us, nothing like that. But like when the challenges come, I would like to be able to face them in a healthy manner and be able to talk about it to where we can actually get through it.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, Mark, you can go ahead and respond and ask whatever you want. I'm gonna go get me a bottle of water real quick.
A bottle of water. Okay, but I wanted to kind of back up what you were saying, Gabby. Like, I wanted to play devil's advocate because I tend to do that, and I wanted to sort of like try to reiterate to Charles or Mr. AB, what you were trying to say, right, from my perspective, because I agree, actually. I think that sometimes a leader, the men do take on the leadership role for the most part, don't they? Right? And they do. I think they are more often than not natural born leaders. But I think also because of that, some men, right, they get stuck in their own ways. They get set in their own ways and they become unbudgeable. So like I've learned this about people, young people versus old people. It's plasticity of the mind. You know, some people become very hard set in their ways, especially as they age and they develop a set of values or whatever. And I think a lot of men are very hard. They're very hardened, you know, and they don't like to budge. And occasionally, right, women do, quite often women do come along. I say occasionally, it sounds derogatory. Quite often women do come along with very good ideas, and they actually do come along with ways of showing us up and putting us in our place. And some men are just so stubborn, I think, and so, let's say, intent on being... Yeah, I do think there is a problem. Not every man, I think most men, good men are able to identify that actually. So it's about humility, you know. Not all men have developed the concept or the skill of humility to be able to swallow a bit of humble pride and say, do you know what, love, my darling, my little sweet buttercup, you know, I'm not going to keep pushing against you because you're right. You know, and I think, like I said on the last week's episode, quite often, do you know what? A lot of people, they just want to be heard, listened to, and appreciated, right, before they're dismissed, right? Because if I have a partner right here with me right now, and they come up with an idea, and they say, I suggest we do this, I'm not just going to turn around and go, no, because I'm the leader, I disagree with everything you said. I'm going to say, what is your idea? You know, and I want to hear what she has to say. I want to listen to what she has to say. And then I'm going to push back on her idea and see if she actually comes back and says, oh, because, And in the end, I might turn around and say, do you know what? You're a natural born leader. And I love that, even though you're a woman. And I love that about you. And so do you get what I'm saying? There are natural born leaders out there.
No, I get you completely, and I agree with you. I mean, I think, I don't know, growing up, I've had a lot of men be intimidated by how I maneuver, who I am as a person, and what I have to say. And so I do agree with you. You know, it does take a certain level of humility to just listen, right? Just listen, even simply just listen and hear me out. And just like put aside your own thoughts for a minute. Just put aside, you know, your own biases, your own, you know, whatever you choose to see. Just listen. So I do agree that it's important to just have to hear somebody out, right? And especially a partner, especially a prospective partner, right? And just it makes them, I don't want people to just listen to me. It makes me feel a little bit better. But then, you know, I try to ask people too, well, do you want me to hear you, or are you just trying to vent, or do you need like a solution? Because my go-to is to find a solution. And so I'm like, I try to ask people, you know, what do you need? But back to the humility aspect of things, it's like, with men specifically, I don't know, some men are very willing and able to listen to me from the get-go. Some men aren't. Some men, I don't know, I think that when you're able to just hear someone out and be able to put your differences aside, or your own perspective aside, back to what that person's saying, I think that does a great deal of things. And I think that, I don't know, but.
Yeah, you kind of glitched out.
I glitched out? Oh, no. Okay. I was just
a little bit.
I was just saying it's important to have that aspect of humility in the sense of, like, for any relationship, right? But specifically men with women, because you are right. A lot of men do like to have their spotlight, right? And it's like, as soon as a woman comes along, oh no, we can't do that. And I'm not saying every man. There are great men out there. There really are there. And I think there's amazing men. But unfortunately, there's so many negative men that it does put a kind of, not a big stigma, but a stigma around men not listening to women. So it's like, I think that is important to just hear people out or whatever, and vice versa. But I don't know. I like what you're saying, and I don't have anything further on that.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Well, to add to that, right? As a caveat, I would say that there are lots of people out there that aren't heard, or a lot of people aren't heard, right? Whether you're man or woman, okay? Just to add the caveat, right? I do think, though, predominantly women struggle to get their voices across. They always have done, you know. But there are very strong women out there, with good values and good morals that still keep that traditional sense of womanhood and femininity about them. But we can still listen to them and appreciate everything that they've got to say. You know what I mean? So
Yes, they do.
anyway, that was my caveat.
I do like that. I agree with you 100% because men or women, right? It's nice to be appreciated. It's nice to be valued. It's nice to be heard, and I'm reminded that you're valued, appreciated, and heard, right? So I think that that's important. And I don't know. I'm very outspoken sometimes, but I'm thankful for that at this point because
Gabby, your internet's bad.
Well, I feel like I have not an obligation, but just like a little bit of an obligation to speak for those who don't have a voice, right? Who have been through similar situations, who have been things that I have been. And so I'm like, that's why I write. That's why I like, doing all these things and just creatively speaking myself because I'm like, so many people or so many women specifically do not get the opportunity to do so or are unable to do so. So I'm like, I feel kind of like an obligation in a way to like say something if I see something or say something if I feel something or just do the right thing really is what it is. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not going to get on people's business if it's between them, but if I see something that's wrong, I'm going to say something. So...
So do you think that there are too many
sticky situations going to help a girl that looks like she's in distress and yeah, kind of more often than not she's good, but also I don't know, I've been in those situations where they just aren't. So I double check and it's gotten me kind of in situations that are questionable. but I'm like so kind of what I have to look at the two aspects of things, right? The truth and kind of what's being seen. So I kind of had to look at everything from everyone's perspective that's happening at the moment, but all I'm seeing is one perspective. So I'm like, okay, so then once I get more information, then I'm able to discern, like, do I even want to stay and continue to try to, like, help this person or, can I leave at this point? Most of the time I can leave because it's none of my business, and it's mostly kind of just, I don't want to say cry wolf situation, but just a situation that I'm not needed in. And so most of the time it is. Now, there's been very few situations that, yes, I do need help. Yes, can you please call 911? Yes, can you get someone over here? Right? But in those few situations, that's why I do it. If that makes sense. So,
yeah, it kind of doesn't. But what? Yeah, I said it kind of doesn't. At the same time, it kind of doesn't. But I'll let Mark respond.
I was going to ask you then, do you find yourself being more like about female empowerment in today's era? Do you think that fight is still going? Because I thought that fight was won a long time ago when women got their rights and all that kind of stuff. But then again, I suppose, would you call yourself a female activist? And do you think that women are still, do you think they're weak? Or do you think that we should revert back to old school femininity?
Good question, Mark. Good question.
Cheers.
Good question, Mark. I was listening. All right, go ahead, Gabby.
As far as the feminist or feminism movement goes, I do not claim to be a feminist. I do not like the movement right now. I do not identify with the wave. I do not hate male men, and I do not think they should all die. So I feel like that's kind of where this wave is going to. I feel like it's gone very anti-men, and I'm not for that. So I can't identify as the current wave's feminism, right? However, I do think there is still a slight struggle of equality, but it's not in the way people think, right? It's not in the monetary necessarily. I know that, like, yes, there are statistics that you still get less, but that's beyond the point, right? There's still like multimillionaires that are women, right? So you can't really say that it's not possible. So for me, I don't know. I feel like women empowerment, we're not taught how to empower other women naturally growing up, right? We're always taught to be friends with people as another woman, but we're not taught how. So I think that the empowerment is honestly gonna take a while. I think that we have risen a lot, but I still see bitches being bitches for no reason, right? And
it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen.
Like I'm just like, and why, girl? Like why? Because I'm like, I don't have to like you to still, not. I mean.
She's got bad internet. Sounds like she's in an aeroplane at the moment.
Right. Shout out to Gabby.
Yeah. Shout out to Gabby. She's struggling with her internet, I think, or something.
Yeah, it booted her out. She'll probably come back. But yeah, that question. I was eager to see where it was gonna go because because with the current state of affairs with this whole quote unquote women empowerment thing, it ain't working out for them. It's really not.
I mean, I think we have to have a balance. I think it's nice, like I said last week, it's nice to give people a sense of empowerment, yeah, or give people certain rights or whatever, you know, like in the world. I think that, you know, rights are given at the end of the day, or earned, or whatever like that, you know what I mean? And women did their whole protest thing in the suffragette movement, and they fought for their rights to vote. Whether you agree with it or not is kind of irrelevant, you know? They earned and they fought for that right. And it's like, okay, great. Problems, of course, arise from it. But then again, you know, it's obviously vindicated a lot of women and makes them feel good and so on and so forth. And I don't have a problem with people feeling okay with certain things, so long as it doesn't become majorly detrimental to security and to the longevity of the human race as a whole. You know what I mean? But women shouldn't be suppressed. I don't think they should be suppressed. I think they should be protected, just like children. It sounds really derogatory when I say that, okay? I know that a lot of people would be very triggered by hearing a man say something like that. But
no, they
I just think that
because they know
no, they would.
They know deep down what the reality is.
Yeah, but I live in a very liberal country, liberal country where even just me saying that would be deemed to be, you know, like, oh, that sounds a little bit like misogynistic, doesn't it, Mark? You're assuming that men are better than women or something like that. That's how they will contrive what I said with a confliction of, you know, a confliction of interest, because they want to see equity and equal rights permeating through the world. Mate, I've been looking into this. Even international law, right, is trying to go into the whole state of decolonization, suicidal empathy. Yeah, suicidal empathy. So long as we don't go down the road of suicidal empathy with our understanding, when it affords rights to certain people and this, that, and the other, and we can maintain a state of decorum and control, then things are okay. It's when we lose control that we have problems. So strong, powerful, independent women aren't a problem. Loose, crazy, unhinged women that think they're independent are a big problem, in my opinion. They're different. They're completely different to strong, independent women. You know what I mean? I've met lots of strong, independent women on this panel. They're not crazy and they're not unhinged. You know, they're not idiots. So that's what I'm trying to get at. It's the ones that don't have any sense of value and they're losing their sense of Western values. They're the ones that are losing their minds. They're promiscuous. They're going out into society, you know, being the next Bonnie Blue, you know, trying to have sex with 1,000 men in a day or whatever it is.
That's one of your people too. That's one of your people.
It's embarrassing.
She belongs to the streets.
She ain't my person though. That's what I'm saying. That's embarrassing. You wouldn't see me near her, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's embarrassing.
Saying she's one of your people, as in she's British.
Yeah, I know. I know. But she ain't part of my. She ain't one of my people.
Yeah,
you know,
she making y'all look bad, bro. She got y'all.
Well, I get secondhand embarrassment. Okay, from lots of stuff that happen over here in my country. I get secondhand embarrassment when I see it online, and I say to myself, "Oh my God, you know, the whole world is going to think that we're all like that, but we're not. You know, the whole world is going to see these people out there, like, you know, these whatever, being idiots. All these TikTok stars and these celebrities that are trying to get likes and whatever. You know, I think they're just pimping themselves out. But we're not all like that. You know, the majority of us here are actually pretty sound people. It's just, you know, we've got lots of people that are really embarrassing us, really embarrassing. Well, me, personally.
Right. Well, see, so when it comes to my perspective on how a relationship dynamic is supposed to be, it's very simple. The man is the leader and the woman is the follower. It's simple. It's simple.
Yeah, but
now go ahead.
The reason I instantly push back on that is because I know so many men, right, that I don't think are actually men. Okay, so I know so many people that are males genetically that are crazy. Yeah, absolutely crazy, and they couldn't even run a piss up in a brewery. Yeah, which means, right, like organize a party in a nightclub, right? Okay. What I'm saying is, these people, there are many unhinged men out there now. They've got problems. There's lots of mental health issues going on. Yeah, major mental health issues. I wouldn't trust the 99% of men out there right now. I wouldn't trust them if I had a daughter. Yeah, if I had a daughter, and I'm not going to be turning around and saying, "Oh, just because they're in a relationship, the man is right here." Yeah, I'm not going to be saying that. I'm saying back in the day, I wish that was the case. So I agree with you. I think a good man should be able to lead and dominate and take control and take charge of a strong, positive relationship. Unfortunately, I don't trust many men out there because I think they're unhinged. So it becomes a conundrum, because by rights, I wish that we could take them by the collar, shake them, put them into boot camp, say, look, you're a bit of an idiot, go sort yourself out, learn to make your bed, learn to straighten your life out, and then you can become, the next best thing, and you can lead a relationship. But people need to go through that school of hard knocks to be able to get there in the first place, and that's the problem.
Right. Now I'm with you on that. Yeah, I'm with you on that, because a lot of what it is that instead of men today focusing on improving themselves, they're focusing on, well, let me get the girl first and then I'll work on myself. Because you have some guys that have bought into the Disney fairy tale too. Like, oh, I'll have a woman that'll stay with me through thick and thin, and she'll help me build it up. Well, that ain't the reality, champ. That ain't the reality, champ. A lot of these chicks, they want a man that already got it together. They want a finished product. They don't want to stick around and put in the work with you, but then they expect the benefits that come with a woman that put in the work with you, and that's not how it goes. It's just that simple.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, mate, you're breaking up a bit as well now. I think there's an internet problem, maybe. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I got top speed internet over here.
Oh, okay. I just got a little bit of lag there, that's all. A little bit of lag.
Yeah.
No, I think that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say. You're right. There's a lot of so by rights, okay. In the ideal world, the man would be, I would say, because you're very traditional in your way of thinking, right? And that's the thing. So yeah, and but there are lots of people now that are live and let live sort of thing. And like you say, they're thinking about going out there, having kids, whatever, dealing with it. They don't live, they don't forward think. They do, and then they react. Where there are other people that look ahead to the future. They see or foresee the potential consequences that may or may not arise, and they say, I'll tell you what, let me put some plans in place to prevent this or prevent that, and so on and so forth. It's cautionary. So, but I even had a friend, okay, I'm not going to say any names, but he came round to me the other day going, oh yeah, me and my wife have split up. And I'm like, oh yeah, because I know what you're like, mate. And he's like, oh yeah, I got with this new woman. And I'm like, okay, right. So he's like, yeah, but now she's treating me like a mug and rah, and she's telling me if I don't do this and I don't do that. I'm like, look, mate, I said, like, you need to take a break from it, yeah? He's like, oh no, I can't. And then he was just sat there all night on his phone, and I realised, right, no matter what I say, no matter how much rationality or logic I add to the conversation, he's already in that mindset. He's already there. He's already like obsessed. He's got that obsessive compulsive disorder where he can't stop, you know? Sometimes no matter what you say, no matter what you do, it doesn't get through to anyone. It just doesn't get through to them. So it doesn't really matter. You can only say what you, or be there for them. I just said to him, I said, look, mate, at the end of the day, I said, you're here with me and the blokes and the lads now, tonight, yeah? So I said, you can either carry on being a bitch on the phone, right, and annoy us all night, or, right, you can actually put your phone down, relax and chill and have a beer. I said, here you go, have a beer. And do you know what? At the end of the night, he said, do you know what? I missed this. I really needed this. I said, what? He goes, I miss being with the lads, the guys. I'm like, well, you made that choice to stick your head down that rabbit hole, and you're getting so obsessed with it, and you can't, you know what I mean? So it's hard. For people, everyone's different though. Everyone's different.
But yeah, the way I look at how a relationship dynamic is supposed to be is the man is supposed to be the man is supposed to be the leader and the final decision maker in a relationship. Now, that doesn't mean that he never hears his woman out, because I'm all for hearing a woman's input, and if she's contributing an idea to the dynamic that helps both of us grow, then cool, I'm gonna go with it. But if you're just saying a bunch of nonsense because you think it sounds good, then no, I'll tell you, no, we're not going to do that. I guess that's that simple.
Yeah, and do you know what? I agree with you, because you're, like I said a minute ago, like very traditional. And I'm a traditionalist in that way as well. You know, when I think of the ideal relationship, I think that the man, by right, should be the predominant decision maker overall. You know, the head of the household, right, the king of the castle, so to speak, yeah? Now, it sounds in today's era old-fashioned saying that, okay? Especially over here in the UK, to have that kind of way of thinking now is deemed to be very old-fashioned. You know, they go, oh, what, do you live in the 60s again? Or do you live in the Victorian era? No, we live in more progressive society nowadays. And I get that, and I agree, we should be able to, but I think what you're talking about is the concept of a healthy relationship. Because I do believe that there is a difference between a modern day relationship and a traditional relationship. And I think that a traditional relationship is just simply healthier than a modern day relationship. But like I said with the caveat a minute ago, the problem is the mental health the epidemic that we've got in the modern age. I wouldn't trust many men out there to be able to lead a relationship. So it's become a bit of a problem, isn't it? Like, we can't now quite blanketly state that that's a man should be the head of.
That's not their fault. It's not their fault.
But we can't. But then it means that we can't have a blanket statement that men now should be the head of the household, because a lot of them are a bit sort of retarded.
But that's how it's supposed. But that's how it's supposed to be, though. That's how it's supposed to be, though. And the way I know that is because even though women have all these rights and privileges and modern conveniences and they have freedoms and whatever, the first thing they do is start complaining about what the men aren't. They got everything they wanted, but then they look and they say, okay, well, where's the man that's supposed to be leading me?
Yeah. They're
complaining.
Right.
But then the men are being raised told that the woman is always right. Happy wife, happy life. So the boys are being set up for failure from the jump to believe that the woman is always right. But then if a woman is with a man, she can't respect him if he doesn't put his foot down or doesn't have a backbone, or if she's right all the time. No woman wants to be right all the time. Regardless of what they say or how they act on this internet, no woman really wants that, because they know deep down that the man is supposed to be the leader.
Mm-hmm.
So more often than not, the man needs to be right most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really that simple.
You know something?
It's really that simple. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think you're onto a point. I just wanted to quickly say I think the internet issue is actually my end. We'll see. I think it is my end. I've got a little bit of a lag. I heard everything that you're saying.
Okay.
But hang on. No, I don't disagree. I think that men have been, and it's weird. I've seen it. I've seen it happening where men have been, I don't know, simped.
Yep.
I don't know what the word would be. Yeah, they've all become a bit simpy, and I tend to think that compared to I've realized that compared to a lot of Texans or Americans that I probably come across as being very simpy myself. I've realized this, and it's strange because over here in my country, I think of myself as being completely not that way at all whatsoever. I try to stand up for, the traditional male standards and the traditional Christian standards that we grew up with in the Western Hemisphere. And that applies to relationships, everything. But then I realized that when I speak with Americans, I probably come across as actually being very empathetic and simpy towards the women. I don't think that's the case. I think what I try to do is take a very nuanced perspective and play devil's advocate at the same time, because I do, as I say, like I said earlier, it's all about listening. You wouldn't have Gabby, you wouldn't have Carmen, you wouldn't have Athena on the show if you weren't prepared to listen and take their perspectives on board, unless you wanted to put them on just to undermine them. But I don't think that's your purpose.
No.
That's what I'm saying. So and they are natural born leaders, so there are certain types of women out there that are just different. They understand what they want. They still hold and maintain their female values, and they understand that, they can challenge their man. You can challenge your man. Well, of course you can challenge a man. But I think if it becomes a situation where the woman is wearing the trousers, then it's either a toxic relationship or it's a failed relationship.
Yeah, and that's typically where it leads to. It's a slow. I'm telling you, it's a slow, gradual process. Because the more you start to give an inch, the more it's never enough, and they want to take a mile,
right?
Or in your case, a kilometer.
Yeah, I think the problem is I have seen. Do you remember we spoke about the concept of toxic masculinity before? And even though you don't agree with the idea or the concept or that you can have any type of toxic masculinity, I think you can. I think that there are certain men in the world that are so up their own arse, that they think they can get away with anything, and they become like narcissistic and psychopathic to the point where they're just like, it doesn't matter, I'm the man, I'm bigger, I do what I want, and if needs be, they'll even resort to violence, just to dominate. And
those are the type of men that women are attracted to.
Yeah, but I don't think they all are.
Regardless of what they say.
Yeah, but nobody wants to be nobody wants to be abused.
I would argue that in some cases they're okay with it.
Bro. I didn't hear.
I said I would argue in some cases they're okay with it.
Yeah, well, look, I think you're onto something because
I don't pay attention to their words. I look at their actions.
Well, look, I think if we were to be pragmatic about it, you're onto something because, I think back in the day I read a study or saw a study where women and men have different types of fantasy, and quite often women do fantasize according to old scientific studies. They'll probably refute this nowadays because it's not aligning with their ideology. But it did state that, they fantasize quite often about being, S.A.'d or whatever, and it's like, really? So they do fantasize about it and they do want it. And I've seen that, although it's just, I don't think that's the right, I don't think it's necessarily the case for all women. in actual fact, I think it's
Well, it's hard to say. This is the
there's
thing.
probably
It's hard to say it out loud because it's not a politically correct thing to say. Because it doesn't sound good.
no, of course.
That's why when you say these types of things out loud, there's a lot of knee-jerk reactions like, what? You really said that?
Mm.
Like, yeah, that's how it is
Yeah.
for real.
Yeah, I get that a lot with through recent times where you try to say something statistically and you say like this. I'm just trying to be honest and I'm just trying to be factual about what I think, and then oh really? Oh, that's a bit. You can't say that. Like that shows signs of misogynistic tendencies, or it shows signs of, you must hate women, or you must this, that, or the other.
Yeah, but they like that. But they like that though. Believe it or not.
You reckon? Well,
Yeah, they do.
Look, I don't know because
they do. Trust me, they do. They do, bro. They do.
But bro, you and me, you're still single,
Yeah.
right? So, without being like really rude, I'm not trying to be rude,
Yeah.
But-
Go ahead.
with all due respect, my friend, with all due respect, like it's great for you to tell me that women like this, that, or the other, but like you're kind of single, and so it's like, well, go get yourself a girlfriend and then show it to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be rude when I say that, if that makes any sense. Like, because it's like it's the same as me. Because when I'm sat here and I'm giving advice or talking about certain thoughts and feelings, I quite often think to myself afterwards, who am I to really advise anyone anyway in the first place when I'm still a single man? Maybe because I'm single out of choice at the moment, but people don't seem to fully realize that.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Just
a man being single isn't an insult though. That's not an insult.
Okay.
Because
Mhm.
it's not my goal to get in a relationship. It's the woman's goal to get in a relationship. That's why women get made fun of for not being able to keep a man. And men get made fun of for not being able to get girls. So it's not the
I've
same.
never thought of it that way because I always thought that men were like the sexual predators, let's say. Like, so they're the ones that go out.
Right. So
Yeah.
the men are trying to get laid. They're not trying to get a relationship.
Yeah.
It's the women that are trying to get the relationship because women can get laid whenever they want. They just can't get a relationship from a guy that they're actually into anytime they want. That's why a lot of them are struggling now. And they make videos and they're crying and complaining about being single and they're 30 plus. It's all over TikTok and Instagram, bro. You don't see videos of men. You don't see videos of men crying and complaining about being single. You don't.
What? No, you do. Hang on.
No, you don't.
Bro, this is crazy. No. Hang on, mate. No, I had a guy, right? And I kid you not, right? And I don't want to say names either. Like this guy that I used to work with, right? I bumped into him recently in a shop near my local store, and I said, oh, hello, and I added him on Facebook, and he came back to me, right. Hello, mate. Why did you add me on Facebook? I said, oh, because we used to work together. He goes, oh, okay. And the next thing you know, he started sending me all these messages going, oh, me and my girlfriend, we broke up and she's treating me this way. And I went, don't worry about it. I said, don't worry about it, mate. You'll be fine.
Right.
Or something like that. Yeah. I don't know, like deal with it. And then he kept coming back, no, you don't understand because she's doing this and she's doing and she's doing that. And I said, mate, just tell her, right, to shut the fuck up, yeah. Tell her that you don't want to see her for a couple of days because she's pissing you off or something, and just take a chill pill. I said, go drink a beer or something and eat some food. Yeah.
Hey, that sounds like a little bit of misogyny to me.
Oh, I don't care. Right. He comes back and he's still going, oh, you don't understand because I always have these problems with women. He goes, because I'm so ugly. Right. Because he's very insecure about his looks. He was going, oh, because I'm so ugly, and this, that, and the other. And I was like, mate, I just can't be. Right. I'm not here to pander to your looks, yeah.
Yeah, but right? It's annoying hearing a man complain.
And it was weird. I was like, mate,
it's annoying.
Yeah, so I'm just saying there are men out there that are just like different, a bit weird.
No, that's true.
Right?
That's
They're a bit odd,
that's absolutely true. That's absolutely
strange.
true. But see, a lot of times with guys like that, they've never really had any luck when it comes to getting women. So the time that they do get an opportunity, they hold on for dear life because they were barely able to get her. So they'll do anything. They'll give up their dignity. They'll give up their self-respect and everything about themselves just to try to keep that one. And we call that putting her on a pedestal. And when you put a woman on a pedestal, it never works out, bro. It never works out. And what you're
and these are the types of men. Well, he's not really my buddy, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, the guy that you know,
Yeah. But this kind of proves my point that, right? I don't think that every man should take leadership in a relationship at the moment. Well, not people like that. Only the right type of man, I think, are deserving of a relationship. So they earn it through, I don't know, their accrements. Is that right? Is that the right word? Their credentials. They prove themselves. They, whatever. They become desirable to the woman.
It's not a man's job to earn a relationship. It's not a man's job to earn a relationship. You know why? Because we're the ones that give the rings out. We're the ones that give out the ring. We decide whether we want to propose to a woman or not. We're not earning, like, you don't earn that. That's a decision that we make.
So why is it then that people like that, the guy that came crying to me, wondering about how ugly he is, this, that, and the other, and I'm like, he's a weirdo. I like, in my mind, I think he's weird. But then you have to give him credit of the doubt. You have to give him benefit of the doubt. You have to say, well, at least he's got a woman that was with him in the first place. Now she's treating him like trash.
Yeah, but no one respects that though.
But how did he get that? What type of charm did he have to be able to get her in the first place? Why? What made him attractive?
I don't know. Whatever it was, he stopped doing it. I mean, like this really isn't as complicated as people make it out to be.
No, because I'm just probing.
Right. So it's like whatever character traits and personality you have, and a woman finds that attractive, you don't stop doing it. You just keep being whoever you are that she liked in the first place. You don't change up.
No,
because the moment you start changing, she's gonna pick up on it, and then it's gonna start to breed contempt and problems. Like, oh, you're not the man I fell in love with. They start hitting you with stuff like that. I just haven't really been feeling the spark lately. Or they start talking in code because they don't really want to. Then a lot of times they don't really want to come out and say it. But if you're not picking up on the hints and making changes and focusing on improving yourself, eventually the women get angry and they get fed up, and that's when they just start going off on you. Well, because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. You're not leading. That's why they get like that, because you're not leading. You're supposed to be the leader. It's not supposed to be this 50-50 equal whatever. It's not supposed to be that way. That's why when men build themselves up, they don't turn around and say, you know what? Let me find a woman that's equal to me and settle down with her. No one says that.
No, of course.
No one says that, bro.
No.
It's
of course,
women that say that.
But let me just like, let's say, for example, right? Let's say like Katy Perry, Okay. I don't know. She, you met her randomly. Okay. I don't know. You attended an event. Hypothetically, you met her randomly. You got chatting with her. Okay. She crushed on you as a person, right? Mm-hmm. Now the power dynamics change massively. Imagine you're involved with someone like her, who has like ultimate unlimited amounts of money and fame, and she's a boss woman. You're going to be like, yeah, I'm going to get with her, right? You're definitely going to get with Katy Perry, right?
If she's the type where if she's the type where she'll listen to me, she can get a relationship. I don't care about her being a celebrity and a multimillionaire, because at the end of the day,
No, I know.
you can dominate in your career, but you want to be dominated at home. That's how it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
That's how it is. So all that boss babe, whatever stuff, that doesn't fly over here. It just doesn't, bro.
I mean, she got with what's his name, Russell Brand. He's an English dude.
Yeah.
Obviously, their dynamic was different, and they were both celebrity types. I'm just saying, like, a lot of men would simp over a celebrity woman, you know, a Taylor Swift or whatever they call it, you know, whatever, you know, because they've got reputation.
Mm-hmm.
And I even wonder that a lot of these celebrity women, I think that a lot of their boyfriends are simps. I think they are
a lot of them are. But real quick, we got Cleaner 409 in the chat. Shout out to him.
Oh, sweet. We got Cleaner back.
He says the best setup I have had is having 3 women. If 1 or 2 get pissy, guaranteed the third will want my attention. They all know this is true, so they conform to the rules to get my attention. I couldn't agree with you more, Cleaner. Couldn't agree with that more.
Bang, bang.
I couldn't agree with that
Shit
more.
like that.
See, I like the way Cleaner thinks. I like the way Cleaner.
Yeah, no, I kind of do, but I find it very, like, I don't know, very provocative.
I know.
Yeah,
provocative. I know you do. I know you do.
Yeah, but not in a bad way. It's like, it makes sense, right? I get what you're saying, right? And I understand it. It's like, bro, it sounds it sounds wrong. You know, you shouldn't really be like boasting about like having just having a side woman on the side.
Why does that sound wrong though? Why does it sound wrong?
Because I think there are certain things that even if it's true, right? Even if it's true, we shouldn't like say it out loud. Because even if it's true, I just don't think we should say it out loud. Like I do wear my heart on my sleeve, and I do say a lot more than I should probably.
Okay, so if there's certain things that we quote unquote shouldn't say out loud, then what does that say to honesty and being transparent?
No, you don't say something unless you're asked, right? Directly, unless you have to say it. Like, so if you're asking me to give you honest answers, then I'll give you an honest answer. But I don't know. So let's talk about the concept that let's respond. Let's respond to Mr. Cleaner. And it'd be cool if Mr. Cleaner actually comes in.
He'll probably pull up. Pull up.
So let's talk about that. Right? Let's talk about keeping your options open. It's the whole thing about, like, when you're dating. Let's say, for example, it depends how committed you are. Obviously, there are going to be lots of different scenarios that come into play. Because I think if you're married, then you shouldn't have side options. So that's slightly different, isn't it, in itself? If you're married, you shouldn't have side options. If you're dating and you're playing the field, right, you should definitely have side options. 100%. I've been there, done it, got the T-shirt, had my side options. So,
well, I think in my opinion, I think a man can have options regardless.
Of course, but then so can women. But I think that when you wed, I think so. I agree with the whole concept of
it doesn't work out the same way for them that it does for us.
No, I think what I'm referring to is like the concept of trust and maintaining a good relationship. I think that if you want to play the field, right, you can do so, right, but you have to be prepared for the ramifications, and you have to be prepared that, you know, you could lose a very good thing, right? Because let me say, the reason I don't promote playing the field is because that's how I lost one of the most dearest people I ever fell in love with, is because I did that. And you know what? It didn't work out very well for me, and I regret it, and I would never do it again, because I realized that you should value what you've got right in front of you. And if you don't value it, you should just be honest. And then you should just say, do you know what? I don't need to play you. I'll just leave you and I'll just go and do something else. You don't need to play the field unless you're desperate.
I don't think that a man playing the field is an act of desperation. But real quick, we got Mr. Marte in the chat. He says, I wish I wasn't at work. I'd be in this convo. Shout out to you, bro. Yeah, he hasn't been here in a while because because Marte he works hard, man. He works a lot. He works a lot. I mean, dude's been killing it with these debates. I've been seeing clips and things here and there. Yeah, Marte's definitely been focusing on his grind. And it's crazy that he's watching right now. A big shout out to you, bro. You're always welcome to pull up, man. Always welcome to pull up.
And fair play to Marte. I've actually been watching a lot of his. I do watch his debates.
Marte does his thing, bro. Marte does his thing.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, look who decided to pull up.
I knew you could do it.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing great, man. We're doing great. So what's going on, brother?
Well, I get what Mark is saying, that there's this propaganda that's gone around for a very long time about you can only be in a monogamous relationship and anything else is cheating and anything else is this and all that, right?
Facts.
And the thing is, like, that's propaganda that's created this bias in your mind. If you look at things on a naturalistic level, just the nature of men and the nature of women, right? Men build things, and when we're done, we typically want to either just sit at home and relax by ourselves with our lady or ladies, right? Or maybe with a brother or two, but not in a huge social setting, right? Like typically once we're done working, we want to go home, we want to relax. Women are kind of different though. Women are built to socialize our world. Men are built to build it and maintain it, and women are built to make it worth building and maintaining. Right. So they're social creatures. They need socialization all through the day to make them have that feeling of being accepted within their pack or their community. And so if they're social creatures and they want that, nowadays in society we don't have communities like we used to, where we'll have like 20 or 30 people in like a small township and everybody. So it's more ideal now that under one roof, under one rule set, you have multiple women, because those women can socialize, maintain each other's psychology to some degree, and be there for you when you get home. And if you're able to pull enough money to take care of them all, there's actually nothing in the Bible saying specifically you should not have more than one woman. There are actually passages that say, though, if you already have a woman and you take another one, you cannot stop providing for the other. That's a sin.
Exactly. Facts.
Okay, so right. Okay, I understand that. But okay, if I may, right? So it becomes a question of, once again, subjective morality, I suppose, because like my understanding of a good, what I would call partnership or relationship, is all about understanding and trust. Primarily, I would like to think, right, that my partner isn't going around there sleeping around. Can I prove that? Am I going to keep tabs on it? No. Can I prove myself to her? Should I have to prove myself to her? No. I'd like to think that it all comes down to trust. Now, I understand the desire and the need, the sexual desire that us men have. Right? I've been seduced, yeah, and in actual fact, I have cheated in the past, right? Which is something that I wanted to get onto, and I don't want to be disclaimer, please disclaimer, right? Because I want to know that it's something that ate me up inside, actually, as an individual. I did it because I had a big bravado back in the day. And, you know, I needed to prove to myself, actually, more than anyone else, you know, that I still had it. I still had what it took. I proved that I had what it took. I got what I needed. I got my 5 minutes of instant gratification. Yeah. But do you know what I lost? I lost probably 20 years of gratification. So all I'm saying is that we have the right to do whatever we choose.
Mhm.
But the consequences of being a player and sleeping around
Mm.
can quite often far outweigh the 5 minutes of instant gratification. And that's all it comes down to. So you've got to weigh up your options.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you shared that, because that's a great segue into the first question. So if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to join in on the conversation, click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. So this is actually the first question. Is cheating a character flaw or a situational choice? I'll say it one more time. Is cheating a character flaw or a situational choice? You segued us into the first question.
No, it's fine.
Bro.
I want to give our guest an opportunity, because I speak a lot, so I think it's only fair that and I've had enough speaking time. I think it's only fair that we let Mr.
Anybody can chime in. I don't care. Y'all got it.
Well, I really think it's possibly a bit of both. It kind of depends on what you mean when you say a character flaw. When I hear character flaw, I would think of, like, you know, how someone has built themselves, like their choices they've made in life that have brought them to who they are. But I think everything comes down to the choices we make. So personally, I would say it's more about you making a choice of one kind or another. Kind of like Mark was explaining how he at one point did the cheat. Well, if at that point in time he had sat down with the woman he was with and explained to her what was going on or whatnot, you know, or had aggregated multiple women as opposed to a single monogamous relationship, it wouldn't have been a cheat. He would have had multiple partners. And so it's all about choices. You see what I'm saying? It's like he chose to be monogamous and have one woman, but then did the cheat out of a choice. And it may have been based off of situational things that were going on, but he still made the choice. But he could have made a choice earlier on before he started that relationship he was monogamous in to have more than one woman and explain that to them going into it so they would know that would be and so it's all about choices, in my opinion, I think.
Okay. Fair take. Mark, is cheating a character flaw or a situational choice? What do you think, bro?
It's a difficult question, because I did it, and I don't like to think that my character is flawed. You know, I don't like to think that I have a flawed character. I think that my character was flawed back when I did it. Actually, my character was flawed. I'm a different person today. I wouldn't do it again. You know, I learned the hard way. And what was the second, character flaw or situational choice? Choice?
Is cheating a character flaw or a situational choice?
I didn't do it out of choice. I did it out of bravado. I did it out of just being flamboyant, just drinking too much, hanging around with the wrong influences, influencing people, hanging around with the wrong types of people. Everyone else was doing it, you know. All my mates were doing it. Yeah, all my mates were doing it. My friend, you know, who has about 5 or 6 children, probably 7 by now, you know, who's married. Probably all his kids come from different women, you know, and like he did it, he does it all the time. Why shouldn't I do it? Why shouldn't I do it? I realized why I don't want to do it. It's because I've just got my own set of values, and that's all it comes down to. I did it. I was influenced by the wrong people, and it wasn't situational. It was it was because I was drunk as well. I got drunk, met a hot bird. You know, of
And
course.
we can't blame it on alcohol, man. We can't,
No,
we can't blame it
I
on
don't
alcohol, brother.
I don't want to blame it on alcohol. I don't want to blame it on alcohol. I'm just telling you that I was drunk
Yeah,
at the time.
yeah.
Okay.
I think I understand what you're saying, Mark, but I mean, really and truly, I see things from a different lens whenever I'm hearing people explain things like this. And what I hear is you had a multitude of different choices you made that led you to the point where you decided you were going to cheat on this girl. And I don't say you're right or wrong in that, because I mean, obviously I personally practice polygamy, so it's not, like I think though, not talking to her about it, being honest, was wrong, right? Like
Yeah.
not letting her know
Yeah.
ahead of time that you kind of had these desires
Mhm.
and things, because maybe things would have been very different had you expressed to her you had those desires. She may have worked to try and achieve those,
Yeah, if you say it in the
So-
beginning, just say it in the beginning. And
right.
because it's one of those things where it's like, if you're open and honest about it up front, at least you're letting her know what she could possibly be getting into. So now she can make an informed decision to say, you know what, I don't think this is for me. Or she could say, you know what, I'm kind of iffy about it, but I'm willing to try it out.
Absolutely. And then you have
In
some
all
women
fair-
where
in
it's
all
like a hard
fairness-
line no.
I understand that. In all fairness, the concept or the idea of being ever in a polygamous relationship never has ever crossed my mind. Yeah. So when I got into
That's
that
fine.
relationship,
I
I
don't
didn't intend to go out of my way to
I don't believe that,
do
Mark.
what I did.
I don't.
You
believe
I didn't
never-
intend to go out of my way to do what I did.
Are
I
you
didn't.
telling me you never thought about having two chicks at once in bed?
I don't believe you've never thought that.
Oh
Mark.
no!
I don't believe
I've never subscribed to the idea that I'd ever like grow up to get. So look, I always
get you. I
thought,
see what you mean. Yeah.
yeah. That I wouldn't grow up to go, oh, that's all right. I took the standard path, the standard model, the standard idea of I'll grow up, meet a woman, be dedicated to her properly, never cheat, never do her wrong, commit to those types of Christian vows. I'm not like a practicing Christian, but it's the way that I view the world, And then so I just
you're going
envisaged-
off the expectations of society, basically.
Well, I don't know. I think we have look. Do you think that if expectations in society slips to where we just become like a big, I don't know, like a pool of anyone can just shag anyone?
No.
I mean, is that good?
No, there's rules. There's rules to how we behave, and a lot of our rules come down from the main two drivers of life, like reproduction and survival. Like, we as men want to survive. If we run around doing horrible things to women without their consent, other men will unalive us and we won't survive.
Right.
So I mean, we came up with a rule set that kind of adheres to those two main drivers of life for society. And that's what societies tend to do, is come up with rule sets that keep people within their group achieving those two main drivers in their society, as long as they're playing by those rules and doing those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, look, it's just not something I've ever actually considered or ever
That's fine.
really looked into the concept of the polygamous. I understand what a polygamous relationship is. Something that I've always pushed to one side as, oh, that's what I would call stigmatized. It is stigmatized, isn't it? It's a stigmatized thing within society. I don't want to be stigmatized as that type of person. That is, because look, we understand the concept of the slut, or what is it, the 403 or 304? What do you call it over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 304.
What is it? 304? Right, I got it. Right, 304. Now, obviously, that doesn't really apply to men. Men don't get called 304s often, do they? They get, because it's almost like it's socially accepted.
I mean,
to a degree.
if one of my bros is cheating on his girlfriend, who he's professed to be monogamous to, yeah, I definitely call him out on that shit.
So hang on, bro. That sounds like you're trying to. That sounds like a dig, man. That sounds like a dig.
No, it's not a dick thing. Listen,
that sounds like a dig. Hang on. How about if
it's
it's naive? How about if he was
on it.
naive to the? Right. Do you know the reason I did that as well? is because the person I was with her for 2 years, right? And she, because of her religious reasons, was no sex before marriage.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
So, because she was no sex before marriage, I held on for 2 years. And eventually, right? Eventually, I went, do you know what? And then I was seduced. A situation came up, and it happened. I whatever. I did it. Natural urges took over. I'd been with this woman for 2 years, and she was no sex before marriage. And I tried so hard to do her proud. I tried so hard to do her proud,
But you
And
made
that's what it all
choices
came
that
to.
put you in a bad situation, and you did what you would consider the wrong
Well,
thing.
I folded because of my natural human urges.
Sure.
Mm.
And
So do you think, looking back, that you may have kind of set yourself up for that?
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah,
I set
because
myself up for failure.
Yeah, because if she was honest and open and let you know up front, like, hey, I'm practicing this set of values, and because of those values, I'm choosing not to participate in XYZ. Like, if she was open and honest with you, and you said, okay, I'll try it out. Well, anything that happens after that, that's kind of on you. You can't really blame her for that.
No, I don't blame her. I blame myself 100%. I blame myself. I don't blame her. I never have done. I never blamed her. Never put the blame on her at all.
Now, a possibility of a conversation that might have happened that, may have kind of had it work out a little bit differently is if you, and like, again, this is like 2020 hindsight type stuff. So do you think that the relationship could have possibly went a different direction had you responded with, okay, well, if you don't believe in sex before marriage, do you expect me to be monogamous to you? Because it's like you can't. In
hindsight,
you can't be monogamous to someone who doesn't believe in sex before
do you know
marriage.
what?
That doesn't make sense.
You two are very on point. You two are very on point, right? You're very on point. I made a mistake. I got into a relationship. I should have had that discussion from the very beginning. Okay, and I think that what you're trying to emphasize here is that, had all of these complexities been hashed out early on in the relationship, then perhaps it would have avoided these complications from happening later on down the line. You're right, of course. In hindsight, I wish that I was a bit more emotionally intact back then, or emotionally able to understand all that kind of stuff. I think we learn from our mistakes. Next time I get into a relationship, I shall learn to hash as much out right from the very beginning as possible, so that we understand.
Because it makes everything easier. See, because for me personally, I always frame it to women like this: you're free to explore your options just like I am. That's how I frame it. Mm-hmm. So that way, when I'm communicating with them, I'm not giving them this false sense of, oh, it's going to be this way, and then it doesn't work out like that. I never tell them that. Right. I always let them know, hey, you're free to explore your options just like I am.
I think that when I was younger, I was more what's the brazen, or what? I had a bigger bravado. Okay. So I was more like ego driven. I was very ego driven. Yeah, so I wasn't as honest and grown up as I am today. So a lot of what we're talking about, I'm in agreement with today, now that I'm in my 40s. Right, but I think it's the younger generations, those that are in their 20s, that need to hear this and understand that we're talking from like experience. You see, back then, I was ego driven, and I was very self-centered, and I didn't really care, and it was all about party lifestyle, and it was all about
sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Yeah, something like that.
You know what's crazy? I think this is maybe it's not crazy. I think this might actually be why girls in their 20s like guys in their late 30s and 40s. All right,
Mm-hmm.
but guys, as we get older, we get to where we're at right now, and we're having this conversation and understanding these things. But in our 20s, we were fucking stupid, and that's why girls don't like guys their own age because they're
Yeah.
not ready yet for that. You know, they're still
Stupid.
being stupid. Really, and there's nothing
Stupid.
wrong with it. It's just how we evolve as men. We don't fully form and grow as men nowadays until we're sometime in our 30s. We haven't fully formed until we're sometimes in our 30s, which also happens to be when we're at our most attractive as far as long-term mating for women, because that's when we're most likely making the most money, have the most things in our life to be able to provide for a woman, you know, all of that. So it kind of goes along right now with how modernity is. We get to this evolutionary point when we have these resources available also. And I mean, like, you know, it's just kind of how it's going nowadays. I think women in their 30s and 40s hate that though, and that's why they talk about guys in their 40s dating girls in their 20s as if like they're robbing the cradle or doing something wrong. And I'm sitting here like, yeah, but those girls in their 20s can literally vote to send my ass to war and die. Like,
Right.
like can I not
Yeah,
have
I think we've
sex
got
with
a
them or
group
be in
of
a
very
relationship with them if they can send me to die? Like, I would take a bullet for any of the ladies in
right.
my life.
We got a
you
group
know?
of very bitter, usually like sort of middle-aged women these days, and I'd
Mhm.
say probably between even you're right, maybe between even 20 and 50. It's like this there's a wide gap of these certain types of women, you know, that have got a real chip on their shoulder. I think they really want to take down the patriarchal system, and that's what their main goal is. But they don't really have any plan, any goal, any end game. And I think what they're doing is out of bitterness and resentfulness. But you know, there's a certain type of woman that are doing that. You know,
Sure.
yeah. It's
I
a certain
know
type.
what you mean. Yeah.
Mm.
I think it's really pervasive in social media how many of these older ladies will get up there and pretty themselves up to make themselves look like they're 20, and then they go off on a guy because he's dating a girl that is actually 20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like if that's really such a bad thing, then why do you put yourself together to look like you're in your 20s?
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's
If
kind of the
it's
point.
really that bad, then why are you trying to look like them then?
Yeah.
Well,
And then they
I
can
think
never
the
answer it.
problem is, right. I think the problem is that women they're a lot more conscious or self-conscious about their looks, and obviously as they age, they get all their wrinkles. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Except Asians, they don't
do
seem
they
to turn
become-
old
do they
until
become-
they're 70, and then it just
do
hits
they-
all at once.
hang on. Does your woman become less desirable as she ages, right? And her boobs start to sag, and she starts to gain wrinkles, right?
No. If you're, I get what you're saying. If you're in a relationship with a woman, and y'all enter into the relationship, and she's in her 20s, and y'all are together for a long term, and she gets older, she may get less attractive physically while you're with her, but there are other qualities that have made her more attractive. But the thing that
Glad you
these
said
women, the thing that these women in the 30s and 40s and wherever else they're at are speaking out against isn't necessarily people in long-term relationships. They're talking about the initial attraction. And the problem is initial attraction is what gets us to the point where we start talking to begin with. So what they're trying to do is subvert women, the younger women, into believing it's wrong for them to be in a relationship with somebody who's in their 30s or 40s when they're in their 20s, right? And the thing is, historically, it's actually almost always been the case where women who are in their 20s went with guys in their 30s, even during the endowment times where, you know, there were like paired couplings and whatnot. It was typically a guy in his 30s because he had his shit together, he could provide for her. The dad wouldn't let any no good fucking guy get with his daughter. He wanted a guy that could provide for her. And
Mr. Cleaner,
proof.
Exactly.
Mr. Cleaner, if I may, right, just so that I can, I don't know, sort of psycho understand you a little bit more. I mean, just roughly, like, what sort of age range are you in? Like,
I'm
do
45
you have
on
any?
the dot.
Okay, so you're actually 3 years older than me,
hmm
which is odd because I'm usually the oldest person in the room.
Yeah, we
Okay.
had this conversation before, Mark.
No, yeah, but I'm always drunk, mate. I'm always drunk. I'm always drunk. Okay.
Well, not
Right.
always, but yeah, you like to drink.
No, I am
Nothing wrong
always
with
drunk.
that. Nothing wrong with that, man. You're a
Okay.
good drunk. You're not an aggressive or a crazy drunk. So,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Thank you. I'm a happy-go-lucky drunk, a merry drunk. So, and if you may remind me, because you said I've asked you before,
Sure.
whereabouts are you located, and what is your like religious type or belief system in the world? Because you're talking about polygamy.
Right. I'm in an area where, much like most of the world, most people don't support polygamy. So I'm in Texas. I wouldn't say I have the means to run around and do whatever the hell I want. Like I'm not a high six-figure earner or any crap like that, you know.
Yeah.
Average blue collar retirement, that kind of thing.
Are you a lefty?
No. I would say I follow what I like Orthodox Christianity's prescription for how the world should live because I think it gives us the best metric for survival as a human race. Like if everyone on the planet went by Orthodox Christianity's rule set, I actually think the world would be a good place. We would be prospering like fucking crazy right now. We'd probably be out in space inhabiting other planets already. Like I really do actually believe that, but I'm not a member of the church. I know I won't be accepted into the church.
No, but the
because
reason
of
I
this
ask if you're a
whole
lefty,
relationship thing,
because it seems to me weird, right? Because I always felt in my heart that Orthodox Christianity in your region, the idea and the concept of polygamy, whatever polygamy, it seems odd, right? Because I always felt like Orthodox Christianity was all about holy matrimony between man and woman, keeping as they should be one person, this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. So everything that you've said, I kind of agree with. I do think that if we were all to follow Christian teachings, then we would have got into space and all that kind of stuff by now. It's the polygamy bit that, because you just quite happily admitted that not everyone in your area agrees with that. So it can't be a very popular opinion.
No, propaganda has been a powerful tool to control the masses.
Well, what makes you think it's propaganda? Because that's what everyone says. When you start arguing with someone these days or debating. Yeah, but where'd you get your research from?
A guy who's done 15 years of research on Google search results and how they reshape minds and change votes.
And do you think that your mind has been reshaped since you've been watching his videos? Do you think your mind has been reshaped?
Watch his videos. He did one video that kind of cued me into his research, and I looked at the research itself and the data that he was collecting, the raw data. And I took some things away from it myself based off of what I was seeing in the factual data.
Okay, so does it serve you well? Do you have a polygamous? Do you currently have or are involved and engaged in a polygamous relationship now, or is it something you did in the past?
No. Actually, in the past, I tried 2 monogamous relationships. I was married twice, and I gotta say it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. With the way women's minds have been brainwashed nowadays, it was horrible. The good sides of my wives I loved and I missed. And to this day, my second wife passed. So I miss her good side dearly.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Sorry.
Sorry to hear that, man.
I had a smile on my face when you said that. Sorry.
Well, no, you're good. I appreciate it. It's been a few years now. I'm well past it at this point. But I mean, I wouldn't say completely. You know, you're always going to feel for the people you've loved, right? But the good sides of her, I miss every day, but the bad sides of her were so demonstrative towards the end. Like she had a friend that was a hardcore feminist that was literally helping in the brainwashing and making her not trust me. I tried to warn her that someone was going to offer her, and she didn't listen to me because she didn't trust me, and she got offed in the exact way I predicted months ahead of time. And I couldn't
just-
do anything about it because society tells us nowadays just because you know someone's evil doesn't mean you can go and off them before they kill your family. So I couldn't
Right,
do
so
a damn thing about it.
I got two real quick fire questions. Sorry,
Sure.
right, and then I'll back off because Charles has got his shit to do. Yeah,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
right. I'm saying,
Sure.
right. So the first question is, right, with this whole concept of polygamy, I mentioned a minute ago, are you a lefty? Are you a lefty? The reason I say that is because it seems to me that left-wing ideology is more about like freedom of sexual, just do whatever you want, and that's all very much of a left wing in today's era, like freedom of sexual expression and all that kind of stuff, right? So
I
it
get
doesn't
that.
feel like a very right wing stance, right? So that was my first quick fire bit, and then I've forgotten my second one. So yeah, so that'll do.
Well, if you remember
Stupid.
while we're talking, just ask it. I'm fine with answering, and I understand. I get this when we're out in public and we all go out in public together. I get this from time to time. People asking me if I'm some kind of weird lefty. I've been accused of being in line with the lefty hootenanny a couple of times. But no. The thing
Don't know
is,
what that means.
I mean, I've looked at like
Oh, I know what
at
that is.
every
Yeah.
reference I can find in the King James Bible on marriage and how it should work and things like that. And I'm not saying I'm an expert in any way, shape, or form on the Bible. I'm definitely not. But I've just tried to find all the references I can, and I've talked to some. I talked to a deacon. I talked to a couple of fathers in the church, and they can't give me an answer saying God specifically states it's a sin to have more than one woman. What they can tell me is it is a sin to mistreat more than one woman if you have more than one in a relationship. It's a sin to mistreat the first one and give all the resources to the second one,
Right,
or something like. But there's nothing that says you specifically cannot have more than one wife. And so, I mean, if I don't have something telling me I'm not allowed to do that, when every other sin is clearly identified, don't do this, right? Like that means to me that it must be something that's all right. If it wasn't all right, we'd have something saying clearly that it's a sin. God's pretty straightforward on sins. Thou shalt not steal. Don't steal. It's not right. Right? Like don't murder. It's not right. Like I mean, he's pretty straightforward when he's giving us a rule that something's a sin.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to just take 2 minutes. I need to go to the water closet.
Water closet.
This is not what you call it.
I don't know about that. Oh,
Yo, I need to piss. I'll be back in
we got
2
more rebuttal in the chat. Shout out to him. He says, "What? Can't be serious. Can't be serious."
Right. This is interesting. I'll be back in a minute.
No. Go ahead and handle your scandal, bro.
Mo's a good dude. I've had a lot of really good conversations with Mo. Well, I don't know. I say a lot, but I would say 5 to 10 is a lot in my book.
Oh yeah. No, every time Mo pulls up, it's always a good time, because the majority of time when he pulls up, sometimes he'll pull up just to kind of chop it up and just kind of hang out a little bit. But the majority of times whenever Mo pulls up, it's usually to push back on something that some other people are saying when they try to argue morality, because I don't necessarily argue morality because the world itself is amoral. Now, just because I may follow a certain set of morals, values, and principles doesn't necessarily mean that the world around me is going to adhere to it, because, we have the freedom to choose and do what we want to do. You see what I'm saying? So it's like to try to place morality on everything, you're trying to, that puts you in this position where you're trying to dictate right and wrong, and then you're expecting other people to honor your system when you do that. Does that make sense?
Right. Pushing it on them in some way, or yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Right. So what I tend to do is I always like to argue the logic of things. I always like to go off of what makes logical sense. Now, I can dive into the pros of what makes sense, and then I can dive into the cons of what of it too. You see what I'm saying? Like, so I know how to look at the good aspects of it, and also acknowledge the drawbacks and the downsides, because there's pros and cons to everything.
Absolutely. We have
There-
to do that with everything we do. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're weighing out the pros and cons of things, I don't think morality fits into that.
Right. I think it can for some people, but I think if you're really approaching it from a pros and cons list, it probably you should probably take the morality and the emotion of things out of it if it's just a pure pros and cons list and it's all fact based. Although to be fair, when we're talking about relationships, the emotional side of it does play in to a pros and cons list. Like when you're looking at does she make me feel like I'm doing the right thing? Does she support me? You know, that would be like a pro, you know, or a con if she's not, right?
Absolutely.
So I mean, it kind of plays in there. The feelings do. The morals can play in there depending on how hardcore of a person you are in finding moral people in your life, you know? So like,
Mhm.
does she achieve the same morals I do? Does she value those? You know, that can. But I get like in general, when we're doing things, we don't necessarily always think about the moralities of things or the feelings of things, more so the pros and cons, like will this be a good thing for my life, will it be a bad thing for my life, things like that. I understand that.
And so when it comes to the question, is cheating a character flaw or a situational choice, I think it's 100% a situational choice.
Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same boat there.
I think it's 100% a situational choice. And one of the main reasons I believe that is because a lot of us, we understand this phrase that says a man is only as faithful as his options. So if you have the option to go out and exercise, in a lot of cases, the men are going to take that opportunity. Now,
Sure.
if opportunities aren't available to you, well, then you're just kind of confined to what you have available to you. And that's kind of how it is.
Hold up. As an observation, right, as this was already posted out, right, for people to come and invited to come and join the podcast, right, I noticed that a lot of women, their reactions were quite instant. They were like, "Oh, I don't want to attend this podcast." I'm like, "What?" And you're like, "Why not?" They're like, "Oh, because I don't like the concept of men of cheating and rah rah rah. It's not something that I can put up with. I'm not going to attend this podcast tonight." I'm like, that's interesting. So that's why I'm not questioning. That's why Athena, I don't think, is here. I'm surprised Carmen hasn't turned up.
She was gonna show up, but she said something popped up where her husband needed her. So
yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah,
but you know, but what I'm saying is that I think it's an uncomfortable discussion or subject for women because they don't want to hear this type of rhetoric, especially like when you got a group of men all talking about the concept of polygamy and how it's virtuous and okay to go around, you know, doing this, that, and the other.
Well,
all they're going to think in today's modern era is like, you know, that we're going to reinforce the concept that men are just a bunch of cheaters that just want to go around and don't really care about the women. And so I think that we have to be very careful about how we get this message across. That's all I'm saying. But I'm just disclaiming myself, okay? I'm disclaiming myself.
Oh, no, you say good. Whatever you like. Yeah, you're good. You don't have to give us an explanation.
No. I'm giving the world an explanation, bro.
He said he's talking to the world. He said I ain't talking to anonymous and cleaner. I ain't talking to y'all. I'm talking to everybody else.
I wouldn't care if you are talking at me. I don't take offense to it.
Right.
Right. Thank you. Sorry. You know what I was trying to do. You understand what I'm saying?
It takes a lot more than that to get me offended.
Well,
so real quick, we got Super Triz in the chat. Shout out to you. He says, what is never discussed is the prevalence of cheating amongst women. That is true. It's ironic they don't want to discuss the topic when they talk about sleeping around amongst themselves all the time. Yep, that is true. That is true. And I'm pretty sure you noticed, Trench, you got something next to your name, buddy. I see you got something next to your name. I did that as a courtesy to you.
So to trench, I want to say to trench, right? This is actually a valid.
Triz.
Who?
Yeah, Triz.
Triz. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
hey.
Oh, is that the guy we met last time?
Yeah, he pulled up last week.
Oh, it's Triz, bro, come into the chat, right? Come into the chat. Anyway, yeah, sorry, Triz. To answer that, right, I think he's got a really good point, yeah. But like, I don't think that this negates from the concept of, right. So what I'm now seeing from this discussion is that rules around dating are a lot looser than I used to remember them being when I was young. You know, things were always very tight. You know, man, woman, married, they're a couple. That's it. There is no idea of poly. You know, sleeping around, doing this, that, and the other. I'm finding that as we're getting into this generation in the 2020s and above, it's almost like it's more socially acceptable now. You know, like the idea and the concept of, you know, like that's why women are doing it, and so why shouldn't men do it as well? Kind of thing. It's almost like, well, if men do it, then we can do it as well. So they do it as well, and it's like, oh my God, can't we just bring back the whole concept of just everyone just go, look, do you know what? You don't do it, I won't do it, and then we'll be fine. If you don't do it, I won't do it. You know what I mean? So I just say, if I want to get with this is what I want from my woman, yeah? I will promise her, right? If you don't do it, I won't do it, okay? I promise. And if I make a promise, I keep my promise, and that's it. And it keeps it things really easy. Surely.
Yeah, but see, that's not. Now go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but then how do you ensure that she doesn't do it without keeping tabs? And then how does she ensure that you don't do it without keeping tabs?
Well, see, what I was going to say is like I said earlier, I don't tell women that, hey, it's only going to be me and you and you're the only one. I don't tell them that. I let them know up front, hey, you're free to explore your options just like I am. Like, so if I frame it like that, I'm not giving them this false impression of, oh, I'm only going to be talking to you and I'm only going to be focused on you. I'm letting them know up front, like, hey, you're not the only one, and I'm probably not the only one either. So I'm like, I'm keeping it open and honest and fair across the board, and I'm acknowledging the reality of it, because I don't interact with these women, especially the ones with how they think and how they move now. Come on. I'm not going to go into it thinking, oh man, she's only talking to me. Like that's not realistic, especially with today's climate and how things are now in the type of mindsets that a lot of these women have. Like, I know what's going on out here. So I just keep it open and honest up front. And so far I haven't had any issues. Now there have been a few where they're like, well, yeah, I don't know how I feel about you dealing with other people and this and that. And I say, okay, that's cool. I don't try to impose the way I move on women. I just don't. I've never really been like that. I'll always give them the freedom to choose what they want to do. And if they want to rock with me, cool. And if they don't, hey, it's cool. I hope you find what you're looking for, and I wish you the best. Now I have lost a few from being honest and open like that. And they say, oh, well, you know, I can't get down with that. Okay, cool. It is what it is. I hope you find what you're looking for, and I wish you the best. You know, there's never any ill feelings toward them, because I think that with the way things are now, you know, women have the freedom to choose what they want to do, who they want to do it with, how they want to do it, and so on and so forth. So at least I'm acknowledging that she has her choice just like I do. So we're both on that same playing field of, we both I understand that you have choices and you understand that I have choices. I think that's one of the best ways to just establish it up front. I always do it like that.
Sure.
Okay. I like that. I like the way that you articulate yourself. That is cool. But also, I was wondering, Mr. Cleaner, we still haven't seen your face. Do you stay deliberately, you know?
No, he's shown his face. When he came on the masculinity stream a while back, he showed his face.
Yeah,
okay.
I can't right now. I'm moving. I am in the process of moving from one room to another for my studio setup. And while I was moving, I smashed that stupid Easy Cam I had. So
Ooh.
I have to get another camera. But
oh man, man.
Anyway,
R.I.P. to the
shut up.
Easy Cam. R.I.P. to the Easy Cam.
yeah, definitely. But that gives me an
RIP.
excuse to get a better one now, you know. So
Yeah, that's true. But Mark, you wanted to say something?
No. I think I've got everything off my off all the questions off my chest. Yeah,
Okay.
let's go.
All right. Okay. Cool. So, I mean, does anybody else have any other thoughts on this one?
I think we've cleared this one.
Okay. Yeah, because I already gave my answer. I think that it's a situational choice. I don't think it's a character flaw. Now, now, if you ask women, do they think it would be a character flaw? I think the women would come together and say that if a man does it, it's something wrong with him. He doesn't have good character or whatever else, right? But this is the thing. This is the thing that a lot of women don't understand, and I don't expect them to understand, is that a man's libido is a whole lot stronger than a woman's libido. So for us to even have the ability to try to practice some sort of control, it's a very intense fight, but it's doable. It's doable. It's just that a lot of women don't understand the amount of energy that goes into us suppressing it and controlling it. That's what I think they don't get. Oh, we got Super Triz. He's coming back. He says, if you're in the market for another camera, might I suggest the YOLOCAM S3 or S7? Some of the best webcams on the market, hands down.
I do want to buy a new camera for this.
Well, there you go. You just got a recommendation. Shout out to Triz. So just make sure y'all remember that YOLOCAM S3 or S7. Some of the best YOLOCAM. Some of the best webcams on the market, hands down.
I'll check on those. I had actually been looking at a Logitech 4K camera that had this like AI tracking that came with it, so to keep your face in frame all the time.
Oh, AI tracking! Oh god, it sounds precarious.
That's what they call it. That's a bullshit name. They say everything's AI now. All it is just a couple of sensors that determine your face is here and it's not supposed to be. It needs to be in the middle, so it aims the camera a little different.
So
they call it AI. It's just automated. That's all.
I get what you mean. Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if no one else has anything else on this, we're going to go ahead and move on. So if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow us on all our social media sites. And if you want to get in on the live action like Mo Rebuttal, Super Triz, and Mr. Marte, y'all can go ahead and click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. And I want to give a big shout out to the bros, man. They show up and they show support. Triz is new to the platform. Mo's been up here a couple times, and I definitely got to give a big shout out to my brother Marte, because we actually met on a live panel. This was a while back. We actually met on Fatty's panel, Mark. Yeah, we met.
So
yeah, we met on his panel because of a debate. So I showed up to check out a debate that Marte was having with someone else, and the way Marte was framing his arguments, I'm like, man, I like the way this guy thinks.
Yeah.
Same. Panel, we hopped up and gave our perspective, and then we just got cool after that.
I want to say the same thing, right? If he's still watching, I don't know if he still is watching. But what I'm saying is, like, I've met him once or twice. I know that maybe we had a little bit of a clash in different ideas and understandings and whatever. I'd like to think the more he's watched this podcast, the more he's got to understand who I am and what I'm really all about. And to be honest, I've been watching a lot of his podcasts as well and his debates. And do you know what? There's a lot about him that I really respect. I really do, and I think he's got a good heart. He comes from a good place. He pushes, and I think he's got a lot going for him. So I'm going to put a big shout out to Marte as well.
Yes,
I don't want him to think that he's falling on blind eyes, because he's not, And I think that, it's really cool that I get to meet all of you lot, because I think that I'm going to be able to bring you in more into the other side of the ocean, across the pond a little bit, you know. Even if it's just one or two people at a time, trust me, that snowball effect will keep rolling. And I think that you're going to get more and more followers from across this side of the pond, because, you know, we need people like you, you know. We actually need we need people like you. There's a lot going on, and people don't fully realize how much their voice is appreciated, you know. And that goes for everyone. Mo Rebuttal as well. You know, I haven't.
Oh
really
yeah,
sat and-
Mo's cool too. Mo's cool too. I haven't really. He likes to stir the pot. He likes to come in and stir the pot.
But that's important. But I haven't had a real chance to sit, because I lose track of who everyone's links, bro. You need do me a favor, Charles. Yeah, like, just after this podcast, send me all of their links. Right, Mo Rebuttal, like Marte, whatever. Because you must have all of everyone's links. Yeah.
Well, I say every stream. That
go into the comment section.
Yeah, if you go to all the streams before, you'll see everybody that I have on the panel. If they want to be found as some kind of link, I always put it in the description, and I make a comment on the video, and I pin the comment.
Yeah, the problem is that last week I did that with someone. I think it was Cleaner or someone. No, it was Triz. It was Triz. And then afterwards, you know, I went to sleep. I woke up the next day, and I'm like, oh, I don't really know. Like, I don't know where to find. I don't know where to find Triz. I want to go. And follow him.
But I don't think you remember last stream when because I always let people shout out whatever they want to shout out and tell people where to find them. And he said explicitly, I don't want anybody finding me on the internet. If you want to find me, he'll be over here.
Okay,
that's word for word what he said last week.
Okay, that's fair. That's
so if
fair.
You look, so if you go back to last week's stream, if you look at in the description, I'll put all the panelist names, and you'll see that I just put Super Trish. There's no link or anything like that. And when I put the comment, when I put the pinned comment with everybody's links, same thing. So I respect people's wishes when it comes to what they want put out there versus what they don't want put out there. Is there any way that we could put together what we would call the Oxide Station Connection Group, affiliation group, right? Where basically anyone who attends the podcast, right, who wants to share their YouTube channels or their creativity or their music or their channel or their Facebook, whatever, right? We can control that between us as a station. And say, okay, anyone who attends, so long as you're happy to share that, then we can all, you know, and then we've got like a group. It's just an idea. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. I'm definitely not opposed to that, because one of the biggest things that I'm looking to have come out of all this is for people that can come in with different ideas. We all have conversations. We can debate back and forth, roast each other, crack jokes, whatever, have a good time. But what I'm expecting people to get from it is a good quality experience. Even if you butt heads with somebody and it seems like you hate each other's guts for the moment, at least you got the opportunity. So I'm all about giving people opportunities and just seeing what you do with it. And if you appreciate the opportunity, cool. If not, that's cool as well. At least I extend the olive branch to give people a chance to come up here and speak their beliefs and their perspectives.
Bro,
that's what I mean. That's why I like.
I wish I had a button right now that I could press. Do. Yeah, that one. I wish I could. Yeah.
Or no, I'll play Cleaner's favorite one.
Bang.
Shit like that.
All right, so Super Trish is back. He says the YOLO Cam S3 has a 1-inch sensor, and the YOLO Cam S7 has a micro 4/3 CMOS sensor for unparalleled low light performance and subject separation, shallow depth of field, and interchangeable lenses. Hopefully, Mr. Cleaner, you'll
Shit
take
like
notes
that, shit like that, shit like
of
that.
all the specifications that Super Triz has provided regarding the YOLO Cam series of webcams. And hopefully you'll be making that investment soon.
Yeah, I
I
pulled it
wanna
up
ask-
on a Google search so that I'll remember to look at it after we're done.
Gotcha. Okay, so Mo Rebuttal says he's down to do a debate. Cleaner says, hey, he's good with whatever. My name is still the same on Discord. Let's get it.
Sweet. Let's go.
We also got Super Trish saying, yep. See, he's confirming what I said earlier. Yep. Don't look for me. LOL. See, he said it last week. Don't come looking for me.
No, bro. I get that. I'll find you, bro. I'll find you. I'll look for you. I'm interested.
Mo Rebuttal says my Discord link is on my channel. So I'm pretty sure that Mr. Clean is going to go over there and check out what he got going on. Mo Rebuttal also says, let's do it live. The claim was made live. Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Uh-oh.
I remember.
Mm-hmm. And Cleaner 409 says, sure, let's do it. All right. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's watching. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the next question. And the next question is, do men and women cheat for different psychological reasons? I'll say it one more time. Do men and women cheat for different psychological reasons?
You gonna go first, Mark?
Yeah. Well, because I think it's an obvious. I just think it's so obvious. Like that's why I'm sniggering. I think, of course, they cheat for different psychological reasons. Of course.
Okay,
Like-
let's talk about it.
Well, different physical, sexual, and emotional and psychological reasons. Obviously, there are major psychological needs between men and women. You know,
Okay.
and I just think it's just obvious.
Well, I mean, we'll give some examples. What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't really think of an example. An example would be psychological reasons. So I think that a woman is more likely to go and cheat on their man to get back at their man. Right, if that makes any sense. I think they're more likely to do that for psychological reasons, just to, you know, I don't know.
Try to get even.
Yeah, or to get even, or to get into the mind, or to get into the head of their partner, for psychological reasons. And I think it's part of psychological manipulation to a degree. But I'm not saying that men don't do it either.
So with that example, do you think that they're both cheating for the same psychological reason or different ones?
No. Sometimes it can be for the same reason. Like, it depends on the vendetta or the reasoning. The psychology, I would say, the difference in psychology when it comes to men is that they quite often aren't really thinking about the consequences, you know, or the ramifications in the moment. Whereas I think sometimes the woman does it deliberately with a vindictive mind, knowing. I'm not saying that's always the case either, you know.
I would argue that it is.
Well, I would argue
I think
I know women. I think I know women that have done it. Well, I had someone come round here who got so drunk. Yeah, she was falling over at the place. She even pissed herself. Yeah, and then she decided she wanted to have sex with me, and I said no, because you're drunk and you're all over the place. You know,
Stop the cap.
I don't think she was doing that vindictively. I think she was doing it subconsciously.
No, but we're talking about in the confines of a woman being in a relationship. You're describing somebody that was just out and about. You didn't say whether she was in
Okay,
a
that's true.
relationship or not.
That's fair. Okay, so okay.
I mean, if
okay.
you're single, do whatever you want. That's cool. I mean, it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Okay, so yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair then. So I think what I said previously then just stands. What I said up until my last comment.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Anytime they cheat is for a vindictive reason. It's 100% for a vindictive reason.
Do you reckon, or is it?
Okay. You know what?
I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know.
You know what? How about this? Give me an example of how a woman can cheat on a man and it's not for a vindictive reason.
So how can I start with? I don't know. I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman, so I can't. I couldn't tell you. I'd like to hope, or I'd like to think that women don't just cheat for vindictive reasons. Yeah, I'd like to think, and I'd like to hope that they don't. Yeah, and I'd like to hope that if there's a woman that can come in and tell me why that's the case, then I'll just want to listen to what.
Well, I mean, hey, I sent the link out to some of them, and they haven't shown up.
Yeah, because they know they can't.
I think a good example. I think I could actually think of a good example that I've seen within society. So,
where a woman doesn't cheat for a vindictive reason,
right? Where it's not necessarily vindictive, it's something else, and I'm not sure exactly what it is, but it doesn't seem to be vindictive, right? Like, it may very well be at the core of it. It may very well be vindictive, but it just doesn't look that way. But so the situation I would propose would be like, there's a man and a woman. They've been married for a few years. The guy has a job where he has to go away from home to another state, to another country, whatever, for long periods of time. And there's another dude that periodically checks in, and the woman develops feelings for the other dude. And it's not necessarily like, it doesn't look vindictive, but it's just that guy.
I get what you mean. Like an absent man, like someone who's gone to war, for example, who's away for like 6 months,
I've seen it
a year.
Yeah, I've seen it with business guys too. You know, where because there's another guy that's there and available all the time, her quote unquote friend, which I mean that goes to why men and women shouldn't be friends when they're in relationships, right? Like that friend is around all the time, and she develops more intimate feelings for him over time, right?
So, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I received a message a week or so ago, and it said quote something like this. I don't think I can be verbatim. Hello, Mark. You're right. It's been a long time. I haven't seen you for a long time. You know, I think my date has stitched me up tonight. Yeah, my date's not around tonight, and he's going to stitch me up. Are you around? Can I come and see you?
Sure.
Right. And do you know what I did? I ignored that message. I said, fuck off, because I don't want to be second best. Right. I found it really. I actually found it right. Really, what I would call insulting. Yeah. I was like,
sure.
Really? Stop the cap. So you're making me second best. I found it insulting. How would you have taken that?
Hey man, hey bro, a win is a win.
Bro. I found it insulting.
Hey, that's a dub, bro.
That's second best,
bro.
That
is a
W.
What you're
talking about.
That's a W.
If you're talking about like for a relationship, yeah, no, fuck her. If you're
talking about it's for a relationship,
going and
no.
Banging, going and smashing, like yeah, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
But only if I'm not in an act, like if I'm not dating somebody already, I'm not with somebody, I'm not like. I'm not going to cheat on the girls that I'm with right now. I wouldn't be doing that right now. But when I'm single, right? Like, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
So I didn't like. I didn't. Right.
No one's second choice for a relationship.
I didn't want to be treated. I didn't want to be. Yeah. I didn't want to be second best. I didn't want to be second choice. Yeah.
I get that. But for just a smash night when you're single, yeah, fuck it. Who cares?
Yeah.
I
Hey,
know,
go,
I
go
know.
knock that out, bro. Go knock it out. Go knock it out.
Everyone
Because the example you said was my date stood me up. Do you want to come over? That doesn't sound like she's in a relationship.
Nah, she's not.
Well, look, I know her. Like, anyway, trust.
I don't know.
There's
You
a
know
deep,
better than we do.
there's a deep history, and it's fine. It's fine. I just didn't want to be treated as second best. Second, like, as if oh. If she just phoned me up and said, "Hi, Mark, you fancy coming over?" That would have been different. But she literally said, "Hello, my date didn't turn up tonight. And
Right.
it seems, do you want? You up for meeting up, or can I come over?"
Mark,
She
I'm like,
wanted-
I get what you're saying. I understood what she's saying, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, but
see,
but
why
see,
did you say it that way?
Look. What she's wanting is for you to come over there and make her feel better about the situation.
You're right. You're right.
She just wanted some New England sausage.
There you go. There you go.
What?
She wanted some spotted dick. That's what she wanted. That's really what she wanted.
Get out the
Gotcha, bitch.
And cream. We put cream in our spotted dick.
Hey, look, there you go. I don't know about that, but I'm gonna just take your word for it. Yeah, I'll just take your word for that.
Getting some Van Wilder vibes from that guy.
Yeah, for real. No, but to Cleaner's example, that still would be for a vindictive reason. And the reason it would be for a vindictive reason is because when women cheat, they always have some sort of justification that they blame the man for. It's every single time, dude. Every single time. Because what they do is they'll do it and they know it's wrong. But then when the guy finds out, they say, "Oh, well, you don't pay enough attention to me and this and that. You're always gone." Da 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 da. They always blame it on the man. So it's almost like I did this to prove a point to you that you don't pay enough attention to me and you need to be around me more. If not, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I think that could be. Like I said, you can really only look at it from the outside whenever we're talking about that kind of situation, unless you're the woman that's been in it or the man that's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I see how after the fact and she's caught and she's explaining and justifying, she could try and do that. I don't think during the act she's necessarily thinking about that. I do think that the friend zone guy is able to charm his way into her panties. To be fair,
yeah.
I don't think she's always thinking bad about her husband. If Chad shows up at 9 o'clock at night and the kids are asleep and husband's gone on a business trip the past 2 months, and Chad shows up and is like, "Hey, baby, here's my 1.5 foot long dong," or whatever the case. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily think that she is thinking vengeful thoughts in that moment. Now later she may justify it with vengeance in some way, but I'm just specifically talking about the act and the creation of the act itself. I don't think it's always necessarily vindictive when they're doing it. I would agree with you though that they do lash out afterwards and say it's someone else's fault.
Well, because they know they weren't supposed to do it. So they have to make up a reason for why it happened in the first place. And so and a lot of times what they do, they like to do this thing called plausible deniability.
Oh yeah.
They do this whole plausible deniability thing to where it's like there's always some sort of justification to where they can make it seem like it was a good idea or they didn't know better.
Sure.
So the fact that there's even a degree of manipulation that's tied into that's what makes it a vengeful thing. It makes it vengeful.
Yeah, I see when you're talking about like the total act, including consequential downfall afterwards. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
And then
plausible deniability, it's a strange concept.
It's a bullshit concept.
Is
it's a
it
way
really?
to, yes,
Is it
no,
really
it
a
is.
bullshit? No,
It is a
it's
bullshit concept because
I think it's a
anytime you
valid
tell someone,
concept.
I'm giving you plausible deniability, you're letting them know you're going to do something that's fucked up that if they know about, then they could get in trouble too. So you're necessarily creating a
Oh, I see
bullshit
what you mean.
reason.
Yeah,
You see
yeah,
what I mean? So
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah, 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 yeah.
like plausible deniability is flat out bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's
Sorry, I thought you were.
they
So I
yeah
was saying, I
they
was
use
saying
that.
plausible deniability as a concept is a real concept, and you're just saying what you're saying is the concept of it
The
is
performative,
stupid.
right?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
The
understand. Yeah,
performative of it is stupid because
it's
it
yeah,
almost
yeah.
always ends up
right.
being where both sides knew something bad was going to happen.
Yeah,
It's just one of them didn't know the exactness of what it was that was going to happen. But that doesn't make them any less complacent if they knew the other person was going to do something bad. You know what I mean?
but this brings me back to this whole thing because do you remember we were talking about like concepts and ideas and like new terminology and words that people are using? Do you remember we going back to? I think it was you and me that were debating about the word manifestation.
Yeah,
And it
and
took a long time,
and I was
right?
laughing at you.
Yeah,
And I was
Mhm.
yeah,
laughing
right. It's
about it.
fine, but
Yeah.
it was yeah. But I realised I did a lot of deep thinking after that. I realised it took us a long time to really fully understand what we were trying to express or explain through a particular word, and
Okay.
I think or a concept or an idea,
Right.
if that makes
Do
any
you know why
sense. And
that
it takes
is?
a long time to get to the bottom of what we really are trying to emphasize.
Do you know
And
why
how
that
diff-
is though?
Well, you
What I
tell
was
me.
pointing
Go on.
out
I'm interested to hear.
well, what I was pointing out when we were having the conversation wasn't so much the details of the word itself. I was trying to point out to everybody that words over time have been redefined so that they
Hmm.
mean something different. And within the social setting that we've got in the world right now, people decide this word, like the word grooming, means something horrible and demonstrative. However,
Yeah.
for the longest time throughout almost all of human history, the word grooming meant raising a little boy into a young man or a gentleman, raising a little girl into a young lady or a lady, right? And
Hmm.
and so this is something that we've now turned into this horrible term, but it never used to be, right? And so I kind of pointed out, the words have been rearranged and all the good words that we used to use to describe things and bad words and all that stuff, they've been kind of rearranged
Well,
to fit a different
this
narrative.
is funny because this is one thing that I keep trying to explain to other people as well, and I fully agree with you. I think for the sake of conversation, at some points, I think as a disclaimer, moving forward, if we're gonna, if we have a misunderstanding on any word that we're discussing, I
Right.
think we need to just be able to get straight to the point of what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Like, what definition are you referring to? Are you referring to old definition or like the
Right.
new modern definition?
Well,
Yeah.
and that's what I was getting at when we were talking about that before, was that we're not using proper communication when we use words that other people don't understand, and we're not willing to explain what it is that we mean. That was what I
Sure.
was trying to get at then when we were talking about that, because it was being used in a different way by you and someone else than what I understood it
My
meant.
friend.
And
Hmm.
so I needed an explanation so I understood what it was that you really meant. And
Yeah.
that's all I was trying to get people to understand, was like, it's okay that you, the person talking about an idea to other people who are learning and listening, it's okay for you to explain what it is you mean, and therefore get your point across so that other people can understand it. And it's also, I would say, if you're the person talking to someone and trying to get your idea to them, it's actually your responsibility in the conversation to try and clearly explain your idea to them so they can understand it. But it's also their responsibility to not perceive it in some way other than what it is you're saying so that you can understand, so there's responsibility on both sides to
Right.
having proper communication.
And see, and that's exactly why Mark said earlier. See, when I break things down about like how I think and stuff like that, that's exactly why Mark said earlier, hey, I like the way you articulated that and you broke that down, because it helps create a better level of understanding. So that way, if you are confused, I'm still able to answer questions further to help break it down even more if needed. You see what I'm
Sure.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I understand not everybody's going to explain things when not everyone's going to understand things when I explain them the first time. And I'm
Mhm.
fine with people asking more questions or probing or trying to understand something. Internal critiques are fine by me. I'm good with explaining.
Mhm. All right. So what did you say that your answer was about the question, Cleaner? Do men and women cheat for different psychological reasons?
Personally, I think that yes, the total of it. There may be very different reasons when you look at the total of it, like from beginning to end, including getting caught and all that. I think when they're actually doing it, like in the act, it may look more like a Venn diagram where there's like two circles and there's a little bit of overlap between the two circles on the
Yeah.
reasons why each side does it. Because I think there are some women that are like stuck in the physical. They see Chad and they're like, he makes me horny. Much like men are like, I see chick with huge tits and look pretty face, and she makes me horny. You know, so I mean, you know, fairly enough. Like we're creatures of attraction. It's part of what makes us come together and mate and produce more creatures, right?
I
So
love that.
I mean, it makes sense that there would be some overlap, but I do think mostly and more majoritively when we're talking about people as a whole, there are very different reasons. I do think for men, most of the time it is more situational. It's like I'm at work, I'm sitting here, this girl walks in, her snatch is open, she's naked, she's like right there, like, here, let's do it. And it's like, oh my God, how could I say no? Right? Like there's some guys
Right.
that think that way. And there are a
Right.
few guys that would be like, get the fuck out of my office. I'm busy working, right?
Right.
And for chicks,
So
they see a guy that walks into their office naked and they're like, HR, where are you? You know, so I mean there's obviously different reasons.
okay, but hang
Exactly.
on. Do you remember the whole thing, the trials and tribulations? Right, the trials and
they smashed the
tribulations
vase in that video.
that,
Why did they
that
smash
Donald
the
Trump
vase
had
in
to
that
go
video?
through. Donald Trump had to go through trials and tribulations because he wanted to grab some woman by the pussy. He said, "Yeah."
Well, he
Right?
was explaining a concept when he was talking
Right.
about that.
No.
And it was
No.
kind of an
No. No. This isn't. This
it
is
meant
relevant.
more. Well, the thing is, when Trump said that, it meant more than just the exact words. Right.
No,
He was
I'm not. I'm agreeing
when you
with you.
have
I'm
money
agreeing
and
with you, by the
power,
way.
you can just
Right.
grab just about any girl that's out there. You
I'm
know?
I'm agreeing with you, by the way, because what I'm talking about is the concept of like what we'd call male what do you call it? Locker changing room banter. You know,
Sure,
male
sure.
banter that happens
Sure.
in the changing room. We say
Right.
stuff like that, right? But when you're in a position of, you know, so like there are men now that are. You can get away with saying anything you like. As soon as you get into a level of position or predominance, suddenly you're held to a different standard. You're held to a different account. You know, like Andrew Tate, for example, was questioned by lots of social media or media because they didn't like the way that he was speaking. It's not because they didn't like what he was saying. It's because he's influential. It's because he was influential, you know? But there are many people that get. So do you see what I'm saying? Like, you can get away with having playground banter. You can get away with saying, you know, oh, I'm going to grab a bird by the pussy. It depends
Sure.
on your level of prominence in the world and how you're going to be treated as a result of what you had to say.
Sure. And well, I agree that that's part of it. I think, you know, there's also relationship stuff that goes into it and all kinds of other things. Like if I grab one of my girlfriends by you know, the vagina
The
right
pussy.
now,
It's
I
all right.
just stick my hand right down there.
Yeah.
They'd know what's going on. They'd be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" You know, like
Mm.
they've never said no to me in that respect. Now in public, I am very respectful to them. I would never treat them like that in public because I show them proper respect. But at home, when we're at home, if I get to the point where I'm like, I want to fool around with one of them, I go over there and, you know, I make it apparent in whatever way, maybe with a joke, maybe with, you know, touching them in a certain way, whatever.
But-
But this is all agreed to behavior. And so it's okay. Right. This is all agreed to behavior. Now, when you're talking about people who don't know each other, I don't think you're generally just going to walk up to some chick and grab her camel toe. Like, I'm pretty sure if she doesn't hit you, Yeah, no shit. The FBI is gonna get somebody's gonna beat your ass.
No
you know?
shit, Sherlock.
I mean that, so yeah, there's relationship stuff that goes into it.
unless her second name is Minaj.
I don't know. I heard that WAP song, that wet ass. I heard that once, and I can't listen to that song. That shit's horrible, man.
It's
Right,
trash.
okay.
Basura.
Like,
No, but
I'll
when,
be
no,
back
but when you brought up Andrew Tate, Mark, I had to get the British flag back out because he's one of your people, man.
Yeah, stop saying that, man.
He's one
Bro,
of your people.
Right.
I thought he was Romanian,
Please.
isn't he?
Nah, he's
Right.
British.
Oh,
No.
no. AB. Please, from now on, yeah. Stop calling Andrew Tate, Bonnie Blue, yeah, my people. They ain't my people, okay? Just stop calling, and neither is Prince Charles or King Charles. Right, that's my flag, okay? Bonnie Blue doesn't represent that flag. King Charles doesn't represent that flag. He's a dickhead. He hasn't got a clue what he's doing. Our Prime Minister is a fucking idiot as well. Yeah.
Hey,
He
be
hasn't got a clue.
careful. Don't
They
get
hate
yourself
our
in trouble,
flag,
bro.
mate. They hate our
Know
flag.
what they're doing
not,
over there. Don't get
they've
yourself
sold their
in trouble.
souls. They've sold their souls to the devil. We're doomed, okay?
All right,
Right,
just
we're
don't
doomed.
say
We need-
anything that's going to get you in trouble over there, okay?
Mark, now is your time to be a patriot, not a New England patriot, but a patriot for your nation, and you have to be a super Brit right now. You have
Bro,
to
I'll tell you how
rise
to be a
up.
super Brit. I'll tell you how to be a super Brit, yeah? First of all, you have to have international relations, right? And you have to know, and you have to talk to people. You have to be proud. You've got to speak to your American friends. You've got to speak to your Western hemisphere, your Australians, your
You got any-
Canadians.
You got
Right,
any
you have
really
to-
hot princesses? I'll
you have to
some
build
international
bridges.
Relations.
You have to build bridges with patriots, yeah?
Talk to
Real
him.
patriots.
Talk
Not
to 'em.
soul not people selling their souls, yeah, for right. Anyone's trying to sell you net zero bullshit propaganda, yeah, is your enemy. Yeah?
Yeah.
Basically, put it that way. Anyone's trying
net
to tell you,
zero.
yeah. Right. They're your enemy. They're your enemy. The World Economic Forum is your enemy, okay? In my humble opinion, because they want to jab you and like they want to depopulate the world. I ain't gonna be a conspiracy theorist here right now. Okay.
I don't know about all that. Mark.
I don't like him.
Necessarily agree or disagree with that. I think there's some people that are that way in each group, and some people that are a different way. But I get what you're saying, and I think we're seeing a whole lot of what's happening to third world nations as they come into technology and they start surfacing as some kind of power.
Like Iran.
Sure, like Iran, like Iraq a long time ago.
Iran, yeah.
I mean, a number of third world countries, right? You're either going to come to the table with the one world government sort of mentality and get with it as far as, you know what I mean? Like, we're seeing this happen more and more. And I think right now we're at that point where they'll give the excuse of this person's a bad person, they're hurting their people. But in reality, the thing is, they're not coming to the table for the one world government that we have going on.
No, so the problem is it comes to international law. It comes down to who holds
what is
the
international
dominance.
law.
Well, exactly.
Law?
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Governance
Right.
of law for every nation on earth that creates one world government.
Right. So that's the problem, isn't it? That's the major problem, because who gets to dictate and uphold and ensure that international law is held to a standard? Surely it's the most predominant and powerful person in the globe, right? Now, the guy with the
biggest stick gets to dictate the rules.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. The guy with the biggest stick.
Always how it's been.
Yeah.
I said stick,
right.
To be clear, I said stick. But I
saw it. Right. Yeah. Anyway, look, we're drifting off on one. I'm in I'm in agreement. But look, I'm more about like the old standards where I think that Western values predominate. So I think that our cousins across the pond, because I see America and Australia as our Western closest allies. Unfortunately, I'm really worried about what's happening in the world at the moment with the European Union side of things. Is really frightening, and they're trying to build this BRICS Academy: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa.
I've heard
And I
about
think
that.
that-
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to go too much on that because we might lose some.
Well,
We might
so
lose some
I mean,
listeners.
we can actually circle this right back to the question though, because this does affect romantic relationships between people right now. There are some people that are so deep into their ideological understanding, they will cheat on someone if that person does not have their same ideological understanding, or they're in a relationship for a long time, and suddenly the woman or the man starts to change their political understandings because they've been watching a whole lot of that stuff, and they start to believe in it, right? Whatever it is they do, right? And so one of them cheats on the other out of vengeance, or because they're not attracted anymore, or whatever. So this
Mhm.
does actually kind of play into the interpersonal and romantic relationships and what we're talking about here. It does
I'm
give
glad you brought
people
that
some
full
reasons for
circle.
that.
I'm glad you brought that full circle, because actually you're right, and I've seen a lot of relationships break down in recent years over so much political division.
Right.
It's almost like they were together like for 20 years of their life, and then something big major happened that caused this big political divide, and all of a sudden they can't see eye to eye anymore. I saw a really horrible video actually the other week where a couple of parents belittled their own child, for having a political opinion online.
Well, I
They were
do that
calling
at home all the time to my kids.
well, but it was nasty the way they did it, and it was right, okay, it's fine to do that, but the way they did it was very obnoxious, and I'm like, that's not a way to keep a family intact.
No, you're
It's a
right.
shame.
Yeah, I get what you mean in the public forum. Yeah, shaming in public. But I mean, the thing is, you have to approach where someone is making much like how Mo Rebuttal said earlier. Like I made the claim online, so let's do the debate online, right? Well,
Yes,
you approach
sir.
your kids kind of in the same way. If they say something stupid in public, you go in public and you let the public know you don't stand for that, and you're this way, and your kids should stop doing that shit. You don't agree with them. You know, if they do it in private or in a setting that's smaller, then you handle it smaller. And I mean, there's also other approaches. Some people will do it behind the scenes and keep things quiet, keep things in the family. There's all kinds of different ways. Personally, I prescribe to the belief that like you do things within your family. You talk like if your kid does something stupid in public, bring them home, bend them over your knee, give them a couple good swats, be like, don't be a dumbass next time. And maybe not that exact thing, but you know what I
I'm
mean,
so
like in
gl-
general.
I'm so glad you came back into this podcast. I really am, because last time I met you, it was quite brief, and I found it a bit difficult to, interact for whatever reason. And also, I wasn't sure. After leaving the podcast, I felt like, oh, I think you were trying to be deliberately argumentative. But then, after
No.
spending this the bit of quality time with you tonight, I've realised you're actually quite reasonable. You've got your own set of values and your own set of belief systems.
Sure.
And I think
I don't necessarily try to argue. I try to get people to where I see the truth of what they're saying or the truth of what we're talking about. I try to get to what I see is true, right? And I am pretty reasonable. I mean, people are able to convince me that other things are true if they've got solid evidence or whatever. Like I've changed my views over time. So yeah,
that's a good thing to admit, because I think that we all have to shape our views over time. Not necessarily change who we are, but shape our views and and heed lessons from others.
Your core person will probably always be your core person, but it's all the little things around you that change over time, But those little things do make a little bit of a difference here and there. They can remold your core values just a little in one direction or another. And I've even seen some people completely change what they're professing to the world, but then they sit down and they really think about it and have a moment of introspection, and they're like, you know what? I don't really believe in this. Why am I doing this? you know. But
Right.
it's, I mean, you know, people get to their own place their own way.
Okay,
I
so
do
let
like
me
to get
ask
to
you
the
this
truth-
question,
the
though.
truth,
This
though.
question, because this is really important for me to understand. It's really so. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Right?
No, AB. You see what
I know.
mean?
I know. AB always does it. Right? It's fine because AB's fine. He'll just let me. He'll run with it. Yeah, won't you, AB? You'll run with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
he's laughing. He's laughing because of this.
What is it? What does it mean?
That's what
It's
that's what his name is. You see how his
Hey,
name,
before I'm gonna lose my train of thought though. What was my train of thought? Oh, I've lost it already.
we
I've
were
lost
talking about communications you and I have had in the past, and coming to an understanding and an agreeable
That's
result.
that's
and things
the
like
question
that.
I was going to ask. Right. So quickly before I forget. Right. So the concept of planting a seed. Yeah. So planting a seed or an idea or a thought in somebody else's mind is very powerful. Yeah, because perhaps you can get somebody to think about something they've never thought of before, and that thought and that idea can grow. Now,
Inception.
there's something I was talking about. There's something I was talking about earlier, though. I've noticed, right? Growing up, I worked in care, and I learned the concept of plasticity of the mind, right? And I've learned that younger people are more plastic and more interpersonable. Is that the word? Or interchangeable?
more
So
malleable.
they have a more plastic,
More
malleable.
Yeah.
More
Thank
malleable.
you. That's a perfect word. Malleable, right? So
Yeah.
they're more malleable. Now, as
Damn,
people get
son,
older,
where'd you find this?
that's a brilliant word, man. That's a brilliant word. That's perfect, yeah. So as we grow older, we harden up. So what means that you are not hardened off as you're getting older and becoming calcified? Do you know what I'm saying? So how can we ensure that's not happening to us? Because we can identify it with others. When we plant seeds in other people's mind, we hope to think that we're planting a seed of thought and we're shaping their mind. It's difficult to do it with an older person, and it's easier to do it with a younger person. So how do we ensure that other people can become more malleable? Right.
We
I'll
don't.
shut up.
You can't ensure it, but you can try and have a conversation with somebody. And you see, that's kind of why I approach things the way I do. Because when I try to sit down with the mind of understanding towards someone, I tend to get them to where their foundation is for what they believe in, and they see the cracks in it, and they reevaluate things later, and not necessarily when I'm having the conversation or debate. A lot of people will stick to their guns and sometimes double down and sound crazy as hell, which I'm fine with, as long as later on they have that introspective moment, you know. But you can't always get there with people. That's why we see so many people having these heated debates online and just going to blows and yelling at each other and whatnot. And that's why we see the political divide the way it is. You know, not everyone is ready to listen and really listen and accept using proper communication.
Are you?
I am, yes. I'm willing to listen to just about anything. There's very few things
Sweet.
I won't listen to.
That was the crux of my question.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, I'm willing to. I mean, the devil could sit down in front of me and I'll sit and listen to his conversation. I won't necessarily agree with what he says, but I'll give him a listen. You know, I have a firm belief in God, though, and that's not going to waver. So good luck to the devil if he tries to pull me away. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that's just, you know, I'll listen though.
Sure.
I'll listen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I share with you a moment that I had once? That
Sure.
I don't know if it was a message from God or if I'm just crazy.
Sure.
So one day I was walking along, right?
All right.
And I was just minding my own business, thinking my own random thoughts, nothing special. And then all of a sudden something happened in my brain, like an epiphany. It was almost like an epiphany. You know,
Sure.
that feeling of something just went in my head, yeah. And I got this massive, like 100 million messages, like 100,000 billion million messages in my head right?
hmm
In a split second, like from nowhere, like and all it was, right? If I was to break it down, it said something like this: "Don't worry, Mark, you're doing okay. Okay, I've got you. I've got your back. You're cloaked. You're okay. You're doing the right thing. Keep doing and walking down the same garden path. Don't stop," or something like that. But it was like 100 million of them, like all that came to me at once, right? And I found it to be a very reassuring message, right? And I never believed in God, right? Until that day, okay? Until that day, right? Okay? And I never speak to anyone about it ever.
Until now.
Because he even said to me, right, even in this message, you can speak about it if you like. You don't have to, but it's a personal message. It doesn't matter, right? So it doesn't matter whether I share this message with you or not. But I don't have to, because it was like someone saying to me, "It doesn't matter what you do anymore. I've got your back." And it was a weird thing because I felt like my brain cracked. I felt like I was crazy and mad. Like, why am I hearing voices in my head?
Yeah.
I don't hear voices in my head. It's not like it's a regular thing.
You just had that moment, and yeah, I get you. Yeah.
W Epiphany.
I don't really know what to make of it because
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Shout out to Mo Rebuttal.
Bucket will do it live.
Shit like that.
Sir. All right, Mark, go ahead and finish what you were saying. Yeah, Mark, go ahead and finish what you were saying. 'Cause you were
we
talking
got
about
my
the
rebuttal in the house.
Yeah, go ahead and finish what you were saying, and then
Sup,
we'll let Mo have the floor for a little bit.
I think Mark might have locked up.
Oh,
His video's been kind of.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah,
He's
go
on
ahead,
McDonald's
Mark.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, for real. He's on that Buckingham broadband. That's what he's on. Buckingham broadband internet.
I got AT&T, and that shit ain't much better, man. AT&T's fucking horrible. Upload rates suck.
Yo. So anyway, just quickly, just to finalize then, whilst he's connecting, because it might just be taking time to connect. Yeah. I'm just saying. So I've been trying to reach out to lots of Christian people, or people actually are more religious than I am, right? To try and make sense of it. I'm like, am I just crazy because I heard got a weird message in my head, right? Or does God really exist? Because I feel like after that thing that happened in my head, I was like, he has to exist. He said that to me. He told me, he's like, I've got you, blah, blah, blah. Someone said to me, right? They said, have you ever read The Road to Damascus? So apparently there's something to do with this thing called The Road to Damascus or something like that, yeah, where it happened to someone. And I was like, okay, I don't fully understand it, but either I'm crazy or God really exists. So basically, I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So Mo Rebuttal, want to welcome you back to another edition of the Outside Station podcast, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. You're always welcome. So we have a question at hand, but at the same time, you did openly accept a challenge from Cleaner 409. So do you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to flesh this out.
Okay,
Sure.
yeah. Go ahead, y'all got it.
So so Cleaner, let's just take the statement or the premise. Are you saying that polygamy is not a sin?
No, what I specifically said was I have not been able to find anything in the KJV Bible that specifically states that it's a sin. And when I've asked fathers and figureheads in the church, the
Which
answer
church?
that I've gotten, I'm not gonna. I'll say an Orthodox church that I've gone.
Okay,
to.
so
I'm not
that's
gonna
the
specify which
reason.
one, but
Yeah,
what
that's
they
the
tell
reason
me-
why I came up here. Because
what they tell me
if you'd have
is
said that about any other domination, I wouldn't have
the
given a shit.
tradition. Like they say, it's against the tradition of the church, right? And like they never tell me specifically, yes, it's a sin, or no, it's not.
It is,
right?
yeah. Well, I find that hard to believe that they didn't specify that's a sin. So that's
Well,
where I take issue with. So let's just take it now. I'm not a representative of Orthodox. So
I'm not
that's
either.
first
I'm
off.
not either. Yeah.
So take all this. I'm not a very big theologian. So most of my points here will be more of a logical stand. We can get into the weeds a little bit if you have something
Sure.
specific. But so let's first define what sin is. What do you think the definition of sin is?
When you're doing something that God has professed you shouldn't do.
Would you say it's not? It's well, that okay. But would you say my definition of sin would be missing the mark of God's intended order for human life? Would you say that's falls in line with what you just said, or do you have
That's
a
close
different?
enough. Yeah,
Okay.
that's close enough. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll go with
so if that's the case, then God, and we have to accept a lot of things here to even have discussion. Christianity is, the standard we're going by. Blah blah
Right,
blah.
right. I get that.
But if that's the case, in the Garden of Eden, he's the author of the first marriage. Why was it just one man and one woman? From a strictly we could say pragmatic or numbers standpoint, it would have been way more effective if he wanted them to procreate as much as possible to give him 20.
Well, I can answer your question of why was it just one man and one woman. I don't know God's intent or God's why. I could look at it and I could give a reason why it kind of looked like it only made it to one woman, because the first woman he made fucked up and they got booted out before he had a chance to make another.
Well, that's presupposing the destination, the
No,
end
it's
point.
not necessarily presupposing the destination. It's looking at the story that's
Well,
there and seeing
that
the
would
story in
that
full
would be a predestination take on the story. That would imply that they had no free will.
No, it's not implying they have no free will. The whole free will conversation is because of a misconception people have with understanding God and how God views our timeline versus how we view our timeline. And the problem is we don't have sufficient language to explain God and what God is and how God can view our timeline. So we can't really have a productive free will conversation with people who are closed-minded like that.
Okay, so let's not, instead of getting the weeds in the free will, let's get back
Sure,
to the stuff, the topic here. So when it comes to a marriage between polygamy and marriage one man, one woman, it is mentioned a lot and reinforced in the Bible as being the standard and what is in line with God's will. And you already admitted that anything that separates from God's intended order of mankind would be sin. So therefore, it would have to be sinful.
Well, that's the thing, though. It doesn't say this is the only way to go or this is the way that you should always go.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It says-
Here's another example I'll give you.
Show me where it does so I can read that, because I haven't read that.
Well,
I would
okay.
like-
Well, just going into the order of marriage and speaking with the relationship between Christ and the church.
Okay.
Christ is the head. The church is the bride. Right. So if you go with what you're saying, it would break that iconography completely.
Sure. So you're using sorry. You're using a representation in iconography to explain the thing, right? The thing of monogamy, not polygamy.
Well, it's not just that. I'm giving you multiple places in the Bible. Even Jesus talks about the original standard being one man, one woman. Multiple times it's mentioned in the New Testament about marriage being between one man and one woman. Two will become one flesh. It doesn't say many will become one flesh. It says two will become one flesh. So actually, another point I like to bring up: do you put any trust or authority in first century church fathers and their writings?
I do, yeah. I
Okay,
do
so
trust
okay,
in
well
church fathers, yeah.
that's great. Saint Basil the Great wrote that he who has two wives should be excluded from communion, and that polygamy is a form of fornication. Is fornication a sin?
It depends on the context of fornication. If you're doing it within the confines of the marriage, then no. However, if you're doing it outside the confines of marriage,
All right.
then it would be
Okay,
conveyed as a
but
sin, yeah.
which one do you think he was talking about here? You think he was talking about inside the marriage? Or you think he was talking about fornication being
Oh,
a bad thing?
I think he was probably talking about outside the confines
Right.
of
So
America,
even the
right?
church fathers of the time recognized it as a sin. So that's why
I'm
once
not-
again,
I'm not
I would not have
arguing
even
that
come
they
up here. I would not have even come up here if you said like
The
any
thing is,
other
though, is that-
denomination. But the fact that you mentioned Orthodoxy, I find it very hard to believe you talk to a priest of any kind that wouldn't know more than I do and would have told you no, it's sinful. I find
Well,
it very hard to believe.
I've had a couple that have given me a structured explanation like what you're doing right now. The thing is, there is nowhere that it specifically says, "Hey, this is a sin. Don't do that." There
So you're
are
looking for a
things
sola
that you
scriptura.
can insinuate.
You're looking for a sola scriptura example, then.
No, I'm looking for an answer as to if it is a sin, if it is said to be a sin, right?
It is.
We see representations of things that are inferred or assumed.
Well, no, it's not
whichever.
inferred. When we first went over the example, you admit that
Well,
anything for
pornography-
you. Well, no. Going back to the
Hold
first
on,
example,
though.
you admitted what sin was,
Yeah, if
and
you're using
if we
icons
go,
to
if we
represent
just
something,
no.
you're
Pat,
inferring.
before that. Well, that wasn't my point. Before that, you admitted that anything falling short of the order of God originally intended would be a sin. So by your own standards, it would be sinful.
And that's the thing that I'm saying is like God doesn't specifically state that it's one man, one woman.
Yes, he does.
It is stated the man should be with the woman to make one flesh, right? Like they're cleaved to make one flesh or something to that degree. So it doesn't say it has to be only one woman though. It never specifically states that you can't have more than one. And there's actually passages
Yes, it
where
does.
says if the man has a slave as a wife and starts treating her
Oh,
good, takes care of all that,
this
and then
argument. Okay.
he moves to another and he takes a second wife, he's not supposed to
Oh.
stop taking care of the first wife.
Okay, so this argument. So
There's
that
examples.
wait, that example you're bringing up, is that New Testament or Old Testament?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I
It's
could
Old
look it up
Testament.
and-
It's Old Testament. I'll tell you. So Old Testament is full of things where there were rules put in place because it was to control a fallen world where these people were fucking degenerate. They were just sacrificing babies to Moloch. It was just fucking sick. All right.
Right.
And so you put these rules in place to like give some sort of order. That was not a saying this is right, because going to your example, there's mentions of slavery, how to treat slaves. In the Bible, it tells them, you shouldn't have slaves. Like ideally, you get rid of them. So
I get what you're saying. Do you not?
yeah,
think
so you
that
can't
right
so you
now-
can't use Old Testament as
let
a
me ask you-
justification for polygamy.
Let me ask you a question. Do you not think that right now we're going down much the same road that people before the Old Testament was written were going down?
Well, then you should go by Old Testament. You should just become Jewish, man.
History.
So
history is very
this
cyclic.
is where the muddy the waters become muddied. Yeah, because now we start arguing about different sects of certain religions, and we find
Well, no,
that
he
in
already
all
agreed
religions-
to the parameters we were discussing. So that's
Okay, yeah. So I missed
we
some
were-
of that. That's fine.
we
That's
were
fine.
sticking
But this is the
specifically-
question I was asking earlier, because I kind of understood what Mr. Cleaner was trying to say, and I never thought I'd find myself agreeing with Mo rebuttal right now. But that's what I was trying to say earlier. Don't you think that like we can apply the concept of perversion of certain practices or perversion of things, depending on
I'm catching
what
like every
suits
other
us.
word from you, buddy.
Yeah, you're kind of roboting a little bit, Mark.
So okay, here's an example, Cleaner. Would you consider, I guess, pornography sinful?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it is. Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I don't
okay.
really
Now-
explain that.
Okay, now wait a minute. Okay, so under the same logic, it's not specifically mentioned in the Bible, so AI porn would be fine because it doesn't have a person, right?
I don't think that.
That's what I'm saying.
Either, because the thing is
Well,
giving
well.
into the sin of lust.
Right, but it's still like it doesn't mention it in the Bible specifically. So why would you take that any different than it not saying, hey, polygamy is sinful?
Well,
Why, when we have all these other examples of saying
I think it's
over and over
clearly-
again that it's one
Sure.
man, one woman.
I get what you mean with the comparison and the analogy between the two. I think that sexual degeneracy is explained a little more clearly within the Bible as to what we should be doing.
The standard for marriage is clarified many times in the Bible as one man and one woman.
Can you show me where it says when you're married it should be one man and one woman, and that's the only way it should be?
Going back to the original creation, that's one example.
That's not a marriage. That was when.
Yes,
God
it
was
is. That's the
creating
first
them.
marriage.
I mean that was when God was creating woman.
Okay, so it's just not valid.
I don't know if it's valid or not to what you're talking about. What I'm talking about is the conceptual understanding of marriage itself that we humans arose to.
I don't see how you. It feels like a logical leap that you're making here.
The differentiation I'm referring to
Mo.
is between whether you're just talking about the unique intrinsic bond between a man and a woman that makes them bound for life, so to speak, or are you talking about like the conceptual of marriage that we human beings have come to call marriage and what the rules and confines are?
I'm talking about the sacrament inside the church of what marriage is.
So Mo,
Okay, so
Mr.
you're
Mr.
referring to
Rebuttal.
the bond then between a man and a woman, not necessarily the state and the body's representation of marriage that we have that's got the rule set and all that stuff to it, right? You're talking about the bond between the man and the woman then.
So if you want here's a scripture that's here.
That's all.
Okay, you wanted a scripture, Gospel of Matthew. Have you not read that he who has created them from the beginning made them male and female, and said, for this reason a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined with his wife, not wives, not plural, wife, and two shall become one flesh? How is that's another example that's in Matthew. So I don't understand how you're making this leap.
Shall a man leave father and mother and shall cleave to his wife, singular. Then that's one story that explains a man leaving his parents and getting a wife.
So Corinthians,
but
because of sexual immorality, each man should have his own wife and each wife her own husband.
Sure. I get that. Like, it explains how that should be going. Like, a woman should have one man, and a man should, be
okay. And by your own standards of sin, anything past this would be sinful.
Well, here's
you're in a P not P contradiction here.
Hold on. Hear me out on this, okay? Here's the thing. All right, within all of these contextual understandings that they've got, within all of these examples that you'll try and give me, and all of the ones that will look very factual, and I'm not doubting that they're fact. They said this, that's what they meant in that context, in that situation. The thing is, all of these examples, there are so many examples that you've got, but never in all those examples do they actually say you should only have one wife. When there are so many
but hang on. I'm sure that the Bible doesn't say lots of. Right, hang on.
Somewhere, only one wife.
I don't see how you don't understand your
do we really need to be told what is right from wrong in a way? So to a degree, just because something is or isn't written in scripture, I think what the concept is that we've been given a set of specific guidelines, basic guidelines, and it's down to us. Obviously, we interpret them as we should or shouldn't. And I think that I've never studied the Bible in the same way that you lot have. So I see lots of different interpretations coming from the Bible, in the same way that I see different interpretations coming from lots of different types of scripture. But at the same time, I don't think it's rocket science, and I don't think I ever remember being taught in school growing up that Christianity teaches polygamy. Polygamy. Thank you. So for me, it's always been down to a conceptual thing. I was taught that you stay true and valuable to your woman. But at the same time, we're taught not to judge, aren't we? We're taught not to judge. So how can we scrutinize those who decide to live a life of promiscuity? Or
we're taught to practice righteous judgments. Mm-hmm. So there are contexts and situations where you can judge something or a person.
But just to summarize, okay, look, you already admitted the definition of sin. Going by that, we have multiple times in the Bible, it's listed many times of the standard being this: one man, one woman. So to go outside that, you would be in a P, not P contradiction, and I don't see how you get out of this.
Well, no, it's not a P and not P contradiction.
Well, yes,
because
it is.
Explains one. No, it's not actually. There's two different concepts, right? There's a conceptual understanding of having one wife. There's a conceptual understanding of having two wives. So it's not.
Bro, are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim? Are you actually a secret? Are you a Muslim?
No, it's where you're having.
You sound like you're a Muslim in a way, because I think that's what Muslims believe, that type of stuff as well, right? I think they believe that type of stuff. So I think
probably other denominations to be fair, there's probably other denominations of Christianity that would claim something like this. But that's once again, that's the only reason why I come up here, because he specifically mentioned orthodoxy, which that's where I took a issue with, because
he was very specific about that.
Right.
I know, but you can claim to be one thing and preach something else. So I could tell you that I'm Christian, and then I can preach Muslim or Islamic teachings. You know?
Yeah, no,
I can tell you I'm Christian, and I can preach on Christian teachings. So I'm asking.
I think I can clarify your assumption with that by saying, fuck Islam. It's a religion that teaches people to kill people and to hurt people. So fuck that. All right,
disclaimer. Anyone who's watching,
I'm not trying to subvert people into Islam somehow. Okay. All right. Now back to what we were talking about, though. So I never had anyone show me where it specifically says this. In amongst all these representations showing the one man, one woman concept, it doesn't say there's anything wrong with one man, two women. It doesn't say this, and there's so many other things that it does specify specifically, like when you're doing something.
It also doesn't specify you can't have sex with a dolphin. Does that mean you can?
Yeah, no.
That's the point I was trying to get at. Just because something doesn't specify something.
Well, no, it actually does say that you can't do that.
Yeah, it does. It does say you can't do that. It says
man. Not specifically. Not specifically. No.
Okay.
Not specifically in words. It doesn't literally say.
It doesn't say dolphin
in words. Yeah, it doesn't. Right.
I got an idea, Mo. Why don't
it doesn't say dolphin?
Why don't you take a Gatling gun of examples, and we'll just go down this list, and I'll go bam, 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 bam. All right.
Okay. Go on.
I already did. What example are you looking? Why don't you explain to me how you can make this leap from having these examples in the Bible, where it going all the way back to the author of marriage, being God when He created Adam and Eve, this being the standard for God's will, and by your own admission, anything outside of that or privation of His standards would be sin. So if that is if we all agree on that, how can you make the logical leap that somehow, just because it's not specifically mentioned that you're going to burn in hellfire for having more than one woman, it's sinful, just because it's not the language that's used, how can you make the logical leap that it must be okay? Explain that to me, because I've made my case very clear.
Sure. So would you say God's very clear on what a sin is?
Yes, I just gave you the example.
Okay, and yet, even though I've gone through all this and I've read all this and I've listened to a lot of people telling me this, I've never had anyone give me an example of where God says specifically, or where it said that God said specifically, only one man, only one woman together, right, for marriage. I've never seen that. I've never seen where it says a man with more than one woman is a sin, specifically, right? And God is very clear on what a sin is. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. I'm struggling. Hang on. I feel really naive here. Okay, because I feel like you're both making really valid points, and I feel like I'm stuck in the middle, trying to dissect everything that's being said. Because to a degree, I think you both got some really valid points. The trouble is, Mr. Cleaner, I feel as if your understanding of Scripture is not the way that I have always been led to understand it, right? And I think there are so it seems to me that you're looking at more like old ancient, I don't know, like Baphomet. You know Baphomet, for example, that kind of concept of, it just seems a bit weird, and I can't really fully get my head around. I don't see it in script. I've never seen it in scripture like that. It's okay to have a polyamorous relationship.
Right.
Polyamorous
So
relationship.
here's another one I'll just throw out here. Here, in Timothy. Therefore,
Hang on,
Bishop.
hang on. Let Cleaner answer that, I think, because
Okay, go ahead.
I think you had something you wanted to say.
Well, no. All I was going to say is if you can find some place where it does clearly say this is a sin, like you.
So wait, you're changing the goalpost a little bit. You said it. Okay, so you needed to say exactly a sin. So Titus, when it says a husband of one wife, Timothy talks about a husband of one wife. All these scriptures, you throw those out.
Sure.
Or what is your interpretation of that? Why would they mention this repeatedly over and over again if that wasn't the standard of God's will?
Oh, I've got one. Do you think that gay marriage is okay? Do you accept homosexuality as in it's okay to be permitted within the church?
You're asking me or Cleaner?
Cleaner, obviously, Cleaner.
It specifically states that as sodomy. You're not supposed to be doing that kind of thing. Homosexuality.
Right. So it's funny that you take that stance. It's funny that you take that stance.
Well, it explicitly says that you are not to lay with a man the way you lay with a woman. That's
right.
That's the word.
So what it's talking about is the act. It's okay. Look, if you're a homosexual, but you don't act on that, and you resist the temptation of lust that you have for men for whatever weird reason you got that shit, then you're not necessarily sinning because you're not doing that, right? It's the act that you do.
Sure, but the reason I brought that into the conversation is because I was trying to figure out, right? You're trying to look at scripture and saying, look, it's not permitted within the Bible. I don't agree with promiscuity when it comes to sexual acts between man and man. Yet, for whatever reason, you're finding a way to find scripture within the Bible that allows a polyamorous relationship. And I'm trying to equate the two because I'm saying, look, that's how homosexual relationships and marriage was allowed to permeate through the Church of England, because they allowed it through the Church of England and the legal system, because people misinterpreted the Bible and said, it's all about love and this, that, and the other. And now all of a sudden we've got gay marriage.
Well, no, people rewrote the Bible into other Bibles that didn't have the same contextual representation of the understanding of homosexuality and God saying it's a sin, and that's how they got it allowed, right? It wasn't people misinterpreting the original works or the King James Bible that made them think that this was okay, because it's very clear in the King James Bible. The homosexuality is a sin. If the act of homosexuality is a sin, not necessarily the homosexual himself, but the act that he's doing is a sin.
Just real quick. But you already said that you put some sort of authority in first century church fathers in their writings.
Yeah.
So I gave you an example of that, and okay. So Saint John Chrysostom, he said, he did not say they shall be one flesh with many women, but the two shall become one flesh. Seems pretty clear.
Right. He was talking about a specific situation in which two people become one flesh. And
No. He said, no, he's commenting on the scripture in Matthew. He did not say they shall be one flesh with many women, but the two shall become one flesh.
Can you give me the passage? Because I would like to read that. Listen, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm willing to accept that. But
no. Something to be honest, right. I seem to have pivoted, like I'm taking sides. I'm not. Cleaner. I'm really genuinely interested, and I don't want it to feel like like this is a battle of wits right now. I'm genuinely interested, and it's not about being right or wrong, even though some people may disagree with that. I don't think it's about being right or wrong. I think it's about getting your message across.
It's talking about Matthew 19, verse 4 through 6 is what he's commenting on. That the church father I just gave you the example of. But here, I'll just say this. If you want to talk to an Orthodox apologetic or even priest, there is a Discord for that. It's called Orthodoxy Worldwide. And if you want to pop in there, you can ask any question you want. They'll talk to you. They'll even debate you on it if you want. But I would highly recommend going and check out that Discord.
I find it odd because I think I'm the least Christian person here in the room. I don't consider myself to be a practicing Christian. Yet I still find myself pushing back on Cleaner's angle on the promiscuity angle side of things, and I don't know what it is about me. I think perhaps it's because I was raised with a certain set of values or understanding. Or can I attribute that to like quotes and Psalms and whatever and readings from the Bible? I can't do what you do in that same way. But I still just don't understand or recognize from a moral perspective the idea of polyamory, because I just think it's like what I would call perverted, like sort of sexual behavior in a way, like, and it comes down to moral reasoning. And like I said earlier, like I think that relationships are based around trust. So we can argue scripture all year long, and I'm like, well, it still doesn't really impact. You can give me loads of little quotes, or act this, blah blah blah, Genesis, whatever. I don't even know, yeah. But it's still not right, is it, to treat people like shit?
Okay, so I got a question real quick. So when it comes to a lot of these scriptures about the one husband, one wife, is it applying it to all believers or specifically elders and church leaders?
No, it's in all. There are many cases it's applying it to as God's standard for marriage.
Well, the reason
across the board.
The reason I'm asking this is because when you brought up the Titus example, I have it pulled up, and the context behind the Titus example of one husband, one wife is Paul is instructing an elder or a pastor must be the husband of one wife.
Mm-hmm.
It's talking about it. It's saying that the command. The command appears in a list of qualifications for elders and church leaders.
Well, keep in mind, a lot of those letters are basically someone hearing something going on in a distant church, and then having to write a letter like, "Hey,
why should I listen to what those people say? Are they not like outdated now? Like, is the Bible not outdated?
It depends on what you're looking for. If you're just looking for hearsay that one person had, then maybe you'll be okay with some letters that weren't ordained by the church and proclaimed to be God's word. But the thing is, like, within all these examples, they like even like you just brought up Matthew 19, right? They're giving you the understanding of if you put your wife away, i.e., if you divorce her or if you stop providing for her and take another wife, that's wrong. You're supposed to continue taking care of her. And I mean, it gives multiple examples of this where if you're divorcing your wife for no reason, obviously you're doing something wrong, right? Like you're not staying true to the sacrament of marriage. The thing is, it doesn't say you have to have just one wife. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. And it actually does explain
yeah, but it doesn't say...
It does say
it doesn't
how you
say
should treat
lots
the
of
first
things.
if you have a second also. And so I'm not seeing where it gives us this understanding that it's only
it doesn't say one. Right, it doesn't say explicitly that you should be allowed to chop off your penis, yet people still find a way to argue that LGBTQ plus ideology into the church.
Actually,
just because you're told that you shouldn't
actually
do something.
It does talk about body
modifications.
Body modifications.
Body modifications.
It does.
Oh, does it?
Say that,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I'll take that back then.
If you're
Okay,
modifying your
so-
body, you're taking the mark of a beast in a way.
Okay, so if that's the case, right, then why do we not see anything in scripture about how talking about man and woman being anything other than
Hang
one
on,
man
hang
and
on,
one,
you just
one wife?
hang on, whoa. That
does.
just proved my point. That
It
just
actually does.
you just literally just
No, it
proved my
doesn't.
point. You said
No, it
actually,
doesn't.
no. You just said to me, oh, I just said to you, oh, it doesn't say in the Bible that you're not allowed to chop your penis off, and you said, actually, it does. It states that you're not allowed to chop your penis off, right?
It
And
does-
I
it
said,
doesn't say-
No, we said no. We
that's
said
how-
body,
Typically,
no, we said body
right.
modification. We said body
Right.
modification, sir.
Right, and how do you think that the LGBTQ community have managed to twist that and permeate and get into the Church of England? Because they've managed to twist all of that kind of thing through empathy and compassion and twisting ideologies.
no.
And I'm
because
saying
there
it
was-
wasn't allowed to happen in the first place, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen according to the Church of England, but they've managed to permeate
they-
that.
Well, they
So
know
you
they-
did prove my
they
point.
rewrote the
no,
Bible.
they know that it's
And-
not. They know that they're not supposed to be doing it either, which is why their lives get worse after they do it.
They
If it was the
rewrote
right thing, then their
Bible.
lives would get better, but they don't.
They rewrote the Bible into a heretical understanding, is what they
Point
did.
proven. Point proven. That's the point I was getting at. Exactly what you just said.
But it
They
does
rewrote the
specifically tell
Bible
you
into
that you're not supposed to defile the temple of God. You're not supposed to
Right.
defile the human body. You're not supposed to.
So they
change
rewrote the Bible
in an
into what? They
unnatural way.
rewrote the Bible into.
it. It does specifically
the-
say that.
You
Okay,
just
but
said they rewrote the
going-
Bible into.
Yeah, I'm not
That's what
sure what he's getting at with that. But going
No,
back
no,
to
I-
just
there's-
the question
there's a
that I
really
had
important point.
is
There's a
is
really
there any point in the Bible when it talks about the standard, like this is God's standard? Does it mention any point, especially in the New Testament, of hey, no, you can have more than one wife? Why is it always one man, one woman?
Well, I understand the symbolic representation that it's got of one man and one woman. It does also explain if you're going to have more than one wife, you should treat her this way.
That's
and
Old
you should
Testament.
do this.
That's Old Testament. They also talk about slavery. We don't promote slavery either. So it was rules on a fallen, degenerate world in the Old Testament.
Well,
That's not a condemnation. That's not saying that it was okay. That was saying, hey, if you're gonna because this is a degenerate, fallen world, you have to at least go by these rules so it doesn't fall into complete anarchy.
right. Well, I pulled up so the Titus example that you pulled up, I looked it up, and it's talking about church leaders and elders
Sure.
being
So-
being husbands of one wife, and then it
My
also
point.
it also references 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 2, and it's the same. Outlines
Yeah.
key qualifications for a church overseer, pastor / elder. So that's
Mhm.
so this is why I was asking you, was that standard applying to everybody, or was it just applying to the church
it's
leaders
applying to
and the
everybody.
overseers?
Yeah, because
That was
just
my
because you have
point.
multiple, my point is every
was my
time it's
point.
mentioned in
And
any
it makes
context,
sense.
whether it's a church leader or just a layman, it's always God's standard is one man, one wife. And that goes back to the origination of humankind in the Garden of Eden, when he is the author of marriage and he put one man and one wife together. He didn't put Adam with, Eve and Betsy and Lucy. And no, it was Adam and Eve.
Well, the reason I'm asking this is because you're mentioning the New Testament. And so these examples that you're offering up, I'm looking them up, and they're explaining that these are qualifications for church leaders and overseers. That's why I'm asking you, does it apply to just everybody, or does it apply to specifically leaders and men of the cloth? And from what I'm seeing, it's talking about men of the cloth.
Well, you mentioned the Titus one, right?
Yeah, that's in the New Testament.
Right, but you're saying that was the one you're looking at. Are they all referencing
Well, no, that-
or
well,
all
that
the
one
ones
had-
that I brought up? I was
that-
giving multiple examples.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when I looked up the Titus example, it cross references 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 2. And it's also mentioning that 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 2 is also referencing that those are the qualifications for a
Is
church leader or an
Matthew-
overseer.
Is Matthew 19:4 verse 6 talking about church leaders, or is it putting forth a standard of marriage?
I could look it up real quick. You said Matthew what?
19:4 verse 6.
Matthew 19:4 verse 6.
Right. And verse 9 Verse 9 specifically tells you, like, if you put away a wife, if you divorce a wife and take another, you're committing adultery. Like, you shouldn't be putting a wife away, right?
Further
You
evidence.
shouldn't be getting divorced.
So wait, hold on. Even in that, if so, that means that if that means that you have more than one wife,
it doesn't.
Yes,
It's specifically
yes, it does.
talking
According to
about
the church
divorcing
fathers
her.
that you said you put authority in, yes, it does.
This is
And according to the scripture,
Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think? Right? Because I can't understand Psalms chapter 19, verse this, that, and the other. I don't understand.
Yeah, that's the Old Testament.
Yeah, I don't understand all that stuff, right? You start and talk about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. To be honest, right, I am Mark, okay? So the only Mark I listen to is myself, okay? Chapter 1, Psalm 1, Mark Fowler, yeah? So hear me out. What Mark Fowler is saying is, putting all that bullshit aside, right, we've got something called a sense of decorum and a sense of what is right from wrong, right? We can argue chapters forever. And I don't think it's going to get anywhere because, like I said earlier, it depends on how you interpret it. Interpret it is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. How about we just, like, I believe, yeah, that something like this, in very basic terms, you do what you want to do. If you want to go around, yeah, having sex with multiple women, yeah, then that's on you. That is on you, right? I don't find it to be very virtuous or very morally correct as an individual, yeah, without chapter 1, right, having to tell me to do that. I already know, right? Now, you're welcome to do that. You're entitled to do that. You can do whatever you like. And you know what? I'm not going to judge you. That's not my place to judge. Do you know who's going to judge you at the end of the day? You know who's going to judge you. You're going to be judged at the pearly gates, okay?
Right.
So, at the end of the day, you've got free will. You can do whatever you like. You can live a polyamorous relationship. And I'm sure that the Bible will allow you to do that, yeah? But the Bible will also judge you at the end of the day. So you do what you have to do and you live your life as you deem worthy and virtuous. So long as you're doing the right thing and you're not being an arsehole, then for the most part, I think we can all get along and understand each other. So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? There's only one of us that matter, and that's me.
Okay, yeah. So I'm not looking to have a scripture battle either here, but so let's just you know, because I view scripture battle as like, you know, that's a Protestant thing I don't really like to do. But so I will just leave it as the logical example that I gave when I came in here. If you have a standard, if sin is the falling short of God's standard, which you agreed to in the beginning, and God has put the standard of one man and one woman in the Bible multiple times, and set and when he even created humankind, he made one man and one woman. Well, how can you say? Scripture. Well, I'm giving you the. I'm referencing it. Move away from scripture, so yeah, I'm not. Did I quote a scripture? Did I quote a scripture? I'm just saying that God. You quoted the whole Bible. So yeah, so going by that,
which is literally.
How are you? Okay. I didn't quote a specific scripture. I'm saying I didn't want to have a scripture battle, like to name a bunch of scriptures. So, logically speaking,
you want to use the scripture in the battle.
Well, can I use God? Can I use God in my syllogism? Can I use? No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't. Can I get my point out, or you just want to talk?
No, go ahead.
So,
go ahead.
So you already admitted that the standard for sin, and we have examples multiple times of it. The standard being one man, one wife. How are you in not P and not P contradiction? Explain that to me.
Because it's two concepts that are different. One woman versus two women. There's two different things there.
What?
Do you not understand? You don't understand how... Okay, so if I have one green apple and I have two green apples, are they not two different amounts? Are they not two different things? It's not like I have two apples over here, I only have one over here. Is there not a difference there? Do you not see that there's a difference there?
Yeah, but that's like saying like I got one black woman and two white women.
Sure.
Well, one white woman, two black. I prefer one white and two black. Yeah, we go one white and two black.
So
right. Well, there's
no,
clear
I'm not.
definition.
I don't see your point here because once
No,
again,
he's trying to make a point. Let him see if he can.
I'm just saying I
land.
don't understand it.
Okay, I get that you're not understanding it. The thing I'm explaining here is that there's a clear conceptual understanding of what one man and one woman should do. There's also a clear conceptual understanding of the divorce, of what adultery actually is, all of that, right? But there is not a clear conceptual understanding of one man with multiple women. Is it a sin, yes or no? There's not a clear understanding there.
Yes, there is.
It talks about the relationship of a man with a woman, but it doesn't say you should only ever have one man with one woman. It tells you if you put away your wife, if you divorce her, that's wrong, right? Like you shouldn't do that. You should try and work through whatever it is that the problem is in marriage and appeal to the sacrament of marriage itself, right? Like that's what you should do. But it doesn't say that you shouldn't have more than one wife. And it does actually explain to you that if you do have more than one wife, you should be treating them both fairly and providing them both with
That's
food,
Old Testament.
nourishment.
So that's outside my question. That's outside. My question is very specific here. If we have a standard and anything outside that standard is a sin, how is not having more than one wife a sin?
I didn't say that anything outside the standard would be a sin. I said that anything that
That's what you
God
said.
deems a sin would be a sin. My understanding.
No,
of
you
how
agreed to what I gave you as a definition. So if you're going to change the definition of sin, then yeah, sure, I guess you can make it whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, maybe I don't understand exactly what it is that you're stating is a sin. Then maybe I had a misunderstanding on what you're stating.
I think it comes down to. So I think.
My understanding was like.
I think what Mr. Rebuttal was saying.
This is what I gave. This is what I gave in the beginning. You agreed to. Sin is missing the mark of God's intended order for human life, and you said yes.
Right, and I don't see that having more than one woman is ever clearly defined as
Okay,
outside
so
the mark of God's intended order. Just that it should be a man with a woman, not a man with a man, or a woman with a woman, or a man with a beast.
Well, to be clear, the standard that is being described is explicitly marriage.
Sure.
That's
well. So
yeah, we went off on a tangent.
Well, no, because with the examples that Mo is presenting in terms of like marriage and actual union, yeah, the Bible does actually say that it's supposed to be one man and one wife. It does say that.
It doesn't say that it's only between one man and one wife, though. It explains that a man should marry a woman. A man should not marry a man. A woman should not marry a woman.
Right. Like, and more specifically, it says that he states that a man shall leave his parents and unite with his wife, becoming one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined, humanity must not separate. Jesus highlights that marriage was instituted by the Creator at the beginning. He affirms the creation of humanity as male and female. We all understand that part. Marriage involves leaving parents, joining a spouse, and becoming one flesh. So it's specifically speaking to marriage, not relationships. It's speaking specifically to marriage.
A man taking his first wife. This is how he should be behaving.
Well, what you're talking? Well, no, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about I think it's like Exodus chapter 20 or something like that. It's somewhere in Exodus that I've seen that. But in terms of what Mo is getting at in terms of like marriage itself, it does clearly defines that marriage itself is one husband and one wife. However, I'm looking around and I have not seen anything that says that you're not supposed to do anything outside of that.
Well,
yeah.
Okay,
can I just talk to our big wide audience out there? I'm just going to say, right? Listen, if you're going to be taking dating relationship advice, yeah. First of all, I'm going to suggest you just get out there, right? Go and meet a woman and see where it takes you. Just go from there. Live life to the max, yeah. Because you only live once, okay? Now, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John can dictate your life and tell you how you should or shouldn't behave for whatever. But just get out there. Just do what you got to do, right? And go from there. Just be nice about it. Just don't be an asshole. That's all it comes down to. Surely, don't cheat on your girlfriend. Yeah? Don't cheat on your girlfriend. That's my advice. That's it. Done. Right. I'm getting off here in a minute because it's getting late as well.
Okay,
Well,
so
stay
real
safe.
quick, Mr. Mo, do women or do men and women cheat for different psychological reasons? What you got for that?
Yeah, I mean, men and women have different psychology, so the entailment of that would be that they do it for different reasons. I don't see how you get around that.
Hey, there you go.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Like
Straight
I said,
to the point. I agree with him too.
I'd give it a little. I'd give it that
is
little
everyone in
Instagram
agreement? Is everyone in agreement?
Yeah,
Yeah,
on that point.
On that one, sure.
Right. And see, Mark. Okay, so
Hey,
Mark, I understand. Like when some of these discussions take place, I understand you get antsy and stuff like that because you may or may not have a good, solid understanding of what's being talked about. But the reason that I don't step in and stop it is because conversations like this, they're supposed to happen, right?
Bro,
They're
I'm
supposed
not
to
getting.
happen,
I'm
and the conversation is supposed to flow, right? Because
bro,
again,
bro,
we don't know who's watching, and we don't know who could take something of value from these types of discussions, which is why I don't intervene with it. I'll just let it happen.
Absolutely, mate. And you know what? Right, I took a step back and I enjoyed that conversation. And I agree, bro. I completely agree. I wasn't getting angsty with it at all. I just wanted to put.
You kind of do sometimes. You kind of do sometimes, but that's
do you think I get angsty?
But that's who you are, though. No, I just sit back and let it happen.
Hang on. Do you think I'm angsty? Do you think I'm angsty?
No. I said antsy. 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 Antsy.
What does that mean?
Like you kind of get amped up, like you're kind of chomping at the bit a little bit.
No. It's because, right, I always have something on the tip of my tongue. Right.
I get it.
Yeah. I just always I want to push back on everything that everyone has to say. I can push back on you and you all day long, right? I want to hold back, right? I try to hold back. I try.
Well, I could too if I was trying to be contrarian, but I'm not trying to be contrarian.
No, but see.
Thank you for this too. I do appreciate it. And I'd like to do this again another time. Maybe sometime we can dive deeper into it or something, or this is kind of a topic that I haven't seen it being like a huge one going on, but there have been a number of people talking about it and trying to get to the factual understanding, or what we would say is what we can think is a factual understanding, right? And I'm open to being wrong, Mo. I mean, I really am. I'm not against it at all.
Well, I mean, you said you put going. I mean, I said the point before, but church fathers have written about this. We've already gone over the logical standard. I don't see how you don't understand you're in a P not P contradiction. But I mean, I won't beat a dead horse. I do have to like jump off. I got some video editing to do. I will say I don't mean any of this. Personal attack. I don't take any of it personal. So it's just me.
They're fun, and I
going after the argument.
I do take away some things from it. I learn a little bit more sometimes about different passages in the Bible, sometimes about people. So I do enjoy it, and I appreciate it, and thank you for it.
Yeah, no worries.
See, shout out to y'all.
One thing I want to say quickly before Mo goes.
Yes, sir.
Actually, did you say that you felt some type of way?
Some type of way about what?
I don't.
Just a minute ago. Right. Anyway, the point being is that I actually find your input very, very valuable, and it's definitely an important. Like you add so much value to the conversation. That's all I'm saying. So,
I just go after arguments. I mean, that's basically what I've I've
if you
been
go
reduced
after
to.
arguments, then you should come after me, bro, and we should do it because you promised me, that you would set up a debate on your YouTube channel. You promised you would do that, and you still haven't invited me over for an argument yet, right?
I think he said when you're not drinking, though.
Right, he did a long time ago.
I? Well, look, I'm open to have
bro,
a discussion, argument, whatever.
So look. You said that you've got a YouTube channel
all the time.
Yo, you got a YouTube channel, channel, and I want you to shout it out for the.
By the way, I don't know.
What's your YouTube channel?
Same handle, Mo Rebuttal. You'll find me on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's it all about? What's
He's
it
got
all
a lot
about?
of good videos. Check them out.
It's a debate commentary, actual
Exactly.
debates.
Right. And
He's
things
yet
of
you
that
still
sort.
don't have.
debater.
Yet you still don't
He's
have the
actually a really
guts.
good debater on the things he's
Well,
knowledgeable about. He's really good.
Oh,
He
yeah.
still hasn't had the guts to invite me to his channel yet, so I don't know how good.
I
a
haven't
debate he is.
streamed. I haven't streamed once yet. I don't have a stream ready. So once I get the stream, yeah, I don't care.
Mark's,
I gotta
Mark's
get-
trying to shoot shots right now. Mark's trying to shoot
Yeah,
shots at you, Mo.
I'm once I get my stream going, figure that all out. Then yeah, you're more than welcome to come on the stream.
All right,
Sure, we'll see.
Well, before you head out, Mr. Mo Rebuttal, go ahead and let the people know where they can find you, sir.
Yep, on YouTube, Mo Rebuttal. You also find me on X as well, on the same handle. Sometimes I get on there and make snarky comments. So
You started an X now. Cool.
yeah, it's been going for a while. I just don't really pay much attention to it. But
I've been gone
yeah.
for a couple months. I just recently came back. I had some work outside the electronics area that we love. So I've been missing some things for the past
Yep.
couple months.
Mm-hmm.
all right, guys. God bless. See you next time.
Well, just know you're always welcome to pull up on the platform, sir. Just know you always got a
Yes,
home.
sir.
All right, you take it easy.
Thank you,
brother.
bro.
Yeah, that was fun. I enjoy having good debates and conversations.
Well, I like it
and-
because he was
and then-
pushing
yeah.
back on you. He was actually
Right.
pushing back on you pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and see-
appreciate it.
Yeah, and see, whenever the debates start going, I just fall back and let it happen. I'll let people rock, because you never know what'll come out of it. You never know
True.
where the conversation is going to go, and you never know what's going to come out of it. And like I said earlier, you never know who's watching, and you never know who is looking to have their own personal questions answered. And if they're paying attention to the discourse and the back and forth, they may or may not get some of their questions answered. And because people are always curious about things, right? And so they may not know how to bring it up in a conversation, or they may not know how to articulate their thoughts about said thing in a conversation. So whenever these
Right.
debates happen, like that's actually one of the things that I have on my rule card for the panel. Like debates are welcome, back and forth are welcome, roasting is cool, as long as it doesn't get disrespectful and stuff like that. Then hey, I let people rock. I let you be you.
Yeah.
So,
No, I've always said that, bro. Why do you think I keep turning up? Why do you think I keep turning up? Why do you think I turn up every week? Yeah, because there have been weeks, mate. Right, honestly, where I say to myself, do you know what? I really can't be bothered turning up to this thing. I've got my own life to live. I've got my own problems to worry about. I don't really want to be arguing shit about stuff that I don't really care about.
right.
But I ask myself, I must care. It's not like, it's more about the subject matter, and it's more about getting to have the opportunity to have a voice. And that's what I'm all about. And I said that from the beginning. Charles knows that. That's why I keep turning up. And I think that there is no right or wrong. I've always said that. There is no right or wrong answer. And I think that anyone who wants to ever turn up to these discussions should always turn up, and not be afraid to speak their mind. Because we're not going, we might tease and we might, whatever.
Right.
I actually disagree with you on one small point, Mark. Just one small thing.
Oh, about that there's no right or wrong?
I do think there is a right and a wrong answer.
There is a right and a wrong
Part
answer.
of having these conversations and debates, though, is getting all human beings on the planet to come to the same understanding of what is right and wrong for all of us as a people.
Okay.
Right?
Can I clarify then?
The point of these is.
Can I clarify then when I said there's no right or wrong?
Sure.
I'm talking to anyone who wants to join the panel. Yeah, I'm saying to them there is no right or wrong way of coming and approaching and being a part of the community, and there is no right or wrong way of getting your message across, even if you may be, I don't know, challenged.
Sure.
I'm not saying that I'm not saying you're correct. I'm saying there is no right or wrong way of coming in and expressing yourself and getting your thoughts and feelings across.
Okay.
Well, I definitely think there is for sure a wrong way to approach people. But I understand what you're saying. It's okay for people to come and give whatever answer they give so we can have the conversation. I understand what you mean.
Yeah, I
would
didn't
just
articulate
it a
myself
little
well.
differently. Yeah, that's fine
Yeah.
though. But that's also part of why we do this stuff, is so that we can each engage with each other and try and say what it is we're saying, and then maybe get the point across. And maybe somebody else has a better way of articulating. Like you've said a couple of things that have made me think, oh, I need to articulate that in this way, not the way that I tried, because that
Well,
didn't make
I've
sense,
had this issue a lot through my life, yeah, where I know what I'm trying to say, and sometimes I pick or choose the wrong word, right? And I realise that I'm trying to articulate a point, and it's only when somebody else comes along and goes, "Oh, you're trying to say this." Bro, Charles is very good at doing that. He does it to me all the time. And I rely on that because I'm like, you understand the premise of what I'm trying to say. So long as I can get that message across, I'll struggle for words at times, you know. But I know the word I'm trying to find. So long as you are in a general sense of understanding of the word or the message I'm trying to articulate, then it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about like when I brought up the word that's under your name right now?
Malleable.
Yeah, malleable. Yeah, you did that one earlier. So that malleable, but you did it last week as well with something. There was a word last week. But my friend does this with me as well, quite often. And you know the funny thing about that is that I was really good at English language in school, and my friend who's dyslexic, my friend who's dyslexic is the one who often fills in those words for me, you know. And I'm like, wow, really? Like, yeah. And I'm like, do you know what? You're dyslexic, but you can still bring up those words. You know what I'm trying to say. Like,
well,
I'm like,
Mark,
good.
Look, to be completely fair, we all misunderstand things. I know I'm a more articulate guy, but even I misunderstand things. And you can see a perfect representation of that with me and Mo having that back and forth. I misunderstood the baseline of what he was saying, right? And that's obvious because of the way that we each were approaching it. We were actually talking past each other in a lot of ways, rather than me being able to understand what it was. So we probably should have sat down and fleshed out what it was he meant with the baseline a little better, so I actually understood it. See, we all misunderstand things, dude.
I like your angle. I really like your angle. You know, the more I've got to know you tonight, Cleaner, the more I don't agree with your views, okay, on polyamorous relationships. Okay, I really don't. Sure. But one thing I do like about you is that you come from a very, you don't get riled up. You don't seem to be easily provoked into engaging in an argument for the sake of winning. You're almost there, like just to hash things out, and I find that really good. You know, I really like that, and
I try to organize.
I don't think there is any right. I don't think there's ever any winner. So every time I attend these podcasts, right, I always go to bed at the end of the night and I say, do you know what? I don't even think I actually engaged in an argument. I engaged in a discussion and a conversation. And there was no right or wrong. There was no winner at the end of the day. Sure. Other than those that like to...
Just like a sharing of knowledge between two people to try and reach a better understanding. I will probably do the same thing. Actually, I'll probably go back and review me and Mo having our conversation back and forth and our debate back and forth, because I think I actually may have misunderstood some things that he might have been right about, you know? So I'm going to go back, and I know I'm going to think about it and give it some more thought and try to understand exactly where he was coming from.
You know, we're all very self-conscious, and I think, look, mate, if I was, I'm not going to lie to you, I watch back through every single one of these podcasts that I attend, and I look to see whether I have any flaws, whether I should do anything different. Every single week I say to myself, Mark looks like such a pisshead. He looks pale, he looks like he smokes too much, and he looks like he drinks too much. Right. And I say to myself, do you know what? Maybe next week he'll turn up sober. And guess what? I never fucking do. You know? I never do.
You come close sometimes, though. Sometimes you're just a little tipsy. Well, you're a good dude, man. You know, you don't turn into an ass when you're drunk or drinking.
Oh,
you,
that's right.
you just have fun with people, you know?
Mhm.
Even when you push
Yeah.
back, you're not trying to be an ass. You're just trying to push back a little. And there's
Right,
nothing
right.
wrong with that.
Mhm. All right.
Oh.
So with that being said, if you just now tuning in to the live stream, or if you've been rocking out with us since the beginning, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the action-packed discussion, just go ahead and click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat, and I will bring you up onto the panel. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and move on to the third question. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. So the third question is this: is cheating the same or different on both sides, and why? Is cheating the same or different on both sides, and why?
You and your silly questions, Charles. You and your questions, man. You and your questions. Okay.
I'll go first. I think during the act itself, it can be like there are definitely different things that men and women can do that should be regarded as cheating, right?
Okay.
In
about it.
my opinion,
Okay. Talk about it.
I think that for men, physically doing the act isn't necessarily something that's like, I'm going out to cheat, right? If they're emotionally connecting with someone else, that's where men are truly hitting that boundary of doing something horribly wrong to their spouse. If they're in a monogamous relationship, they should not be emotionally connecting with somebody else. The thing is, women shouldn't be doing that either, but it's more the physical for them, because the physical doesn't typically come until after the emotional. So men, the way gate to men is the physical. The way gate to women is the emotional. So I would say for men, starting in the physical side of things would be horrible. And for women, starting in the emotional side of things, making friends with someone and developing an emotional connection, that would be fucking horrible, because that's going to water down the relationship itself. They don't have as much emotional pool for their current spouse because they're spending some of that on their friend. You see what I'm saying?
I kind of have to disagree with you just a little bit.
Sure.
I gotta disagree with you just a little bit. I got some pushback for that, but I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead. I'll revisit that, but I'll let Mark give his perspective first.
No. I don't want to. I want you, Charles. Right. I was just laughing because I feel like all of a sudden,
okay.
Mr. Cleaner has been the most pushed back person tonight. But it's fine.
Good.
No, you say what you got to say, Charles, bro. You do your thing.
Okay, so the reason I slightly disagree is because I don't think that a man having sex with another woman is cheating.
Well, I think it depends on the relationship definition. If two people are in a relationship and they say, we're not going to have sex with anybody else, it's just us two, and then the guy goes and does it, then that's cheating.
No, I just think you just didn't keep your word. I don't think that's cheating, though.
So you would look at the emotional, which I would agree the emotional is more damaging. Like if a guy devotes his emotions to another woman, that's definitely more damaging for the relationship. I would agree with that.
Yeah, because if we take it back to before, where I made the argument that if a woman cheats, is 100% vindictive, I've never really heard of an example of a man, quote unquote, smashing another woman as a way of being vindictive.
I think I've probably heard of it like once or twice, but it's normally in context of like, she broke up with me and I'm going to go bang this chick that's a fucking 10 to show her she's a dumbass.
Right. I know some people that have done it. I know some men that have done it from vindictively. I really do. And I don't. Look, I hate to be that guy. But I just know you guys. It goes back to that.
Yeah, well, the bigger reason why I say that a man having sex with another woman isn't cheating is because men don't decide when sex happens. If men get the opportunity, they may or may not take it.
Well, I
Right.
mean, in
But a
America,
woman,
they don't, but if you go to
but
an
a woman
Arabic
is the
nation,
but a woman
you
is
can
the one who
definitely
presents
decide.
the opportunity. A woman is the one that presents the opportunity.
Okay.
The woman is the one that presents the opportunity to a man outside. The man is the one that's receiving an opportunity from outside. So it's not the same.
I get what you mean. Yeah, like the whole dating thing. Women advertise, men approach.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
can't be
get.
the same.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I do, and I would agree. I think with the weight of it, I think there's definitely more weight applied to the emotional than there is the act itself. The act itself may actually have less weight in the relationship of how destructive it is.
And
But
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think there's also, if you have agreed to a thing, then doing something outside that would necessarily be bad. And like with the specifics of sex, we've determined that it's called cheating.
We'll see. Well, because the way society is now, society caters more to the female way of thinking. So the things that women would be demonized for, we now demonize men for the same thing, as we're applying men's behavior to a female standard. If that makes sense.
It does
Yeah.
make a lot of sense.
The thing is, I think there can be a small application of the same standard on either side. Like for men, it's way more horrible for them to be emotionally attached, whereas we would say it's way more horrible for our woman to do something physical, because that means the emotional already achieved that level to where
Right.
she'll get physical, right?
Right.
So
Exactly.
I'd say though that there's still, like, much like how we say in general, it's not proper for men and women who are in monogamous relationships to be friends with other men and women, right? Like, because that emotional thing can start happening for the woman, that slightly is cheating as well. I would say that that's a form of cheating as well. While it may carry less weight initially, it will carry weight at some point. Much like a guy who's having sex with a girl may become emotionally attached to her, which would then give it more weight. It's kind of like the Waygate thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Well,
So I agree on the weight part of it. That, like,
And see, and another
it's
thing,
different there.
right?
Yeah.
And another reason why I say it's not the same on both sides is because if I, as a man, if my woman cheats on me, I lose. I get disrespected, and I get made fun of if my woman cheats on me.
Right.
Anytime a man gets cheated on by a woman, the man gets made fun of.
Right.
But then
Yeah.
when you flip it the other way around, if the woman gets cheated on, she doesn't get made fun of.
no.
Well,
Well, I don't know. Well,
No one knows. No, if she
actually
stays, no,
seen-
if she stays, if a woman gets, if a man steps out on his woman, and she chooses to stay with him, no one loses respect for that woman. They
hold on.
respect her
This-
more for staying solid. But when you
this-
flip it the other
I'll-
way around, if the man gets cheated on and he stays, he never gets respected.
I get what you're saying.
And women
Within-
don't respect him
within-
either.
Within
Kind of.
within men's friend groups, if he gets cheated on, people don't respect him. But I'm going to tell you something, and I think you'll agree with me after I say this and you understand what it is I'm saying. Women will say supportive things to each other, but inside their head, they're like, "Oh, that bitch couldn't keep that dude. That dude was a good dude. She should have been able to keep him. That bitch is dumb," or something like that. And you know that's true.
That's if the relationship dissolves. I'm saying if she chooses to stay.
Yeah, I don't really understand because
Seen
the
a
way
bit
that
of
I
both.
see
I
it,
get what you
Just
mean.
think
I
about
get
this.
what
No,
you mean,
no,
yeah.
no one disrespects a woman who chooses to stay with her man after he stepped out.
So I think
No one
I
loses respect
think
for her.
we have to. So we don't demand respect, right? So there's a difference, right? And I spoke about this before. There's a difference between demanding respect and commanding respect, right? You command your respect through your actions and
Okay.
through your being there and through your virtues and through your actions, right? You command respect. Yeah, you become a commander, right? You don't demand respect.
Damn.
You don't simply say, because I'm a man, I demand that I am to be respected, right? What you do is you command it, right? And you do that through, like I say,
Okay.
action.
Okay.
And I think that those who are, let's say, successful are the ones that can command that respect. And it's simple. So it doesn't matter how many rules and trials and tribulations and whatever. Well, it doesn't matter how many rules or rule systems we put in place or ideologies we put in place. It comes down to the actions that we perform.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
And look who showed up late to the party eating.
Bang, bang.
That boy Tizzle's in the building, man. You showed up at a good time, bro.
Bro, I was hoping for it. But you go.
A few minutes ago, so I've got to get running. I hate having to run right now because we've got to a really interesting point. But
Yeah.
I do have something I promised to be on, so I'm gonna go and help out with that. But thank you for having me.
Oh,
Please
absolutely.
keep doing what you're doing, man. I love this.
Yo.
This is an awesome place to do this.
Absolutely,
Mr.
bro.
Cleanup.
Absolutely.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure.
You too. Please stay safe, gentlemen.
You know, we got to put on for Cleaner 409. You know, we got to put on for the homie.
I appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir.
Bang.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
stay safe. I'm out.
All right, you too, man. You're always welcome to show up here, brother. You're always
you, sir.
welcome. Got you.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
All right, so Mr. Tizzle, you came in at an interesting point in the conversation, but I'm gonna let Mark finish what he was saying first.
Yeah, I can't even remember what I was saying. I keep forgetting my train of thought tonight. Yeah. Yeah, I can't even remember. I was just saying something about like it doesn't matter this, that, and the other, isn't it? It's like you know what's right, you know what's wrong. Commanding respect, I think, is what I was talking
Yeah,
about.
that's what you're talking about.
Commanding respect, yeah. And all I was saying is like we don't demand it, we command it, and I think we do it for our actions, and that's all I'm saying. So like some people can, some people can't. And all I wanted to say also is big shout out to Mr. Tizzle, right? I love you, Mr. Tizzle. I wish you came a little bit earlier so you could hear all the bullshit that we was chatting. But also,
I had to look
I'm
at
putting
it.
something together. I'm putting something together for you, bro. I've been putting something together for you.
Well,
A little side project.
Well, I'm glad that he pulled up because I told him that I had something else to show him that I forgot to show last week. So now that you're here, let's go. Let's go.
Oh, that's
Sweet.
hey, that's damn.
Let's
Hey,
go.
not even trying to be funny. What's crazy? I got like a little thing actually like that at my house.
Oh, like a drum machine?
Sweet,
Like
yeah.
an MPC?
Yeah, damn. That's tough. Damn. I
What,
like
bro?
the 3 too.
You
What
said
you
what?
eating? What you eating? Tell me what you're eating.
Subway.
Hmm?
Subway.
He said
What?
Subway. He said
Oh,
Subway.
Subway. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'm deaf, man. I'm
Yeah,
getting deaf.
Hey, Mark got confused like,
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Subway.
Subway.
Yeah. Good job. Sub.
No, but that's something else I had made for you. I just forgot to show it last time.
Yeah, no, that's dope. That's actually dope. It actually, I don't know if it's just me. It actually kind of looked like I almost took it where I stay at a spot. I don't know if it's because the background and that
Really?
that store right there. Yeah, like I don't know if it's because that store right there too, on the side where there's in the background, but it looks
Right
so
here?
similar. Yeah, it looks so similar to this street I know. It's pretty clean. Like it's tough. That's why I said it almost looked like if I took it almost like it's,
Well, it
that's
looks
so
like
tough.
it looks exactly like you and like that's you in the picture, bro.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Definitely do. That's why I said like if I almost took the picture, like if I'm in front of that spot, like that's amazing.
Yeah, I told you I got you, bro. And as a matter of fact, now that Mark's up here, I'm working on some other pieces of artwork for you too.
Bro, I've been working on something for you, okay? I didn't want to say it, okay? I wanted to keep it secret, okay?
cool.
But you'll see, okay?
Okay,
You'll
gotcha.
see. I'll do my thing. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so Mr. Chisel, I know you eating your Subway and everything. And as a matter of fact, it's kind of funny because I pulled a you earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had some food that I didn't really get to start eating. So I pulled a you. I pulled a you and I ate on stream too.
Hey, he said he pulled to me. He said he ate on stream too. For real.
Yeah, I ate on stream. I ate on stream too. And I was thinking about Tizzle the whole time. I'm like, man, I'm doing just like him right now.
Hey, sometimes you be doing shit what if it be doing, you get influenced.
Hey man. No, but in all fairness though, glad to have you here, bro. Glad to have you here.
Bro.
So is cheating the same? Is cheating the same or different on both sides, and why? What you got, Tizzle?
It's the same. It go both ways. I mean, I feel like both people will have respect for each other. If you know, if both motherfuckers don't like cheating, unless they what's their name? Like unless they like swingers, then I feel like it's completely different.
So do you agree with him, Mark?
Yeah. Of course I do. Because I think like he's basically like agreeing with what I was saying.
Okay.
In a way.
Okay, cool.
Unless they're like swingers and shit.
Okay, so since y'all both agree on that, I got a video to play for y'all then. Because I think it's different. I don't think it's the same. But hopefully this video will help y'all understand it.
When a man cheats, it's like one person washing hands in different bowls. One person washing hands in different bowls. But when a woman cheats, it's like different persons washing hands.
Jesus.
In one bowl.
Blood of Jesus. Blood of
different person washing hands in one bowl. It's okay. Now you know the difference. I will always be here to assist.
Right on, Professor.
Professor. 2 minutes, man.
Hell no.
So what are y'all's thoughts on the video?
I ain't gonna lie, I seen that shit. That look like some shit. I'm tripping on the motherfuckers laughing in the background. that shit crazy. Yeah.
Oh shit! Could you hear me laughing? Oh shit!
No, there was laughing on the video.
Oh, good. Yeah, the guy. Yeah, I was laughing as well.
It was like, oh!
Yeah.
I know, right?
So since y'all think it's the same, what are y'all's thoughts on that video?
I mean, I thought it was a comedy. No lie, I'm gonna keep it down there.
I think it was funny. And I think it was satirical. And I think they're trying to get a message across, right? But I don't think it's really rooted in much. Yeah, it's not really rooted in like much academia, is it? It's like just like if a man washes his hands in one bowl and a woman it's like, bro, come on.
He was using that as an analogy.
Sure, the analogy is funny, but I don't know how tight or how much that analogy stands up in reality, in real like truth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you think it's really true?
Yeah, it is.
Or is that just his perspective on life?
No, it's true. It's true. It's true. You want to know how I know?
Go on.
So if you're at a table and it's just you by yourself and you get 5 drinks and you drink, they're just clean drinks, are you going to drink out of all 5 of them? If it's just you there by yourself, are you going to drink out of all 5 of those cups?
Well, yeah. What do you mean?
Okay,
yeah.
cool. Okay, cool. So let's flip it. Now, let's say there's you and 4 other people, and there's 5 people at the table, and only one drink gets brought.
Mm.
Are you gonna take turns drinking out of that drink and putting your mouth on it?
No, of course not.
See, that's the difference.
Is that really? But
That's the difference.
okay.
That's the difference.
Okay.
The difference is, you know that you're the only person that's drinking out of those cups, so you're okay with drinking out of all 5 of them. But when it's you, when you're trying to share a cup with other people, you know that other people have put their mouth on that cup, so you're like, nah, I don't want nothing to do with it. That's the same thing when it comes to a woman cheating and having a high body count. It ain't the same. When you know that a whole bunch of dudes have had it, you're like,
okay, but then if I was to play devil's advocate, right?
No, go ahead.
And play the other side, would you not say that if you were as a woman, that they would say the same thing? They would say the same thing about a man, right? So they would say, like, it's all well and good for you to put your lips around my cup, yeah, and all of those other cups or whatever. It's okay for you to do it as a man, but me as a woman, I'm not allowed to do it. That's what I'm asking. Are they allowed to do it, or are they not allowed to do it?
No. Here's the thing: they can, but a dude that's really standing on business and has a backbone and principles, he ain't gonna take her serious.
Right.
That's the difference. That's the difference, because it goes back to what I said earlier. If a dude has a girl and he steps out on her, the woman doesn't lose respect if she stays. People actually respect her more if she stays to it and she holds him down anyway. They respect her for staying. That's what happened with Jay-Z and Beyonce. Beyonce didn't leave. He stepped.
Yeah, well, where are they now? Where are they right now? Anyway,
living their life. Living their life. And it's the thing. Beyonce could get with any dude she wants. She got money. She don't need a man for nothing. But she chose to stay with her husband anyway. And no one lost, and people still respect Beyonce to this day. No one makes fun of her and tells her that she should have left. But then if you flip it on the flip side, if a woman cheats on you, you're gonna get made fun of. And women aren't gonna respect you, and men aren't gonna respect you either. You want to know how I know? Perfect example is Will Smith. Will Smith still gets made fun of to this day for his wife having that conversation, saying that, oh yeah, I let another dude smash. And he,
I don't really like
it. And we made memes out of it. And we had memes out of it.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, Mr. Triz pulled up to the panel.
Sweet, Mr. Triz.
It really is. And
yeah, my man, Super Triz, he's back. He's back, and he's on the
attack. What's up, Triz?
Yeah.
Good. What's good? What's good with you?
That boy put up in the dark like he a demon on my soul. I like the concept. Oh God! Hey, hold on. I need to get my purse mask. Do like what you do. Turn my lights all purple. Oh God! I used to go crazy.
It's Triz. I get. I don't want to confuse him. Triz and Tiz.
Triz and Tizzle.
Yeah, Triz and Tizzle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Trizzle and Tizzle. Triz, Tizzle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr. Triz, he's moving incognito right now. We call that incognito. Incognito.
Bro, I heard what you just said. I thought like saying okay.
Incognito.
Yeah, okay. Incognito.
Nah, but Mr. Triz, is cheating the same or different on both sides, and why? What you got for that?
It's distinctly different, and I'll give you a brief explanation why.
Mm.
Women typically leverage their sexuality to control men.
That's facts.
So for them, cheating and faithfulness is a metric of performance within the confines of a relationship, while as for men, we're valued for our ability to actually have social proof. So when women see other women garnering for your attention, when women see men who are captivated by your presence, that's something that commands their individual respect. So if you were unable to even have the opportunity to engage in encounters with other women, then you wouldn't be desirable. Therein lies the problem. The women understand that, and they'll use their access as a mechanism to control you by, using a withdrawal of access as a form of punishment. They understand. They understand this. Also, it was funny that you brought that video up with the man washing his hands in different bowls. This concept has been around for many generations, and I heard it when I was actually very young. The concept was different. It was basically the key, the master key, and the locks and things like that. And obviously, the locks that can be accessed by any key is a faulty lock.
Exactly.
But the key that can access any lock is a master key. The nomenclature kind of is indicative of the value applied to those things.
Mr. Triz, if I may, so you mentioned something before it loses my mind, right? You said something about a woman tends to withhold themselves to punish the man.
Well, it all boils down to leveraging their individual
leveraging
sexuality is the underlying concept. But that's one of the ways that it manifests is by utilizing, or actually withholding access as a form of punishment,
right?
Or withholding access as a means to get what you want out of a situation, like saying, well, if you want to date me, you have to do X, Y, and Z. And basically meaning that it's essentially, the monetization of dating. And we've seen it in different forms, but in previous, the expectation previously was that, well, if I do X, Y, and Z, I can expect your exclusivity. But there was never an even exchange. There was nothing that women were saying, well, if I do this, then I should have your exclusivity. No, it was.
So you said the monetization of dating. You said the monetization of dating, right? So do you think that dating is monetized now in today's era, like in today's generation? Dating is just
it's always been monetized, bro. It's always been monetized.
That's the example I was using. I was saying that in previous generations, even though dating and courting that essentially was monetized, the expectation was that women provided exclusivity, right? This is what men their whatever their currency is in the dating and marriage marketplace. This is what was afforded by that, saying, hey, I am courting you. This is what I'm offering you, access to my empire. In exchange, I have your undying loyalty. What were women? Women were never offering anything with the expectation of loyalty from men. Women were only expecting to be provisioned for and protected.
That's a
provided
fact.
For, yeah.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
So I don't understand why there's any confusion on. See, I think that what we have to remember is that, number one, women. I think the biggest issue is that when women feel as though if you're not qualified to have other women, and they made a compromise.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry.
We lost you for a sec. We lost him.
But basically, the women are saying, well, I only got with you because you're a 6. So ain't no way you should be cheating as a 6. Now, if I wanted to be cheating on, I would have got with a 10. You broke. You make $80,000 a year. You shouldn't be cheating. And that's being said.
The problem is this becomes a big game, because what you're saying is that women do that. We're living in a world where people monetize and play games with their relationship statuses. It's different, whatever. It's always like Charles is, or Mr. AB is saying, it's always been that way anyway. I think it's getting worse, but I think that it's the problem is it's always been the way from women, but I'm seeing it happening now more from men as well, right? Where it didn't used to be that way.
Well,
like,
hold on
we're
for a
seeing.
second. Wait a minute. You just said that it's a big game, but we always have heard that term. Oh, he got game. Let's go spit game.
Yeah. That's
you
true.
See what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Yeah.
It's always been a game.
That's
Women
a fact.
play hard to get. Here's the game. You want to know what the game is? Women play hard to get, men play hard to keep. That's the game. Women play hard to get, men play hard to keep.
That's a fact.
But then it gets to the stage where a man plays too hard to keep, and then he just pushes the woman away, and it's like, hang on, you play you play too much. You played that game too much. You know what I mean? You play too hard, and then they're like, okay, you've just driven them away by being Mr. Cold Shoulder, Mr.
Oh no, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. How can a man play hard to keep when men are easier to please?
Well, we're talking about from the standpoint of actually marriage, right? Because
that's what I'm saying.
But I mean, but any man of value just doesn't give his last name to any old body.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Right. Because you're the metric. Okay, let's just say you have a particular standard for an intimate encounter.
Okay.
Your standard for marriage is likely going to be significantly higher than your standard.
It's going to be way different.
Exactly.
Facts.
So
facts.
That's what I mean when I say hard to keep. Even a girlfriend, you can people have had, you could have 100 girlfriends but only be married one time.
I would say I don't think that men play hard to keep. I think what women do is they'll play hard to get, but men play hard to give.
Okay.
I think men play hard to give because think about this. Because everything that a man gets in life, we have to work for it and earn it. We had to work and earn this sweater. I had to work and earn this watch I got on my wrist. I had to work and earn this gold bracelet that I got on. I had to work and earn all the stuff that I got to set this up, right? Which means I also have to earn my confidence. I have to make sure that my masculinity is on point. I had to go to the gym and earn my physique. I have to earn. I have to earn a sharp mind. I have to earn wisdom. I have to earn all those things.
Yeah, but that's you. That's right. You worked hard and you've reaped the rewards.
Right, but that's men in general. Men have to earn everything, and that means they have to earn women too. So since we have to earn it, we get to then choose who we give things to and how frequently we give things to. So just because I have a woman here doesn't mean I have to give her anything. I don't have to take you out on no date. I don't got to buy you nothing. I don't have to if I don't want to. But guess what? You still going to be here anyway because you're enjoying the presence of what I have now. You get to be in my presence. So I don't have to give you anything if I don't want to. Anything I give is out of the kindness of my heart, not because it's an obligation. That's why the richest famous dudes, they get to smash for free, but the broke dude gotta pay. No. In a general sense, they do.
We've seen too many examples.
I'll be back in a sec. One sec. I'm listening.
Professional athletes, men of stature, men of notoriety, who are consistently caught tricking and simping.
But they're choosing to give though. My point is that they don't have to. They're choosing to.
But see, but hold on, no. We gotta.
That's why I said anything he gives is out of the kindness of his heart, not because he has to.
But here's where I gotta give pushback. See, we gotta give proof of concept because, okay, let's just say, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll just use an example. We'll say Chris Brown, right? Chris Brown has women that pay $1,000 to even take a picture with this dude, right? Right. But then he was dating Karrueche and he was tricking on her. So you could have both. You could be the type of guy where women are paying to be in your presence, but there's always but see, men of that caliber are attracted to women that play hard to get, or women that are actually just, maybe they're not playing, maybe they specifically feel that they're worth the X amount of time and attention and money and resources, and so they leverage that to make you run around and do cartwheels to get to them.
Right.
And so we have somebody like that. Rihanna was an example, Karrueche. So there are women out there that Chris Brown will pay to be in their presence, even though he can just like if he was smart. See,
but hang on. The concept of playing hard to get, because I don't like playing hard to get. Yeah, I would never play hard to get. Right. I've noticed, right, that the only time, right, they start craving on me is when I'm actually, like, genuinely, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. So I'm not playing hard to get. It's the ones that when you start playing hard to get, it's weird, right? As soon as you actually are hard to get, like actually genuinely, legitimately hard to get, it's different, isn't it? Because that's when they start going, I can't actually get him. And you go, no, you can't. And you're like, you're not playing hard to get. You're genuinely just hard to get. So I think there's a difference between.
But even with the examples that Triz gave, my argument still stands though.
Yeah.
Because
because
think about it. Because think about this. These women are spending $1,100 for a meet and greet, and they got husbands and boyfriends. They will drag their dude to go take a picture, and then the dude sitting over there looking like a simp, like this, watching his girl bask in the presence of greatness, and he can't do nothing about it.
He got me. You got me on that one.
He can't do nothing. He can't do nothing about it. And even then, Chris Brown still don't got to give him nothing. Guess what? Yeah, he had Karrueche. Yeah, he might have did whatever, but guess what? He didn't give her a ring though.
If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it.
But he didn't give Rihanna a ring either.
Mm.
Yeah, look at A$AP Rocky. A$AP Rocky got kids and everything out of Rihanna, and he didn't even have to give her a ring. So that's what I'm saying. Anything a man gives is out of the kindness of his heart. He don't have to.
Well, don't be fooled by the rocks that they got. That's all I'm saying. Because Jenny spoke about it, and what we're saying is that just because they got a ring on it, Beyonce, right? I'm quoting Beyonce as well. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. But also Lopez, don't be fooled by the rocks you got, because there's a message to be taken from both of them.
Yeah, but Jenny for the block is for the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
Right. Fuck off, man. She's cool. She's cool. I'd take her under my wing. She ain't for the streets. Nah, she ain't for the streets.
Stop the cap.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Don't destroy my childhood fantasy. Yeah.
No, that's a childhood nightmare. That ain't no fantasy. That's a nightmare.
bro. Johnny Lopez. She was in Speed, man. I used to. Yeah. Anyway,
but go ahead, Tris.
No, I want to say that I think there's a distinct difference in the behavior patterns in men versus women in response to what Mark Fowler was saying, because here's the difference. For a man that is not as attractive to a woman, or he doesn't, let's use it from this perspective.
Okay.
But when a man encounters a woman that he doesn't value as much, his expectations of that woman are less.
That's true.
He expects
that's
more
true.
of a woman he highly values versus a woman who doesn't value a man as much. She expects more from that man she doesn't value as much.
That's a fact.
You see
that's
the difference?
Fact.
So we can have a woman we don't value, right? She can come over, 3:00 in the morning. We can, you can do our gymnastics center on her way,
right?
Or say, for instance, like a man that's in a relationship, right? And then it'd be a woman that he's trying to do some gymnastics with, and he's taking her out to eat, buying her jewelry, doing all this extra stuff. We've seen episodes of Cheaters where the man is doing more for the woman he has less respect for her. He doesn't expect anything from her. He's giving her everything. Versus the woman at home, he wants her to, cook, clean, take care of the kids. He wants his clothes folded up, and dry clean and his lunch ready when he goes to work. And versus a woman that she doesn't value the man, she wants him to do everything, pay her bills, take her to some dinner.
Well,
but the man that she values, she'll take money from the man she doesn't value and give it
to the dude that she does value.
Sure.
Yeah.
But hang on. Right. There's an important word.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right, Triz, you said expectations, yeah? Expectations. And I think that was an important word, I think, that you used, right? Because I think that one thing I've learned, right, going into a relationship now that I'm older and more experienced is, do I lower my expectations or do I higher my expectations? No, I don't go into a relationship with, I've got a set of values. See, I don't know if they're expectations. I don't expect anything from anyone these days. That's the problem, I don't actually expect anything except for a certain set of principles, and I would say that comes down to communication, loyalty, and trust. Don't mess me around, and that's it. But then you can't expectations are a really difficult thing. The higher your expectations, the more likely I think you are to be disappointed, because if you set your expectations too high, right, then people aren't going to meet those expectations. You're always going to be disappointed somewhere along the line. What do you think to that?
Well, I mean, I think that if you look at
more bullshit,
I like to throw this stuff in there just for fun.
Well, I mean, if you look at the average woman, like if we were to have a scale of 0 to 10, and in my opinion, I don't want to go too deep into the weeds, but the scale of 0 to 10,
I do.
Actually, we'll say 3 to 10, because ones and twos you generally don't encounter. These are people that have genetic anomalies and things like that. You don't see them out in the wild like that. So we'll say 3 to 10, right? So the average woman is going to be about a 5 or 6, right? If you take a 5 or 6,
right, yeah.
Hold on. If you take a 5 or 6, if you take a 5 or 6 and hold her phone for 24 hours.
6, 7. What about 6, 7?
No. I didn't want to go there.
6, 7. Sorry, just for our viewers, I couldn't help that. Yeah, go on. I couldn't help it.
Oh, crap.
I couldn't help it. Go on.
Take a 4.
Let me say it out.
And hold her phone for 24
Take a
hours.
0.
You take a 4 and hold her phone for 24 hours. The sheer opportunities she has to interface with the opposite sex would blow your mind. From a 4.
Facts.
Women and men are not the same. You take a guy that's a 4 and hold his phone for 24 hours. You can hold his phone for a month straight, and he'll still have 25% battery left.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
A guy that's a 4 doesn't need a phone charger. You have never heard a guy that's a 4 that says, damn, anybody got a phone charger? He never needs it.
Yeah, that's a fact, bro. That's a fact.
A woman's phone is always on 4%. She got it in low battery mode.
For real.
You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you.
Hey, Triz ain't lying, bro. Triz ain't lying, bro.
Yo.
Triz is not lying. For that, you got to get this, bro. You get one of these, bro. Right on, Triz. Right on, Triz. You spitting facts over there, bro.
No, I want Mark. Mark, what you got to say about that? Mark was talking crazy. I want to hear what you got to say about that, Mark.
Yo, bro, you put me off. You put me off. Hang on, you put me off my train of thought. I had something in my mind. Oh, I was about to say something.
Say to that. There's nothing you can say to that. There's nothing.
No. I was asking you. So look, literally, all I'm saying is something like the expectations, right? So we're talking expectations. You're talking about the 4s and the 3s and the 2s and the 1s, yeah? I'm talking about the 6, 7s and stuff, right? And I'm saying like, hang on, mate. I lost my train of thought.
Okay,
let me
recalibrate.
Yeah, go on.
The point I'm trying to make is that if a 4 phone rings uncontrollably, you can imagine a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So my point is that they could have whatever expectations that they want because they continually have batting, chances at bat. Versus a man,
because they get affirmation. They get affirmation. So when you answer your phone, or if a 4 texts me, yeah, I've got one of two choices. I either play into it. Look, I keep 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s. I keep them all in my DMs. Okay. Right.
You never met a 1 or 2.
I'll go from 1 to 10, bro. I keep 1s and 10s in my DMs. Yeah. I don't.
Stop the cap.
I'm just saying. But hang on. They know what they can get away with, right? I just do it for fun. I like to flirt. Okay?
Oh, so you play games?
Yeah.
Oh,
you triggered my trap card.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, but
you just told him.
You triggered my trap card.
Gotcha, bitch.
He told on the show. It's over.
Yo. Delete that. Go back. Right, delete that.
No, you got to hold the L, bro. You got to hold the L.
No, I'm just saying. Look. I'm guilty. I am guilty of. No, look. I think one of the things that I've learned is that I enjoy flirting with people. Yeah, flirting with people. That doesn't mean. So I think you need to draw the line.
No,
like someone said earlier. Someone said earlier. It's about communication. Someone said earlier it's about communication. So you need to if you're going to get into communicating with someone, you need to tell them is this really serious, or am I just just flirting just for the sake of flirting, just for having fun?
So you're telling me that you tell women, hey, look, I'm just having fun. I'm just flirting. I'm just here to waste your damn time for my own personal pleasure. You tell women that?
No, I've never done that.
You don't tell women that.
No, that's what someone said earlier. No, someone said that earlier.
No, we're talking about you. We're talking about you, Mark Fowler, a.k.a. Malleable.
Bro, no. Hey. Yo. Okay.
Now you done painted yourself in the corner. Now you got to stand on it. 10 toes down.
You idiot!
I love Metal Gear Solid. That was my game.
Yo, what I'm saying is, I think I think I like to keep things open in my DMs. Yeah, I like to keep things open in my DMs, and I like to flirt with people. And I think it's good fun because, right, like you said earlier, people know what they can or can't get. Yeah, people know what they can or can't get, and I'm pretty sound with people. I'll tell people look. Like if you're a 1, look, I know a couple of 1s, yeah, and 2s and 3s, right? That lust on me, and I'm like, I love the fact that you lust on me, but you're not my type. Okay, you're not my type. I think you're really nice as a person, but I could never stick my dick in you because you're not my type. Okay, so but I'll still continue to be nice and flirt with them, and I don't know, maybe I'll lead them on. I shouldn't do. But
Okay,
I hang
let's
around.
game.
I hang out with
You
them.
lied!
But what I'm saying is, when is it?
Lies! Lies! When will
Oh,
the
don't
lies
tell me that's
end?
lies. Don't tell me that's lies. Right?
You just
Because
said you're leading them on. That's the words you just used.
well, I don't like to think that I lead them on. I think that I instinctively, naturally lead people on because I'm a charming character. So I think I lead you on. I think I lead you on. I think I lead you on, right? I think because I'm sat here right now. I think I think I yeah. I'm leading you on right now. You love me, and you're flirting with me right now. So I can guarantee you're in my DMs right now. You're a number. You're about. I'll put you at a 6. I'll put you at a 6.
Stop the cap.
Listen, all
Stop
I'm
the
saying,
cap.
listen, just admit it. You're a man just like all of us. You can't take
Yo.
now. You play games just like we play games. You lead women on just like we lead women on. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Yo, I've had too many drinks. I'm
Yeah,
talking too much.
the honesty is coming out. Drink some more. We want the real you.
Look, hey, this is Mark right here.
You idiot!
No, I'm not an idiot, bro. I'm not an idiot. I'm smarter than the average bear.
Stop the cap.
You were supposed to say the average Joe, not Bear, my boy. Damn.
He's making a Yogi Bear reference. That's what that was.
Yeah.
Oh, he funny as hell. Talking so Yogi Bear.
Yeah, that was Yogi Bear. That
Yes,
was from Yogi Bear.
tizzle.
All right.
Anyway, go on.
So I already gave my perspective on is cheating the same or different on both sides. It is 100% different. And if anybody wants to disagree with that, I'm open to it. But I'm a play a video for Mark and Tizzle to help illustrate this further.
Oh no!
I told you.
Oh no! Today you say you're here to prove to him that he is the biological father of your 32-year-old son, Raydell. Now, Mr. Henderson, you have never met Raydell, and you don't believe you're his father, and today you say you're here to prove it.
I was living in Jersey City when I met Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson was the only man that I was seeing in the state of New Jersey at the time. I had no chance of being with no other man but Mr. Henderson.
Your Honor, that's not true.
That's true.
Me and Miss Brown,
true.
we were never dating. We were never dating.
Oh, no?
We were never dating.
No?
Miss Brown was one of many that was on my team
Well, we're gonna
years
prove
ago.
it today.
And when I
We're
kicked her
gonna
off the
prove it
team
today.
is when
We
she
wanna
started
prove this
saying that she
today.
was pregnant.
Please.
Well, hold on.
She knew I had a lot of females in my life.
And she
she knew from the beginning I didn't want any relationship. I didn't want any more children, that I had children. And during the time when she said she got pregnant, I wasn't even dating her, and I always used protection when I was with her.
Ms. Brown, did you know he was dating and sleeping with other women at the
Yes.
time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, that's why I said she was just one of the team.
Mr. Brown, what would you like to say, sweetie? I'm listening.
Your Honor, one thing I have to say is, like, my grandmother raised me. I mean, like, I made different, you know what I'm saying, choices in my life that led to me joining gangs because I ain't have no father in my life. And it hurt. If I would have had a father in my life teaching me, like, to do things, I wouldn't have made them choices in my life.
I grew up myself without a father in the home, so I know every man want to know where they come from.
Oh, Mr. Brown, I have to ask you, what are you hoping for today?
I mean, I hope the results come out that he is my father. I mean,
You do?
yes.
Me too. And Mr. Henderson, what are your hopes?
My hopes is to get resolution today to find out if he's my son or not. My arms are wide open. If you're my son, you're welcome.
In the case of Brown versus Henderson, Mr. Henderson, you are not his father.
Oh, no!
I told you.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. I'm not going to feel, I don't feel no remorse. I'm sorry that I thought you was a father because y'all look so much alike.
I understand.
Miss Brown.
Yes, Your Honor.
Stupid. Do you know
what I went through?
No. Do you know who your son's father is?
Your Honor, I don't know who the father could be because I was dealing with Mr. Henderson.
Okay. So What are y'all's thoughts on that video?
Oh well, I mean, you already saw my comment from earlier. I mentioned paternity fraud.
I found it very difficult to watch. I found it very difficult to watch. I'll tell you why.
Obviously, she just told on herself.
Fatherlessness, right, is something that's very close to my heart, right?
Okay.
And you know, I found that quite difficult because at first I started laughing at it, and then it started reminding me of those people out there that are struggling, like, you know, the way that I did when I was younger. And I push a lot of that stuff to the side quite often. But what I find is, I just found myself wanting to say to anyone who's watching, like, if you don't have a father out there, I kind of want to take on that father role. I really do, and I want people to realize that if they need a male role model in this world, then they should still reach out, because there are nice men out there that will, you know, there are good men out there still, is all I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. Shout out to you. I mean, I get what you're saying, because you want to be like a form of a support system to them. Is that what you're saying?
Well, because look, my dad isn't dead. I haven't suffered with that. I haven't seen him for over 20 years, as you know. They divorced, this, that, and the other. So,
okay.
Look, it's difficult. You know, fatherhood. It's something that, you know, I never realized how important it was. And watching that, it just reminded me of, you know, like, how men are so needed in a child's life, so much needed in a child's life, you know, and you know, but I just want to reassure people that young boys do grow to become men, with or without their dads, and it's the life, it's the path you choose that makes you who you are. You know, you either take the wrong, you either go that way or you go that way. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Okay, well, thank you for that, man. Shout out to you. All right, Mr. Tizzle, what are your thoughts on the video? Because this ties into the question: is cheating the same on both sides?
Hey, like I said, obviously, I mean, you know, she told on herself. That's not her son. She was seeing other people. I mean, hey, like I said, it's supposed to go both ways. Motherfucker not playing their part. I mean, hey, it's their fault at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, but what you saw in the video, if you heard what the dude said, the son said that his grandma raised him.
Well,
so his own mama didn't even do right by him.
Well, I mean, that's how it be in the family. I mean, when you don't take care of the ones who you're supposed to, I mean, they don't know that mentally kind of fuck somebody over. And kind of, they're not gonna be the same. Some people don't know that until, like, I guess people say it's too late or whatever.
Yeah, but it's because of stuff like this.
Yeah,
as to why me and Triz were both saying, and me and Triz agreed that cheating is not the same. It's completely different on both sides, because you'll never be able to find that type of video flip the other way around. You'll never find it.
Yeah,
where a woman is going to maternity court to figure out if she's the mother or not. That'll never happen. So stuff like this is why men have a serious issue when their woman cheats on them. It's because of stuff like that.
No, that's true. That's true.
And so for that reasons like that, cheating is not the same on both sides. That's what me and Triz were saying. So the reason I wanted to play those videos for you and Mark is because y'all seem to agree that it is the same. And me and Triz are like, nah, it's not. It's fundamentally different. That's why, and see, that's why double standards exist, because we're not the same.
I just took such a different watching that. I found it quite difficult to watch, mate. I found that quite difficult to watch.
I see what you put in there.
It really hit home, man. It really hit home. It really like tugged on a proper heartstring.
Okay.
I see what you did there.
See what who did? See what I did?
Yeah.
What did I do?
No, it ain't nothing bad. I'm saying like I see how you. I'm saying what you did like when you showed.
Oh yeah, when I broke it down. That's why I played those videos. Yeah, that's why I was playing those videos to help illustrate the point. But I mean, does anybody else have anything else on this one before we move on?
Well, I mean, I think that there was a study, and I've talked about this. This was many years ago. We had this discussion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, I referenced the study. So we're talking about this discussion I had was probably around 2015, 2016. And I referenced an Australian study. Now, studies have subsequently come out since then. But I referenced an Australian study that was done, and it took 1,000 couples. This was a peer-reviewed research scholarly article. So this wasn't like any bullshit.
Sure. Right. Yeah. Okay.
And so they took 1,000 couples, and some of them were married, some were not married, but they were couples, people that were living together, cohabitating couples that had children, right? And these were couples where the men assumed, or not necessarily assumed, there was an agreement. These are my children, and it was understood by the men and the women that they were their kids. Mm-hmm. They gave them paternity tests, DNA tests. What they found out of those couples, and I can't remember the exact number, but I believe it was maybe 27%, something around that. 27% of where the father was, he was not the biological father, and he didn't know until after the DNA test was done. Australia, that was years ago. Subsequent,
sure. I mean, look.
Hold on. Subsequent studies have come up, and there was one that was done in Jamaica, and I can't confirm the actual study because I honestly haven't done the research. But somebody was referencing this, and they brought up the article and stuff like that. But I can't tell if it was peer reviewed. But it was something to the tune of 70%.
70%.
Paternity fraud in some area of Jamaica, some specific area of Jamaica, right? I'm not sure of the sample size, but what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make is that paternity fraud is a lot more common than we realize.
Paternity what? Paternity fraud. What do you call it? Paternity
fraud.
Fraud.
Yep.
With FRAUD, fraud.
Yeah. Paternity fraud. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Smells like our bathroom back home. Hey, this road. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that I was on board because I'm like spacing out. But hang on, paternity fraud.
Yep.
Fraud. What? Hang on. Did you explain what that was earlier, or what?
Yeah,
paternity.
It's fraud because the men have a financial obligation to said children.
Paternity. Right. Okay. Yeah. I know what you mean now. So, like, through the legal aspect, for the legal. Like, so when someone goes through the legal court system,
there's an emotional aspect as well. The men are emotionally invested in these children that he thought was his. He got pictures that he's put on his office step. He tells everybody, "These are my kids. I'm so proud of my kids." He's taking them around his family.
So paternity fraud. Hang on, paternity fraud is basically like what you're saying is where like a man or a woman uses the legal justice system to get some kind of child benefits for the woman, sort of thing.
Well,
they do it fraudulently.
It's not really involving the legal system. It's essentially when a woman communicates to a man that he is the father of said child, and in actuality he's not. Even the communication that she's been sexually exclusive to him. Right. Because then it's the assumption that the child is his because she's been with nobody else. When in actuality, like the case we just saw, this woman vehemently insisted that she had been with nobody in the entire state. But in
Yep.
actuality, when the judge asked her after the paternity results revealed that he was not in fact the father, she asked him, well, who is the father of your child? She still didn't know.
But
And
surely
then, look, and then- and then
that's
she-
hang on,
and look,
isn't
and
that,
she-
isn't,
and she still lied too.
isn't
She
that,
still
isn't
lied
that the
even
man's
after
response?
it
Right.
came out.
How can you become a victim of paternity fraud? Like if, for example, a woman turns around and says, oh, I'm pregnant, yeah. Isn't it the man's obligation or responsibility to then turn around and say, hang on, let me work this out, put some dates together, try and figure things out. Let me go and get
That's
a
what a lot of the guys do.
Because a woman can have sex with 10 guys in one day. But hold on, let's take it a step even further. Let's say you're married to a woman, which has happened in the United States. You're married to a woman, you've been married for 10 years. You guys have 3 kids together. You later find out through, like, you know, you got to go for a medical procedure, you know, maybe a kidney transplant, and they're trying to identify who's a match, and they find out then that the children are not yours. And then at that point, because you've been married, you've already signed the birth certificates. If you divorce that woman, you still are financially liable for those children.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Well, yeah, that's we've got a similar problem over here in a way in the UK. It's very similar.
Man, so the British women are for the streets too?
We've got problems here.
She belongs to the streets. You got a bunch of look, he got a bunch of slags walking around.
Yo, that's an English word, man. I can't believe you just used that word.
What slag? Slag?
Slag. Yeah, use that word, slag.
Hey,
that was pretty appropriate too. We'll make an Englishman out of you one day, bro. We'll make an Englishman out of you.
Hey, you know we gotta put on. You know we gotta put on. You know we gotta put on. Yeah, we gotta put on for the UK.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mark.
Yo, cheers, bro. And you're gonna get me like cancelled. They're gonna be like, you're associating with patriots right now. That's it. 12 years in prison for that. Cheers, bro. Thanks, Charles. Thanks, mate. You just got me locked up for life.
Well, I don't know about all that.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I'm being satirical because it's so. Yeah,
but now
you know,
that I showed you guys those videos, do you kind of understand where me and Trish are coming from when we're saying that the cheating is not the same?
Hang on. There was a thing. I was going back. Yeah, go on.
No, what I was
trying to
saying was
get to Triz's point.
Yeah, what I was saying was now that I showed you the video and me and Trish kind of went into it a little bit. Do y'all understand now why cheating isn't the same on both sides?
Well, I ain't
it's not the same. Yeah, it ain't the same, Mark.
You know, I agree with you, right? You know, I agree with that statement. You know, I agree with that statement. Okay.
All right. I mean, does anybody else have anything else on this?
Well, I do want to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is even more extensive because now you've opened Pandora's box. It's gotten to the point now that even France basically they've made this statement. The country of France, right? Their administration has saying that they are against paternity tests.
Yep.
I
heard about that. I heard about that.
Right?
About that, and I know why too. Go ahead, Trish. You got it.
Because you have to understand, right? This is my own theory, right? We obviously had, feminism where women entered the workforce. It effectively doubled the GDP, and prices of goods and services subsequently rose in, commensurately with the increase in GDP. So the household income went up when you had 2 people working, and so there was more spending power. And because of that, the prices of everything went up. And so now it's like, well, now you need two incomes to live, a certain lifestyle to own a home.
That's more tax revenue too.
Right. Well, this is the same as
I'm going somewhere with this. Right.
Yeah, did I lose you? Hello?
And we look at what it costs for an individual to live, right? And I did the research. I believe it's about 48,000 or 45,000 for a single person, right? Average in America, right? That's cost of food, clothing, shelter, all that, right? And a little bit residual for entertainment, right? If you have two people, right, you would assume that it would be 90,000, 45 plus 45. But no, because of economies of scale, when you have two people in the same household, right? Now you're able to raise that, that residual income because the cost per person goes down.
Bro, this is the immigrant. You're talking. You're literally just now. It goes on to the immigration crisis because, from what you're saying, is look, the more hands, the more mouths you have to feed. Yeah, the more hands need to be in the dirt to be able to sustain, and the more do you get what I'm saying? And we're finding this happening across the Western Hemisphere. And if we're going to get into geopolitical or the economical, I believe it's because of mass immigration. I think we're allowing too many people to flood into our countries, and so therefore there's a bigger strain on our economy, and therefore we've got more mouths to feed, more people to sustain, more families to try to look after. But if we're not able to maintain a sense of looking after our own people in the first place, then how can we be expected to look after all these masses of people coming in? And I think that's the biggest problem. And I hate to be that guy that says it. It's mass immigration. There you go. I've said it.
I mean that's a factor, but that's a completely separate issue from what Triz is speaking to.
Yeah,
I don't think it is. I think it plays into it.
I'm speaking more towards how, as long as we're apart, there's more revenue to be had. So when women and men get together, they have kids. Number one, you have children, right? Okay. But then you get divorced, right? So now you have the whole, family court system. There's revenue to be had there. Now you got two separate households that actually have to spend more individually than they would if they were under one roof, right? So it's better. It's really better for the economy if people get married and get divorced and then they have two separate households. Especially for people who own businesses and people who are the quote unquote.
Well, we that's very similar over here. So, for example, I live in a council accommodation, right? And it would be in my interest to get with a person who's got her own property, so that we can share a household. And if we were to play our cards right, we could get her to move in. I could have a baby together. We could utilize the system and then get a bigger flat, and then she could maintain her own place over there. And I know people that do that. I know partners that actually have their own property, and they just go back and forth between the two houses. But I don't think that that's the right way forward. I really don't. I believe the best way forward is to have a big house, a big property, live together and try to maintain that sense of camaraderie and You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Traditional way.
I agree.
All right, cool. So does anybody else have anything else on this before we move on?
No.
No? Okay, cool.
Yo, Tizzle, you still eating?
Oh no, he done.
You know it.
I got the snacky
snacks. I got the snacky snacks on.
What, you got some cookies?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We need to find some way of sponsor. Right, giving him a sponsorship. Yeah, he should just come on to this podcast every
for real.
week, and just
show off all the new snacks he gets.
Yeah, right. Sponsorship. Anyway,
Look, snack mode with Tizzle mode. Snack mode with Tizzle mode.
That's what I'm saying.
Snack mode with Tizzle mode. No, but if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to get in on the action-packed conversation, click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. All right, so we're gonna keep the show pushing.
I don't know if it's this side or this side. Right, I'll have to look next time. Is it this side or this side? The link at the top of the chat.
Yeah, the other one. Yeah, there you go. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get into the fourth question. And the fourth question is: can a relationship ever truly recover from betrayal? I'll ask it one more time. Can a relationship ever truly recover from betrayal?
No, I don't think so.
All right, Tizzle said no.
I'm glad he said that. I'm glad Tizzle said that because I agree with Tizzle. Well, I think that people can hold on to hope to recover their relationship. I think that once the thing's been done. See, this is where what's his face earlier, Mr. Cleaner. He was talking about, it's okay, like, and I just don't agree with it. I just don't fully understand. I'm all about loyalty, trust, understanding, you know. And I think that once you break that loyalty, that's it. Done. You can never come back from that, you know. And I know that I know relationships that they break up, they mess around, they come back together again, and I'm like, that's not a proper relationship. That's not a proper relationship.
Okay. All right. Mr. Triz, I think I already know what you're going to say, but I got to ask you anyway.
Triz
Can a
gonna be like,
relationship
yes.
ever truly recover from betrayal?
Bro gonna say yes on my soul, guaranteed. He definitely gonna say yeah. I'm calling.
Nah.
He's gonna say no.
Nah. I don't think. Yeah, he ain't gonna say yeah. I think he'll say no as well. I think.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear. Let me find out. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Look, we're playing the game. Right.
I'm thinking his answer might be along the lines of what mine's gonna be.
My mic will read it, but I will say this: a relationship can recover from betrayal, but here's the caveat.
Okay.
It will never be what it once was. Once that magic is lost, once that innocence is lost, it's over. Now, if you're willing to accept the new dynamic that relationship now has in the face of betrayal, then you can move forward. But if you're expecting a relationship to be what it originally was, that magical, innocence, then you're going to be, that's when the problem's going to occur, because you're going to have this expectation, and then you're going to see that the relationship is not fulfilling that expectation, and you're going to be disappointed. And then that's what's going to eventually lead to even further betrayal.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, but that wasn't a yes or a no. That was a diplomatic answer. You sound like me, bro. That
was kind of a like, if you put it in this way, then it's kind of different. You know what I'm saying?
No, but it makes sense. It makes sense.
I believe so.
Okay, so
it's like this. If let's take it out of a male and female relationship. If you got a homie, right, and you let him borrow $100, right, and he like, yeah, I'm gonna get you back, and then you come back, you ask him, and he doesn't get you back. Now you like, it's like $100. I'm not gonna really trip over the friendship, but you like know in the back of your head, man, if he ever asks me to borrow $100, I know he's not gonna pay me back. You understand what I'm saying? You just know how.
Yeah. So my friend said this quote to me the other day. He said, "I can forgive, but I don't forget." Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you can forgive people, but you don't forget. Once they do that thing, it's like, oh, okay, I can forgive it if you're my friend, but I won't ever forget. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Okay. So I will say I agree with Triz's perspective, but only under one caveat. Only under one condition.
When you said yep, I already knew it meant that. I was going to say, what you mean, one condition?
Yeah. So I think a relationship can recover from betrayal if the man steps out. But on the flip side, I don't think it can recover if the woman steps out.
Hang on. A relationship can recover from betrayal if the man steps out.
Yeah.
But not if the woman steps out.
But not if the woman does it.
A relationship can recover from betrayal if the man steps out. Hang on. Let me try to figure that out. That makes.
I mean, it's real simple. But take all the time you need to process it, bro.
Hang on. Relationship can recover from betrayal. The man steps out. Nah, that's ridiculous. A relationship can recover from betrayal if the man steps out. Yeah?
Yep.
Hang on, but what if the man was the betrayer?
I just said that. The man stepped out.
Right, but the man,
Come on.
the man is the betrayer. But
Yeah.
what if the woman's the betrayer?
Then they can't recover.
So you reckon? So that's what you're saying. You're basically saying
It's
if
that,
the
it's
man,
that simple. It's that simple.
right? Really?
Yeah.
You think it's that simple?
Yeah. It's really that simple.
Okay, fair enough. I don't.
I
well,
mean,
okay.
you want me to elaborate? I can
No,
elaborate if you want me to.
no. It's fine. It's fine. I got it.
Well,
You know
got
what?
the proof. I got the juice. You already.
You know what?
No, I just.
You know what?
I just find it that you're saying that if the man, right, does the wrong action, it's okay, but if the woman does the wrong action, no, sorry, if the woman does the same thing, it's not okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but but why?
Okay, so I'll elaborate. So this is the thing, right? So when you look at what both genders are looking for in a partner or in a relationship, the standards and requirements are completely different. So what I'm expected to bring to the table is things that she can't necessarily replace or get anywhere else. I'm expected to bring leadership, resources, masculinity, confidence, assertiveness, a degree of dominance. I'm expected to bring a lot of things to the table, right? I'm supposed to be able to protect her, guide her, be an emotional support for her, and I'm supposed to contribute a lot to create a stable foundation of the relationship, right? So what I'm expected to bring is a laundry list of things. But on the flip side, what men expect women to bring or what men are looking for is not a long list. So the expectations are completely different. So what we look for in a woman, it's not going to be this super long list of things. She has to be somewhat decent looking. She can't be for the streets, and she got to take care of herself to a degree. She can't be like fat, and she can't come with kids. Like what we look for is things that they can control. Like it's easy for them to do. It's easy for you to be sweet. It's easy for you to be polite. It's easy for you to be feminine. It's easy for you to follow what we say. It's easy for you to not be a hoe. It's easy for you to not cheat. So what we look for is easy. It's easy for them to do. They like the things that we look for are things that they don't have to earn.
And I know you better hope you don't get canceled with that word, fam.
Yeah, no, I like that.
They gonna be like, "What you trying to say?"
But the things that women look for in a man, we have to fight and earn it. Everything except our height, because some women look for height in a man. But some women have a height requirement, which is fair. But we can't control that. You can't earn your height, but everything else we have to earn.
If a motherfucker ever tell me I need a height requirement, I'm looking at their ass like this ain't.
Well, I mean, I've never been rejected because of my height. I've never been turned down because of my height. I'm 5'7". I'm 5'7". I've never been turned down because of that.
You're taller than me, man. You're taller than me.
For real?
I'm 5'6".
Yeah, I'm 5'7", bro. I'm a shorty.
Yeah. I'm a shorty. I'm 5'6", but I don't really care.
But the biggest thing that
some people like it, some women like it.
Right. But the biggest thing that men ask for is you just don't cheat.
He is funny as hell.
Hey, what? Because we're little shorties. What?
Well,
what
listen,
are you laughing? Hey, Tizzle, you can shut the fuck up.
Right. Well, listen, but
how tall are you?
But men, hold on. But men can get by.
I'm kidding, bro.
Men can overlook a lot of things in a woman, and a lot of times a man will settle for less than what he really wants. Just to overlook things and give the woman a chance. But the one thing that men in general are not going to tolerate is the cheating.
Yeah.
They'll get with a girl that's fat. They'll take a girl that got kids. They'll take a girl that don't cook. They'll take a girl that don't even have a job or don't have no type of ambition.
This is
but
my
if you
whole
but if you
point.
cheat, but if you cheat, that's like the one thing where it's like, okay, we don't even ask for much. And the one thing that we do want, you can't do it. That's a problem.
I get that,
much.
What?
Mate, do you not think that as a societal standpoint though, that men should be, let's say, less like promiscuous? They should be like, I don't know, just to hold a sense of decorum and status in the world, yeah? Because status is a major thing, right? I actually think that people, the biggest leaders and the biggest people in the world, are the less flamboyant men in the world. Actually,
okay.
The ones that are going around there, like going, oh yeah, let me be polyamorous, whatever, yeah, and all that kind of shit. And the ones that are going out there just going sleeping around, right? It doesn't lead you anywhere. It doesn't do you any good when it comes to your social status. Realistically, we should be like, I know I can get it.
I would argue
I think it should be the opposite. I think we should be like, well, okay, go on. Like,
I would argue that it does. It helps us. You want to know how I know?
Well, that didn't really turn out well for P. Diddy or whatever, did it? Or Epstein. What I'm saying is, like,
wait. So what happened? What happened with P. Diddy? What happened with him?
P. Diddy got locked up. That's what happened. And that video.
No. Wait. Hold on. No. What did he get locked up for?
Being like flamboyant.
No. He got arrested on a RICO case, which is a federal charge. He got charged with running a criminal organization, and they couldn't find no evidence of it. That was what he got charged with.
But what I'm saying is that kind of behavior, right, whether he's guilty or not, right? So when you get into the limelight, right, what do you think that society looks up to the likes of that type of behavior and thinks, oh, do you know what? I want to be a P. Diddy when I grow up. Or do you think they look or like or do you think they say, do you know what? I want to be off the radar, have my relationships. Do you know what? Maintain a sense of decorum in the world, yeah.
Some
where
guys
I'm not
want
seen
that.
to be a player.
Some guys want that, and other guys don't.
What do you think is better for your future? What do you think will allow you to become more accepted and appreciated by society moving forward? Because I don't think that promiscuity is widely accepted nowadays. Well, legacy.
Me grinding and creating a legacy. And women are what come with it. Women come with it, bro.
Sure. Well, I'll drink to that.
And I hear Tizzle playing some E40 in the background. Shout out to the Bay Area. No, but think about what I said earlier. Everything a man gets, he has to grind for it and work for it. And the byproduct of his hard work is women show up. They just show up, bro.
Right.
They show up. You don't got
yeah.
You get to a point where you don't even have to go looking for them. They just show up.
Yeah.
Because they want to be associated with the top dog. They want to be associated with the winner. They want to be associated with the man that can make things happen.
Yeah.
So they'll
100%.
They'll get with Jason that works third shift at the warehouse. They'll get with him, but deep down in the back of their mind, they know that they can get a better deal. And if a better deal comes along, they going. That's just the nature of the game, bro. That's the nature of the game. So what I'm saying is, men in general don't build themselves up just to only sleep with one chick for the rest of their life, bro.
Do you think I tiptoe around things then too much, right? Because I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but don't you think this whole conversation would be boring if I just came in and said, "Yeah, that's it. I agree with everything you said, and that's it."
There's nothing wrong with you agreeing with something that makes sense. There's nothing wrong.
Well, I agree with a lot of what you say. I think it takes time to get there to fully understand your angle, to understand exactly what you're trying to get at. There's some things that I still disagree with. Like I want to go back to that manifestation thing one day, not now. Okay,
Here
we'll do it another
we
time.
go. Here we go.
No, not now. We'll do it another time. Okay, we'll do it another time. I'm just saying, because I've got to log off in a minute as well, because it is getting very, very, very late. What time is it?
I think my biggest issue was, you know, before I came on, I was listening to most of the stream before I came on.
Get up,
and
get up,
some
get
of
up,
the stuff that I heard coming from your end was essentially like, well, you know, we have to consider, you know, what the women feel and blah blah blah, this, that, and the third. And my thing is that
I play devil's advocate.
Women already have enough provisions, though. This is where, you know, with Anonymous, you spoke of the double standard. So there's things that women can do that men can't, but we can't say, well, dang, they get to do this X, Y, Z. Well, you know, why does it have to be men, women and children first? You don't hear men saying that.
Yeah.
We accept the fact that if there's a bomb in the building, the women and children get to go first. If the plane crashed in the ocean and they got the inflatable, you know, slide and they're going on the life rafts, women and children first. We as men accept that. We don't complain and argue about it.
No.
When it comes to,
I don't think I was complaining or arguing about it. I was agreeing with your concept, actually.
But so when it comes to the dynamics of men and women, like we accept that men, we have to become. It's not granted for us. We have to become.
Women just are.
Women just are.
Women just are.
Their biggest
So it feels to me like you're agreeing with me though, because that's what I'm saying. Women just are, right? So it almost feels like you're agreeing with me, because I'm saying women just are. It's not that we shouldn't, right? We naturally understand their position, and it's our. I have said this before. I said to Mr. AB that we are the ones that grant certain freedoms and certain things to certain people.
Yeah.
And so therefore we should take pride in the fact that we do that, and we should take pride in the fact that we put women and children first. So in actual fact, I believe that
you know why that is though, right? There's a logical reason for it. And so it kind of ties back to the whole men being able to have multiple women thing. So the reason that the women and the children get rescued first is because it only takes one man to repopulate a society. So if 99 of us die and one survives, that one man can impregnate those women and repopulate the society.
Yeah, sorry, but I interrupted.
It doesn't work the other way around.
I feel like I interrupted Triz. I feel like
well, I mean,
that's a valid point.
No, Anonymous was going somewhere. That's the reason why cheating is distinctly different, because a woman has gestation for 9 months, right? She's designed to accept the seed of one man, versus a man, he can give his seed out to multiple women simultaneously. A man could have, I forgot what is it called? Irish twins?
Yeah.
That's not Irish twins. No, that's not Irish twins. Well, no,
Siamese twins.
You can have Eskimo twins where you have, you know, you got two different women giving birth to your kids around the same time, but they're both your children.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Irish twins, the concept of Irish twins is when a woman can have two babies back to back within a year.
Yeah, that means that he didn't wait. He didn't wait after she healed up. Be like, let me throw one in you right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's Irish twins. Yeah, those are babies born within a year of each other. But see, that's why I was saying earlier that it's a double standard, and it's like women get mad about it and say, "Oh, well, you know, if you can sleep around, why can't we do it?" Because you get pregnant and we don't. Like you could try to move like
I'm really sorry.
Here's my pushback.
I've got to go. Okay, I've got to go. I've got phone issues. My battery's about to die. It's getting late, and I've got to go and see my mum tomorrow. And it's like almost 3:30 in the morning.
Okay.
And I don't want to drag it out till 4. So I'm just gonna log out. But I just want to say thank you. I've enjoyed all the discussions that we had tonight. Thank you, everyone. Peace out. Yeah. Do your thing.
right.
Do your thing.
All right, you take it easy, bro.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
You know how we moving, right?
All right. Shout out to Mark for holding it down during the conversation. All right. So Triz said that he was gonna give a little bit of pushback. Go ahead, brother.
I don't forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh man, we can't be doing that.
What were we talking about?
No, I was basically saying that a lot of women complain about the double standard, saying, "Oh, well, you can sleep around a weekend." It's like you get pregnant and I don't. That's why.
Well, I was gonna say my only pushback, with regards to men and women having distinct differences with regards to cheating.
Mm-hmm.
There is some distinction amongst individual relationships, because even though it's different, if you are in a relationship with a woman and you guys have agreed on, global monogamy, that means that you're going to be with only her and she's going to be only with you.
Mm-hmm.
And you step outside that agreement, then you betrayed her trust. You can call it whatever you want to, but it's a betrayal of trust because you have.
Oh, shout out to Triz. Yeah,
so that's just how I feel about that. I think that obviously, but here's the thing though. I think
wait, real quick. You got to repeat that last part because you kind of glitched out.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say that basically I think that that you have an obligation to honor your word, as a man. When you say that that you're going to conduct yourself a certain way within the confines of your individual relationship, and you step outside that agreement, you betrayed that woman's trust. And so that's just what that is. Now you can call it whatever you want to, but it is in fact being dishonest if you said that. But now I think that if you have an explicit, I think there's also a lot of assumption. A lot of times women will assume that you're in a relationship just because you spend a lot of time together, or they'll assume that that there's going to be some expectation of exclusivity because you haven't explicitly stated that you're going to see somebody else. But unless you guys have actually had that discussion, said, "Hey, look, we're gonna, I want to be monogamous with you. I want to sit down and only be with you," then it is what it is. But now here's my thing. I think that, again, women are the ones who I think historically push this qualification of monogamy, and they're expecting that. They're saying, hey, I want to be in an exclusive relationship with you. They're generally the ones I think that present that the idea of the relationship with the man. And so this is why I feel like it just is more disheartening when they step outside, because they're the ones that insisted on being in a relationship in the first place.
Okay, that's a fair point. But see, I got to give a little bit of pushback on the whole man agreeing to be monogamous thing. I don't think that would be necessarily a man betraying someone's trust, and I'll tell you why. I think that a lot of times women understand that it's not in a man's nature to be monogamous. So if you're trying to pressure him into it, or you're trying to give him some sort of ultimatum, or you're trying to bring up the idea of him doing it, I think she's setting herself up to get destroyed by doing that, because women inherently know that it's not in a man's nature anyway. So you're trying to get this man to fight his biological nature, and you're believing that he never will, that he'll never step out. You're setting yourself up, because it's not in a man's nature to begin with.
And I agree with that, but that's the reason why I think that a man should be wary of promising monogamy to a woman, because that's not, if it's exceedingly difficult for you, or it's not your nature, whatever the case may be, then why would you even present that to the woman as an option? Like,
yeah, you're right. But what's interesting about it is that, okay, this is the interesting thing about this, right? So people love to argue because I've been in real like in-person debates about this. And people have tried to debate me, and it's mostly guys, and like it's mostly guys that try to give off this I'm a good guy persona. It's usually guys like that, and then women that wear the pants in the relationship. It's usually those two types. Guys that try to push off this, oh, I'm a good boy persona, and women that wear the pants in the relationship, or they dominate their boyfriend or whatever. What I find is when I present the logic behind it, no one can ever really defeat it. And so this is the thing, right? I've said several times on this panel that I don't believe that a man should be limited in that area. And the reason why is because that's the one source of power that a woman has over you. She can't beat you up. She can't rob you. She can't do anything. She can't dominate you physically. So the only way that they can get leverage over you is through that cookie. So if you tell a woman, oh, I'm only going to prioritize your cookie, this is what she's saying in her head.
Gotcha, bitch.
That's exactly what she's saying in her head.
You triggered my trap card.
So now that you're saying that you're not going to exercise any other options, now she got the key to control you and have you do whatever she wants, and she can leverage it over you. And it's funny that you brought up that women will push for monogamy, because that's a segue into this video right here.
Women be the main ones pushing for monogamy. And then when a bitch get in a relationship, you don't understand, by asking this man to not fuck nobody else, by asking this man to not call nobody else, by asking this man to not look at another woman for none of his wants and needs as far as male to female, you are then saying, I'ma be whatever you need me to be, nigga, because I don't want, but y'all don't understand that. Y'all just think that's how it's supposed to be, because that's what the media and the movies and your man and them taught you. That's what y'all think. Y'all, like, truth be told, if up front, a bitch told you, these are all the things you're going to have to do, girl, in order to lock this nigga in like you want to, half of y'all wouldn't even want the nigga after that. But you never sit down to actually really consider, what does it take to be fucking Ray Ray's girlfriend? What does it take to be Michael's wife? Like, what type of demons do this nigga really got? What type of sex drive do he really got if he left every other bitch alone and only fucks with me? What type of things would he want out of me? Y'all be one a nigga that's rich and a freak and got a great personality, but is low key, don't talk to nobody, but is a people person, but is like, y'all want all this shit. And girl, if you actually had to entertain that nigga non-stop by yourself, bitch, you be a circus monkey. The way you would have to suck dick on Tuesday, swing from the ceiling fan on Thursday.
So after hearing that video, what did she say that was incorrect?
No, she said everything she said was spot on, especially when women are expecting certain things from a certain caliber and echelon of man. Because you have to ask yourself as a woman, what did it take for that man to get to where he's at from a social status standpoint?
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's certain behavioral characteristics that are associated with a man who has high and lofty expectations of the people around him, who's accomplished, who's well respected and admired by his peers. Mm-hmm. And so I think that from that particular standpoint, it's kind of unreasonable, especially considering that men like that are represent a very low percentage of the population, right? And so it's selfish of you as a woman, especially, like I say, if we look at what does it take for a child annually, and let's just throw a number out there. Let's just say it takes $50,000 on the high end, right? Mm-hmm. And then if you take the woman herself, if she say, okay, well, you know, if the woman makes, let's say she makes $80,000 a year, mm-hmm. right? And so now she's with a man who can replace her income and raise her child. She can be a stay-at-home mom. So in order to do that, he'll need $130,000 in discretionary income to allocate to this woman.
Right.
Anything beyond that a man has in discretionary income, he can do whatever the hell he wants to with it. If he wants another woman, if wants another 10 women, your needs are already taken care of. Why do you care what he does with the rest of that money? As a matter of fact, if you demand that man be exclusively with you, and he has the means to support additional women, you're being selfish.
Yeah, facts. And see, I said a couple of shows ago that because we did a potluck show where everybody gets to pitch in a question, and Tizzle pitched a question that says, "Oh, what's a controversial opinion that you hold?" And my controversial opinion was that I don't think a man should ever be limited to just one woman. I just don't think that, because it doesn't make logical sense. It just doesn't make any logical sense. And then to your point about the, making the money and being able to take care of whatever, I look at it like this. I think that the only scenario where a woman can make the argument that a man that needs to be monogamous with her is if she was grinded with him and helped him build from the ground up. When she had other options that were better than the man you were with, but you chose to ignore those options and focus on helping this man build his empire, I think that would be a fair trade. Because when he had nothing, you could have left him for a better dude that had it all together, but you chose not to. You chose to stay and work with him and help him build. So when he builds up, now he's in the position to where he has a lot of better options. But since you were loyal and you helped him build up, I think that would be a fair ask. Because now he has better options, but he's choosing to ignore those options for the one that he got, and vice versa. I think that's the only fair trade.
And his obligation as a man is to provide and protect you as a woman, right? Here's my thing, right? I think that it's not feasible for a lot of men to have multiple women because you're taking attention from your woman and your family at home to allocate towards other women, especially if you're a man that's excessively busy and your time with your family is already limited to begin with. Now, if you can allocate sufficient time to be with your family and you have residual time after that, then I think
shout out to Triz. You glitched out again.
Yeah. I think it's my internet. I might have to reset my router, but
okay.
I think that in a situation like that, have that discussion. I think that you can be, because if you're a man of a certain caliber, why can't you be forthcoming? Why can't you just put out and be like, look, this is what it is. I'm doing what I do, but you better be at home when I get here. I have expectations of you that you can't have of me. Why can't you have that? Because she has expectations of you that you can't have of her. Right?
Yeah.
Listen, when that bump goes in the night, she's expecting you to get out of bed, reach on that dresser, and grab that cold piece of metal and go downstairs and see what's really going on.
Yep. Facts.
Right? There's certain expectations.
Facts.
And so you as a man should be able to have, and I think that's where I think growth, maturity, and confidence comes into play. And in order to be able to communicate that. But what happens is that you have so much conditioning that occurs in society through media, through film, that tells men that they have to run behind a woman when she's at the grocery store. Like you're basically her help me.
Yeah.
What it says in the Bible, she's supposed to be your help me, but really what you see in the movie, you see a man running behind a woman. She's at the mall shop till she drops. He's carrying all her bags, carrying her purse, running behind her. He's like the dumb doofus, whatever, and she's like the smart, and he's like, oh, whatever you want, and like that type of stuff. Come on, man.
Yeah.
And that's why you have, and again, like I said, You have women who end up with men that they don't feel are qualified to cheat. Because if a woman is with Chris Brown, right? A regular woman. Now you got these women who think they're on Chris Brown level, like Karuchis and the freaking Rihannas. They probably think they're on Chris Brown's level. That's the reason why they putting up a fight when he's doing what he does.
Right.
But a regular woman, right? Because in my opinion, being equally yoked with a woman is being unequally yoked. You can't have a woman that's on your level.
Yeah, you can't.
Because she's gonna want to compete with you. She's gonna have expectations of you that's unrealistic. So this is the reason why, like men have historically dated down. But what happened is that with feminism, women have entered the workforce. Women are accomplished. They're educated. They're bringing in these amazing incomes, and now they're expecting the same dynamic that existed in previous generations, even though things have changed. It just doesn't make the math doesn't math.
Yeah. And see, and what's funny about it is like people try to make this argument that a man is supposed to be this and a man is supposed to be that, right? And people always love to bring the Bible into the conversation when it talks about, men, like the man's duty to his wife and all that. But when you bring up the part of the Bible where it says you're not supposed to deny your husband sex, they don't like that part.
Because that's their only leverage.
It explicitly says it in there that neither one of the partners are supposed to deny one another.
But see, that's the thing. You're expected as the man to pay it forward.
Yep.
Versus
all the
the
time.
woman holds back until she feels like you're worthy for whatever it is, because that's how they leverage.
Yep. Facts. So that's why if I have more than one, guess what? You can't use that against me now.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point right there.
You can't use that against me. And see, and that's why whenever I make my case and present the logic to it, no one's ever been able to defeat it. Because I had a couple women on here before. Shout out to Athena and Carmen. They tried to debate me on it too. And my question to them is always this, and I've never been able to get an answer. My question is always, okay, what does a man do if his wife tells him no? Because he can't force her, and he can't bust out his Bible and be like, well, it says right here that you're supposed to do. He can't do that. Because now you're trying to negotiate sexual desire with your wife, and it's not supposed to be that way. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm having to negotiate sex with you, that's a problem. Because I don't have to negotiate paying these bills. I don't have to negotiate leading you. I don't have to negotiate providing and protecting and making sure I do right by the children. I don't have to negotiate any of that. So why is it that the one thing that I'm craving that I need, you want to say, oh, I don't feel like it, this and that. I can't say I don't feel like going to work today. I can't say I don't feel like paying the bills. I don't feel like being a masculine leader. I don't feel like being the dominant one. I don't feel like being assertive. I don't feel like being a man that you can respect. I can't say that.
Well, I think part of the problem is, and the young lady,
yeah, you're glitching out.
Oh, I was saying that the lady that was in the car that you played the video earlier. And she kind of touched on it. She kind of hinted at it, basically referencing the expectations that women have with men. But the problem is, well, the reason why we see that is because women approach the dynamic of men and women only considering what they're able to extract or what value they're able to extract from that relationship.
Yeah, of course.
They never ask them. They never. That's why they say, "Well, I am the table." There's never an internal discussion about, when I come to this relationship, what value am I bringing to man? It's only their presence.
Yep, that's it.
And so it's really hard to have this discussion with women for that very reason, because they just never actually ponder what value they bring, because they're like, well, I just am. When it's like, well, if that's the case, then when a man desires something else, that's when he encounters the younger version of you, then what should he do?
Exactly. Exactly. They don't ever think about that part. They don't ever think about that part.
And that they're not considering the fact that, you know, a lot of these women, you know, especially, I think that they focus on things that really are of no consequence to the kind and caliber of man they're attempting to attract. So if you as a woman, you know, and you know, shout out to the women that are accomplished, shout out to women that are educated, shout out to women that are career driven, shout out to the women who, you know, who are entrepreneurs, own their own businesses, and, you know, even the sole proprietorships that, you know, that they really don't make a lot of money, but they have their own, right? They don't rely on anybody else. Shout out to them. But at the end of the day, if you're not expecting to provision for the man, how does that benefit us? Right? If you're not, see, as a man, we're expected to court.
Right, that's true.
Dates, right? So having discretionary income is of some importance for a man. But if as a woman, you're still expecting that man, regardless of how much you make and how much he makes, you're still expecting him to provide, you know, for you financially, gifts and all this other stuff. And in actuality, as a woman makes more money, she's expecting more lavish gifts, more expensive dinners from the man. So it's like an inverse correlation with the amount of income a woman makes as to, you know, how that man exacts value from his interactions with that woman.
It's like she's contributing to the inflation of the economy of the relationship.
Exactly. And so really, when we look at a woman that makes a whole lot of money, it's of no value, number one. Then number two, unless a woman is OnlyFans, and that has its own caveats and why men don't like that, there's going to be time and effort in order to grow their business. There's going to be time and effort for your scholastic endeavors to get that professional degree to make that kind of money in corporate America, right? And so now we look at the woman, she's older on the market. And why that's of relevance is because she's not sat idly by while she's going towards her dreams and aspirations. She's had encounters with men, and she's become more and more disillusioned with each subsequent encounter.
Facts.
And now when she comes to you, she's carrying that emotional baggage from the failed relationships that she's had with those men. And now that she's actually achieved, she's looking to leverage her achievements. Like, I have women that say, I'm well traveled. Like, why do I care about you being well traveled? How does that benefit me?
It doesn't.
I'm really curious what goes through a woman's mind when she says, hey, you know, she talks to a guy, yeah, I'm well traveled.
Huh?
I mean, okay, what does that mean? I mean, that's good for you,
right?
Well, great, okay, but you're telling that to me as though if I'm going to find value in the fact that you're well traveled, because here's what I see because I travel myself, right? And when I see women in other countries, what I see is that women, when they're traveling to other countries, they are more, how can I put this? They're more open to casual encounters than they would be in their home country.
She belongs to the streets,
right? And it's weird because, like I said, remember what I said earlier, the more respect the woman has for a man, the higher the expectation she has for him. Right? A guy is just the opposite. The woman he doesn't have respect for, he's not going to expect a whole lot from her.
You know what? I think that the more I would say that the more a woman respects a man, I would say the lower her expectations are.
Hey.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's
she has higher expectations for the man she doesn't respect.
Exactly.
But yeah, real quick, I want to bring Tizzle. Hey, Tizzle. Hold on, let me get him in there.
His microphone is muted, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. He muted himself. because I want to get.
He's talking to somebody in the background.
All right, Tizzle. You're muted, bro.
My bad. Yeah.
No, you good. No, I wanted to bring you in and kind of get your thoughts on, like what we've been talking about. What are your thoughts and opinions on it?
I mean, some people different at it. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like each relationship different. Everybody, I feel like, what's the right word to put it as? Everybody don't desire what you desire, if that makes sense. I guess I could put it like that. Like, so it could be like, I don't know, like say if you dating a woman and she be on some shit, she be like, I don't know, I want like maybe 5 or maybe 3 or 4 women in a relationship. She'd be like, I want 3 or 4 guys in a relationship. I mean, I feel like that's up to you as the man or a woman to accept that, or just be like, nah, I'm good. Like, that's not really my type.
But see, it's funny when women try to make that argument. Well, if you can have multiple women, or I can have multiple dudes. Yeah, you can try to do that, but this is the difference. The difference. You can only be pregnant by one of them.
Yeah, I mean, don't get it fucked up. It's always nice to have friends and shit, but
and then they're gonna be fighting to try to figure out who the dad is.
See, I feel like as a man, you don't want to be put in a situation like that. That'd be kind of the worst. You got different.
Well, because look at it like this. If you understand that the man is the leader and the woman is the follower, right? They don't play by the same set of rules and have the same expectations. So the man being the leader, he can have multiple followers. But if you flip it around, the follower cannot have multiple leaders. Because let's say she has 4 boyfriends or whatever. Well, you can only get proposed to by one, and you can only take one guy's last name at a time.
True.
So if all 4 of them, those guys propose to you, which one are you going to say yes to? You can't say yes to all of them.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
No, I definitely know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll give you a perfect example. Neo, the singer Neo, recently, him and his wife got divorced because he was married for a while. And the reason that him and his wife got divorced is because he said he felt trapped. He said he felt trapped.
It's because he wasn't dodging them bullets in time on my soul.
Neo divorced his wife because he said he was feeling trapped in the marriage and he wanted to live his life. And after that, he got 4 girlfriends and he's happy. My man got 4 girlfriends and he living his life.
Ooh, hey,
shout out to Neo.
But that's what I'm saying though. With like what I said in the beginning, that's like I feel like that's some motherfucker desire. You get what I'm saying? Like,
of course,
that, like yeah, go for that.
All of us do in a general sense. Because think about this: a lot of guys, they don't want to have like a harem, but I think most guys would be okay if they had like 2. I think if they had like 2, I think they would settle with that.
My nickname, Tay. They said Tays.
Yeah, I think that they would settle if they had 2.
Nice. Nah, you ain't lying.
If they can have 2, and it's not much problems, and they ain't getting on his nerves and all this other type of stuff, I think most guys would be okay with that. So it's like,
I feel like it's appropriate if that person got consent. But you get what I mean? Not just doing it just to be doing it. And then
because anytime I bring this up, and women feel some kind of way about it, their instant assumption is that it's about sex, and it's not. Because there's economical reasons for it too. So like if you're a man and you got 2 women in the house, one of them may not feel like doing the laundry or looking after the kids or doing they may not be in the mood to do certain things, or they might be sick or whatever. Well, that's when the other girl can step in and help with the kids or help with the housework or whatever, and they work together to take care of the one that ain't feeling that well. So it's like you have a sense of community and you have a sense of camaraderie.
I get what you're saying. Camaraderie. I ain't never heard of that word. It's a good ass word, camaraderie.
Yeah, camaraderie. So it's like if
I
one
told
of
her, man, no camaraderie in my mythology. Now let me stop.
yeah, so if one of the girls, so if one of the girls is feeling bad or whatever, you know, y'all can do what y'all can and work together to comfort her and make sure she's good. And then she has somebody that she could talk about her that they could talk about their womanly whatever with. She don't feel she don't got to feel alone.
He little boy in his ass. That's crazy.
So what are your thoughts on that, Triz? On what I just said, bro?
Well, I do want to touch on
the economics of it.
Well, I mean, you already know what I think about it, because you know I mentioned economies of scale previously, where you know individually, you know, your cost of living goes up, and as you add subsequent heads to the household, your cost per person goes down. Right, and that's just what it is, because you're able to eliminate certain redundancies, and then you know things that you know, I mean, you're able to buy certain things in bulk too. So it you know, you're able to you know scale more efficiently, especially when you have people who can actually contribute to the household. You know,
Facts.
like another adult, you know, man or woman. Obviously, with men being added to the household, there's an element of conflict, which generally arises when men are in
What the fuck, dude from On My Block being on that commercial?
And so and then you know, I also want to mention, right? You spoke about, and that was another thing that lady mentioned, that was on the video earlier. You talked about how a woman will say, well, if you can have, you know, if you can see other people, and I'm gonna see other people, and it goes into this concept of conditional femininity. And what do I mean by that?
Yep,
a
that's
woman
true.
will say, you know, I need a strong alpha male, so I can be in my feminine energy. And it's like, well, either you're feminine or you're not. And if you are, that's, you know, because a man can't say, I need a woman to, you know, bring out my masculine energy. I'm in my feminine mode right now. You know, it's like
I'll be masculine for the right woman.
Yeah, sounds crazy, because
Check the comments. What I just put. That's exactly what motherfuckers say.
Yeah, I'll be masculine for the right woman.
That's what motherfuckers say. They want to be in that era. What I just put in the comments.
They want to be in there. What era was that? I can't see it.
Oh, he put it in the back chat.
Oh, what does it say? I can't see it.
The soft girl era.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, and it's like, well, if it's almost like this, right? Femininity is like a language, right?
Okay.
Just like masculinity is like a language, right? You ever had somebody, you know, you dated the girl, right? You know, you guys are having a discussion, it gets heated, and then all of a sudden she starts, you know, cussing, walking away, but she's speaking her native tongue. You kind of default to your native tongue because that's what you're more comfortable with, right?
Okay.
You know, speaking in another language, you know, you have to think in your native tongue, then translate it into English and then say it.
You're okay. So you're saying, like, if you're dating a Latin chick, or you dating an Asian girl and y'all get into it, she's speaking English at first, but then she switched to her language and she's still going off on you.
Yeah, because rapid fire.
Hurry up and buy.
She doesn't have to she doesn't have to translate from her native tongue to English. She can just say it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
What you say about my mama?
Or like if you make a Latin chick mad and she's speaking English, and then next thing you know, she just switched to Spanish and she's just firing off on you.
Exactly.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And so it's the same thing with femininity, right?
Okay.
At some point, a woman who's conditionally feminine will reveal her true colors,
and that masculinity gonna come out.
Well, it's not really masculinity. It's just not feminine. It's a different type of energy, because masculinity would entail accountability, right?
Well,
and
yeah,
so,
okay, yeah, you got a point there. You got a
so
point.
if you're just aggressive and just uncultured, that's not necessarily being masculine, right? It's
Okay.
just something else. It's something else entirely. But whatever their default is is going to rear its ugly head, and that's the reason why, you know, as a man, you can't accept a woman who has to, you know, interface with a certain caliber of man to extract her true femininity, is what she claims to be her true femininity. If she's feminine, she's just feminine by default. And a feminine woman is just going to avoid a man that's not masculine.
That's true. That's a fact.
Part of what being feminine is.
That's a fact. That's a fact, because they're able to pick up on characteristics of a man that doesn't have what he's supposed to have. So you're absolutely right on that. Because I've never seen or heard of a feminine woman that's with a feminine man, and it actually works out. I've never seen it or heard it. I mean, there might be an example of it out there, but I mean, I've never seen it or heard it. But I mean, I'm open to seeing something different.
And that's the reason why you have women who are not feminine. And this is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
These women are not masculine, they're just not feminine.
Okay.
And so people assume, a lot of people from the outside of the relationship will assume, well, the relationship will work. She's got to find a man that's feminine, right? There's men that are kind of effeminate. That I'm not talking about men that are, you know, from a different type of community. I'm talking about men who they're just not masculine. They're more feminine guys, more passive, more live and let live type guys. They're not really leaders. They're more followers. And so you assume that a strong woman, you know, but in actuality, because that woman is not actually masculine, it still doesn't work, because she's still a woman, right?
Right.
And so she's wanting to be with a certain kind of caliber of man. So she'll tolerate being with that man, but that's not what she truly wants. She'll always be dissatisfied.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And what happens is, unfortunately, is that, you know, if you really want to climb the corporate ladder, you really want to achieve in corporate America, you know, in business, there's certain characteristics that you need to possess, or at least be willing to exhibit, that are counterintuitive to a successful relationship. It works in the corporate world, it works in the business world, but it doesn't work within a relationship when you're dealing with a man.
It absolutely doesn't.
Sometimes it's difficult to turn that off and on, because some people, like especially people that are really high achievers, women that are really high achievers, they just possess certain characteristics. They're just go-getters. They're really fastidious. They tunnel vision, focus in and hone in on certain things. They obsess over certain things. And it's just aggravating to be around a woman like that.
But see, but to be clear, there's nothing wrong with them having those traits when it comes to their business or their career or whatever. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, because those are traits that are good for making money. But like you said, those aren't traits that can coexist within a relationship with a man. And
well, it can coexist, but the problem is that you have, as a woman, you have to accept the kind of man that's compatible with that type of behavioral characteristics, and it's generally not going to be the man that's respected, you know, by his peers.
Exactly.
You know, you look at a man like that. We've seen men like that. You know, you go to the family function, and it's like your cousin or your auntie that's real, like rough around the edges, and she got some guy that she drags to the family function, and he's like a real passive sucker type guy, and everybody looking at him like he's crazy because she's talking crazy. He starts talking, she just cuts in and cuts in and kind of finishes his sentence for him, and then he's, you know, she talked about what like he talked about what he I want the black eyed peas, I want the cornbread, I want the chitlins. Like, no, he gonna get the wheatgrass, the salad, and he's not drinking alcohol today, because when he started drinking, and she's like basically making you like a little child. She's sonning you.
Yeah, that's true.
And we've seen the guys that show up at the function like that, and we just like shake our head when we see it.
And then you have some women like that where they tend not to be married.
Yeah. And
they tend to not marry. They'll be in a relationship with a dude, but then they tend to not marry. And I'll give you two solid examples. Oprah with Stedman, because they're not married.
Yeah.
And Rihanna and A$AP Rocky.
Yeah.
They're not married. You would think that they were, but they're not.
I froze for a second. I was saying, in actuality, if you look at a woman like Rihanna, who's I believe she's now a billionaire because of her.
Yeah, she is.
Line.
Yeah, she's a billionaire.
Yeah, based on her clothing line, not her music, which is and then Oprah Winfrey, which is she's a billionaire based on her media and stuff like that, whatever, right? It doesn't benefit them to be in a marriage. Now, like say for example, you look at someone like Princess Diana, and she was dating Dodi Fayed before she died in that car crash. From a social standpoint, she benefits from being married because it's expected as British royalty to be married to somebody. So at some point, I imagine she would have married Dodi Fayed, even though there's a cost to that socially because he's not white. But it would be better for her to be married than just be having a kind of whatever fornication type relationship. Right. So that benefit was there for her to be married. Right. But somebody like Oprah, right? She doesn't come from royalty. She doesn't even come from a high social status. She was self-made.
Right.
And so she like the first generation of somebody who really made it in her family. Probably be the last because I don't think she has any kids.
She doesn't.
But so for her, there's no social pressure. Like her social standing, she's already a billionaire, so she already has people kowtowing towards her. So she won't benefit necessarily, or she doesn't see the need to be married, or she doesn't see the benefit outweighing the risks. Because if she gets married, she thinks about because number one, it changes the dynamic of the relationship that she's enjoyed for so many years.
Facts.
And now is the risk, is pressure in the relationship now, and now she can end up being divorced. And then she has to, okay, now I got to get divorced. I'm going to lose half of my money, and for a woman, that's like devastating for a woman to have to, even though she has the financial bandwidth to sustain even after giving up half of everything that she has. Is just the principle that women just feel a certain type of way about giving men money.
Yeah, but then when they're in the driver's seat and they're in the breadwinner position, now all of a sudden the logic kicks in and now they see what we're saying.
Yeah.
And see, that's what happened with Halle Berry. Halle Berry ended up having to pay alimony and child support, and she was complaining about it, saying that it ain't fair and it's like robbery and da 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 da. But they never sit down and look at it when it's the other way around. Because like you said earlier, they're so used to being the beneficiaries and the receivers that the fact of them giving, like, is foreign to them.
Well, I mean, it's really see, women understand double standards.
They just hate the one. They just hate the ones that they don't benefit from.
Yes, that's exactly what it. And then you hear it even more so. Like, you can have a conversation with women, because I've seen it, where women will have their own version of a panel, and a woman will jump on, and she'll have a disagreement. They will literally attack a woman.
They'll kick her out
for going against the hive. You can't go against the hive. You can't.
Yeah, they'll kick her out. They'll kick her out.
Yeah, and then you look at these groups. Are we dating the same guy groups and T-app groups and stuff like this on Facebook, and they have certain apps and websites and stuff associated with this, where basically the premise was women to kind of protect themselves.
Yeah, you kind of glitched out a little bit. Shout out to Trish.
My bad.
No, you good, bro. You kind of glitched out a little bit.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. I see it when it glitches. I think it's my router. But so the women will say, like, this guy is a pedophile. He's a woman beater, or this guy's married, and so then they will try to put out information to kind of quote unquote protect the women. But really, what it really turns into is just basically women saying, hey, I talked to this guy in a dating app. Does anybody know him? And it's weird because it's like, imagine if a guy, Imagine what will go through a woman's head if a guy that they just barely just chatted with on, let's just say Tinder, right? Bro, they exchanged like 2 messages on Tinder, and then this guy goes on Reddit or whatever the case may be and starts asking all these random guys, "Hey, do you know this woman? Like,
are we dating the same girl?"
Right? Women will lose their mind. They'll say, "This guy's a creep and a weirdo." Who does that? But it's okay when they do it. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
But the interesting right. But the interesting thing about it though is like the longer I live and the more I pay attention, the more I understand that anytime you try to apply female logic on the male side, it never works.
Never.
It never works. And it's funny because the men were banding together and they were trolling the women for a while with the whole "I'm in my soft guy era," this and that, basically poking fun at what they be saying. And when they hear it back, when they hear it out loud, it sounds crazy.
Yeah.
When they hear the stuff that they say repeated back to them from somebody that doesn't look like them, it sounds ridiculous.
But see, that's where the disingenuous argument comes into play, because you can have, notice women didn't show up to the panel. You see, women don't want to show up to the panel because there's no clout involved.
Right.
Now, if you had, because think about it, right? So I used to chat with Kevin Samuels, not a whole lot, but I would chat with him occasionally on BGS. BGS used to have a panel. So back in the day, Kevin Samuels, BGS would bring him up on his panel, and we would kind of have discussions and stuff like that. And the women didn't show up then. There were no women there because the audience wasn't big enough. But as Kevin Samuels' audience grew slowly but surely, and he had to have panels where it was only women up there. He was the only guy up there, because what happens is, like, when you have panels like BGS, would have panels and women would try to come up, and the men would all kind of swarm and attack the women. They just couldn't handle it, right? And I've been on panels like that. There was a women's panel. Her name was Ren. She had a panel called the Neutral Zone, right?
Okay.
I've been on her panel. And I had, these women you might have heard of, the woman called Cynthia G.
Okay.
Among other people who've come on the panel while I was on her panel, and it would be like me and like 8 girls attacking me and my perspectives, my viewpoints.
And
that
sounds like fun. That sounds like fun.
I dealt with it, but like women, they'll get mad and they'll just run off. Because they like that. But then when Kevin Samuels finally started having women come up, is because there was clout associated with it. Even though they were under heavy scrutiny, it was because they had a big audience. It was clout.
They get to be seen. They get to be seen and heard.
But here's the thing, right? Kevin Samuels panels. I glitched for a second again. Yeah. But what happened is that men would look up those women and hop in their DMs. They DMs.
Facts.
No matter what bullshit these women said, these women can come on the panel. I got 8 kids by 9 baby daddies. Nigga, I got 8 kids by 9 baby daddies.
Yep, facts.
And you gonna pay for all of them, and you got to bring them McDonald's, and you got to buy them a PlayStation, and she could be, 5'2", 580 pounds. No
and
job.
Somebody going.
Listen, her DM's gonna be popping after that live stream.
Yep,
guaranteed.
Facts.
And that's why they do it. That's why they do it. Like you don't understand how many people have hooked up. That's where Cynthia G met her baby daddy at. On the internet, on these panels, DM popping. She ended up getting flued out. That's how this stuff happens. These people are on here because, well, a lot of times, when you say, where can you find me? Like, I'm not on the internet looking for love. I'm not on YouTube looking for love.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I'm just saying I'm not relying on YouTube for that. That's the reason why that's why I say, oh, don't look for me. You can't.
Right. I got you.
Right. Because listen, when my live stream started to pick up, I started having 100, 120, 100. You start getting super chat donations. Then women just start popping in my DM. And I'm the same ugly guy. Listen,
dude.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm a 4. It's no secret. I'm a 4. That's the reason why the license them. I don't want people focusing on my ugly face. It is what it is. But that internet clout is real. You have women that
ain't lying.
Trying to holler at you because they think you got some type of social celebrity or status, something like that, just because you're online and people in your chat.
They see you got some motion, it's over with.
It's over.
It's over with. They see you got some kind of motion, it's a wrap.
But then once I hopped off YouTube, DMs is Sahara Desert.
Right. And see, this is why I was saying earlier to the guys that everything that we get, we have to earn it. We have to work for it, and it's painfully earned.
And we got to maintain it. We can't just get to this level and just chill.
Nope, you got to keep it going.
That way.
You don't get to stop. Now, if you got things set up to where you don't ever have to work again, that's different. If you like a Warren Buffett where you just living off of dividends, that's different. But he still work, and he like 90.
Yeah, but even a guy like that, if he was just collecting a dividend check and sitting at home, the women would complain. Why are you at home so much? Listen, I'm telling you.
That's a fact.
You got to at least look busy. You got to have some type of interest, some type of goals, aspirations. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's why they're attracted to a guy that ain't around all the time. Yeah, and like for me, like I like to go out shooting. I got like interests and stuff like that I like to do, hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when I go out and I do things and I start posting my pictures, of me like out on little short video clips and stuff like that, man, DMs be lit up.
I believe it.
I believe it. Especially like when I'm outdoors. Like when I'm outdoors, they go crazy.
Yeah, because what they're looking for a guy that has a seemingly interesting life.
Yep.
That's kind of the opposite of what theirs is. Now, and I don't have a problem with that, because girls want to have fun and all that type of stuff, and I'm cool with that. But don't think that because I bring you in and I can show you things that now all of a sudden you're going to have a foothold and you're going to start demanding things.
Yeah.
Because this goes back to what I said earlier. Men aren't playing hard to get or hard to keep. They're playing hard to give. Because everything that we get, like I said earlier, we have to earn it. That's why 50 Cent is the way he is. 50 Cent was dating that girl Cuban Link, and everything was fine until she asked him for $10,000 and he broke up with her. I don't remember what it was she said she needed the money for, but she asked him for $10,000. And he was like, oh, okay, yep, I see where this is going. And he cut it off. Because it's like, if I'm already doing what I'm supposed to do as a man, I'm looking out for you, I'm taking care of you in more than one way, why are you then turning around and asking me for money? Why do you need money from me if I'm already taking care of all this? So I can kind of see his logic. Then on top of that, he ain't married to her, so it's like he ain't obligated to give her no money. That's another thing too.
Well, I think it's different when it's a sense of entitlement.
Exactly.
Versus just being appreciative of what it is that I bring.
Facts.
Right. I shouldn't have to like. And I'm gonna be honest. I know that it happens, but I've never had a woman just ask me for can you pay? My bill is due. They won't just straight out ask it, but
bro, they always do that small talk, bro. They always do that small talk, and I already, I've had it happen to me before, and I'm like, okay, I already know where this is going.
It'd be like this. It'd be like this, like, man, how you doing? Like, I'm all right. How you doing, man? I've just been going through it. Like, damn, that sucks. All right, I'll holler at you. I'm out. You know.
Oh, really?
You know how it go. You know how that conversation go.
Yep.
Like she's like, man, it's like one thing after another, man. Like this BS kept like, man, no, this job is getting on my nerves. Like, man, I just wish I could just cut back on my hours. Shit. You know.
And you know what I hit him with? Hey, man, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Man, that's tough. Hey, man, I'm going through it too.
You know what I be what I be saying too though. I'll be like, I'm like, yeah, well, it's always, when you burn the candle at both ends, that's when you lose yourself.
Yeah.
You can't have small income and high expenses.
You can't.
You gotta cut back on the expenses, and so that way it evens out with the amount of money you bring in every month, and you be all right.
Yeah, but they don't. But a lot of women don't see it that way.
But and that again, and so this is why I say when the question is asked, what do you bring to the table? And their response is, I am the table. But it's like the desire for a man to make X amount of money, but when you look at why they want a man to make a certain amount of money, especially like if we look at our particular demographic, right?
Okay.
We don't have any industry where we're vertically integrated. What do I mean by vertically integrated?
I know exactly what you mean by vertically integrated.
Okay, so if we're not vertically integrated and we're participating or engaging in conspicuous consumption, right? Now, you come into the relationship, we join forces. Now, instead of taking the residual income that we save due to economies of scale, you're saying, well, I got more discretionary income to spend it how I want. Plus, I want money from you to spend it how I want it.
Exactly.
To somebody else's vertical integration, because we don't control the means of production.
Right.
So any dollar that we spend, even if we spend it in a quote unquote certain owned business, is going to make its way into the coffers of the
Shout out to Trez.
Shout out to Trez. Yeah,
No, you good.
My sound doesn't go. I still hear everything you're saying, but like my outgoing feed goes out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's like so we're contributing, to the establishments and institutions that we claim have oppressed us. And so when the question is, what do you bring to the table? It shouldn't be additional conspicuous consumption. It should be like, listen, I'm bringing consistency. I'm bringing peace to the relationship. You don't have to do all that extra stuff anymore, because now you got me. Now we can focus on let's build some generational wealth. Let's position our lineage to where they don't have to start from ground zero. They can start on the first or on the second, third lap. And they can, they already got a house and things like that, and so they got a leg up, in this rat race. And so that's what I'm saying is like, there's so much pressure on men, and the only reprieve that men often have is the company of another woman.
Yeah, and a lot of senses, yeah, and a lot of instances, yeah. And see, well, it's funny that you brought up the money thing, because I look at it like this, bro. Women want to be Republicans when it comes to their money, but they want to be Democrats with yours.
Yeah. And you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? They don't believe in 50-50 until it's divorce time.
Yeah, of course.
When it's divorce time, all of a sudden it's 50-50.
Yep. They want to get out the rulers and the protractors and measure this to the particular millimeter. Man, and this and that. Yep.
They pulling out the abacus. They pulling out the TI-85 scientific calculator.
Man, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly. Yep. Using sine, cosine, and tangent, all that. All that. And then look, and then when they try to put in the equation and it comes up with a syntax error, now it's a problem with the syntax error. No, but I mean, this has been a great conversation, bro. I'm kind of bummed that you didn't start from the beginning, because it would have been good if you had been here from the beginning.
I mean, I heard it, but I was occupied at the time, so you have to go to
Oh
the gym,
yeah,
all kind of stuff. So
oh okay, yeah. But I mean, if you got any more, if you don't have any more thoughts, I'm gonna get ready to go ahead and wrap up the show. And
my last thought is, thank
go
you
ahead.
for having me. This was a great stream. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce next week's topic, and this is gonna be next week's topic. So coming back, we're doing another potluck show, and I don't think you've been here for the potluck show before. So basically, what the potluck show is where all the panelists that are going to be on the panel that typically are on here, what they get to do is they get to contribute one question or a topic that the whole panel can discuss. So when it's a potluck show, I don't come up with the topic that we're going to be talking about. I let the panelists each contribute one topic or a question, so that way it's a complete mix-up of conversations and topics. And so the concept of the potluck is things are being contributed to the buffet, but no one knows who brought what. It's just like a real potluck. When you go in, there's a whole bunch of food there, but you don't know who brought what. It's the same concept, but with questions. So you never know whose question is going to pop up that we get to discuss, and you never know who submitted what question. So the questions are anonymous until we reveal the question, discuss the topic, and then you get to reveal if it's your question or not. So next week's show, episode 20, we're doing another potluck show, volume 3. Make sure y'all tune in next Saturday. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head, but we're going to be going live. We're going to be going live around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So make sure y'all tune in to the next edition of the potluck show. Again, next Saturday around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right.
I got some stuff I gotta do next weekend. So, but I'm gonna catch the rebroadcast though for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up the show, get last thoughts, and then go ahead and close it out. So last thoughts on the show, brother. Did you like it? Did you love it? Did you hate it? How was it for you, man?
Fire.
Well, that's
the next one.
That's good enough. And I know you said before that you don't want people to look for you, and if they do look for you, you're gonna be right over here.
That's where I'm gonna be at, man. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to run Mark up out of here with all that cap. Caught him slipping.
Stop the cap.
You lie! You lie!
That made it all worth it.
Lies! Lies! When will the lies end?
Listen. See, my thing is, look. Listen, we all men. Don't try to come up on these panels acting like you the good guy, because you're not gonna win any brownie points with it. Listen, we got to keep it 100. Just say what it is.
We got to keep it. And see, and if you paid attention to him, I think what's happening is he's starting to open up a lot more, and he's starting to appreciate us coming in, giving like grown men perspectives, because it gives him something to think about. Because he said earlier, bro, he's in a completely liberal country. Like over there in the UK, it's like it's a disaster, bro. They don't even have guns over there.
Listen, I'm in Seattle. I'm on the West Coast, from California to Oregon to Seattle to Vancouver, British Columbia. This whole area is super liberal.
Oh man,
they've already passed the millionaire tax. They done ran Amazon out of Seattle. So Amazon went to Bellevue.
Really?
Yeah, I mean Bellevue is the next city over, so it's like, you know.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm in Texas. I'm in San Antonio, and so
I used to live in Houston. I live in Houston.
Oh, okay. So you're about 3 hours away from me.
Oh,
then.
hey, listen, I used to go to San Antonio. It's nice. Yeah. San Antonio's nice.
Yes, sir. And see, with Texas, well, you know Texas. Like, there's so much space, room, and opportunities here, bro. Like, a lot of these businesses are showing up because Tesla came over here to set up shop.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, they came over here to set up shop some years ago.
Toyota did too.
Yeah, Toyota did, and Amazon got a lot of warehouses here too.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of the businesses are making a move to come to the more conservative states because a lot of the taxes and stuff, they're a lot more lenient, and plus there's a lot more wiggle room for businesses to get themselves off the ground and grow.
Yeah, because you have a lot of restrictive bureaucracy when it comes to zoning, to permitting process. It takes a long time, and you got to got some environmental stuff going on. So it's really hard to start a business here.
Oh, in Freattle?
Anywhere on the West Coast, but yeah, definitely Freattle. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Well, I mean, is there anything else you want to say to the people to kind of shout out anything? Like if you got any type of projects or anything that's going to be coming out soon that the people should be on the lookout for?
Look out for the potluck next Friday at 4 p.m.
No, it's next Saturday.
Next Saturday, 4 p.m.
Yeah. All right, cool.
That's the project.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, if you don't have anything else, I'm gonna go ahead and close it out, bro. So with that being said, again, y'all make sure y'all tune in next Saturday at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time for the next edition of the Potluck Show. All right. Y'all take it easy, man. Peace.